Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Welcome back to the random show. 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 Can you hear me? 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 Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for being here. Apologies for the delay. I had some really good last minute news that I'm going to be talking about live on stream here today. Really good last minute news. Really good last minute out of nowhere news, courtesy of the one and only Kanye West. If you've been peeping my Instagram stories, you'll know what I'm talking about. We're going to get on that in a minute. But big up everybody tuning in. Flooding, come one, come all. Flooding, come one. Big up Chris Mack in the stream chat. Wagwan G, Wagwan G. Big up Boronda 420, Wagwan. Minus, I see you, Wagwan. Cambridge Football, I see you, Wagwan. BKK Confidential, I see you. G1 Roger, I see you. Who else is here? Young Old Vibes, what's happening, G? Big up MK as well in the stream chat. Big up everybody. Big up Nisha Manuel, what's good, GGG? Hope you you got a job at Yeezy making merch. I wish. I fucking wish. No fucking swastika stuff though. I don't want to make any swastika stuff, but if I get to make some shoes and some jackets, I'm in. Nothing on a swastika though. I don't want to make any swastikas. I don't want to make any Ku Klux Klan outfits. I just want to make some shoes. I just want to make some shoes. Big up everybody in the stream chat tuning in. Big up everybody in the stream chat tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. So, big up everybody tuning in. Before we proceed with today's show, I wanted to alert you all to a little section I have now on the channel. So I switched things up a little bit. I've not decided, but there's a feature on the channels where you can put this little membership section here. So if you do decide to become a member of the random show, one of your little avatars will show up on here. I'm not too sure how they show it, if it's done randomly, if it's done recently. I'm not too sure how it goes, but you'll be able to see this little section here in the channel that says random. You know, our members, thank you for being a channel member. It's got little avatars there. When you click the perks, I'm assuming you can then click all the membership tiers. At the moment, I also have a 99p pence membership, so I've got two. I've got Zinger Town, Zinger Nation, right? You get it, right? So I've got these two tiers going at the moment, so check those out if you want to. You'll be able to obviously have membership only content on both tiers. The Zinger Nation one, I'll obviously do membership only streams and shit, as I pointed out via the perks. But basically, Zinger Nation will get shout outs, obviously. You get member only videos, you also get live stream and also priority replies. And then on the town, you just get the members only videos, but you won't get any streams and shit. But the membership's already there. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I've already can I gift some already? I think, let me gift some members, if it works. Because you usually get a couple you can gift. Let me see if I can do this thing. Bear with me 1 second here. Membership gifting. There you go. Cool. There you go. I can gift some. So I'm going to give 5 memberships now, and hopefully those go to a good home. So thank you everybody for joining in and tuning in. And then what else am I going to do? What else am I going to talk about here? Oh, a new membership content is coming soon, but I just wanted to highlight this section here, where I basically, you know, have this little section where it highlights people, which I think is pretty cool. Pretty cool highlighting section there. I need to change this banner a little bit because that color, the hue is not the right one. It's the wrong one there. So big up everybody that got membership. Appreciate all of you for tuning in and being locked in and stuff. I'll obviously divvy out some more throughout the month because I feel I get 10 in total. So I'll divvy out a few more later on in the month, of course. Maybe the end of this week, actually, I'll just do that because I think you get like 10 for the month. So I'll divvy those out every month and stuff. So thank you for joining. I appreciate all of you for becoming a members and all that malarkey. So the thing that I wanted to talk about slightly here, I wanted to move on to the Shade Borough. And I wanted to quickly update this particular topic that I've been talking about, you know, mostly on Taz, but I think it's an interesting topic regardless. Not interesting topic, it's a funny topic. Regarding this young lady called WAVY, KLUADIA, this one here at the top, who's been going through a bit of a madness with her boyfriend. This guy She basically went online and was like crying, confessing that something bad is gonna come out, a picture. Then the picture came out and it was her sitting on the lap of some other dude. And this dude she sat on the lap of wasn't her boyfriend. It was some other guy she was dated before. I don't know, it was all blown out of proportion. So she's a bit dramatic on the timeline. So, I guess, we want to see what's happening here. So in the caption, courtesy of the Showbro, it says a leaked phone call currently doing the rounds allegedly captures Claudia speaking to her boyfriend D Green's on and off situationship. In the combo, she reveals that D is keeping the situationship with the mystery girl as a backup option because he feels Claudia is doing too many things wrong. So this girl went on social media, crying on social media for her man, declaring her innocence, doing the most online. I heard people say that this young lady bought her boyfriend a Range Rover Sport. I'm not too sure if you guys are on that type of vibe. What are you guys saying in the stream chat? Is that a thing that you guys will be on? For all my fucking alpha males in the fucking stream chat, would you be comfortable if your girl bought you a Lambo truck? I don't know, that's a bit too much, man. That's a bit too much. Like maybe an investment in the business or something, cool. But like a possession like that, like a big chain, like a car, like that's a little bit too crazy. Especially given the weird power dynamic they have, it seems like the guy, it seems like she overly loves him. He doesn't really care too much about her, and she's trying super hard to fucking to try and basically buy his love. It feels like, but I don't know if that's true because I don't know who the Claudia girl is. I've seen on social. I think she's like a public figure. She rants online, but I didn't know that ranting online and having a loud voice could buy you a Range Rover Sport, especially not in the UK. But I guess she must be super popular, more popular than I obviously imagined. But this is the other girl, I'm assuming. So this is a love triangle. So let's see what I'll go on here. Let's play this. Is this a friend who's leaking this phone call? If this is a friend, you're a garbage friend. Let me play the phone call.
Girls, do you want the tea right now? Okay, listen, after this, put the phone next to your ear so you can hear it clearly.
Again, and he's basically told me that he's keeping you around because at the moment I'm just doing too many things wrong and you're essentially there because right now I'm proving to him that I can't be the only mother to his kids.
Okay.
So you are there as another option.
As another option.
I don't even, and then I...
Hold on. I'm so confused. So this girl is talking to her boyfriend's side piece and they're discussing what he has said to her about the side piece and basically confessed to her that, oh, I've got this side piece on the side because you're doing too much. And if I want to bail, she's ready to go. And they're all having a civil discussion on the phone over it.
WTF are you even talking about? I'm a seafood broil and a bottle of Don Julio away from a serious relationship. A lamb truck? She can buy me.
She can buy me. That's a good point. I think most guys, fair enough, I think that's how disease is right. I think I'm being a little bit too choosy and I'm being a little bit too proud and I'm being a little bit too ego driven or whatever it may be, right? I think most guys, like that's how disease said. You get them a hot meal. I think there's some guys out there who would break down if their fucking, girlfriend got them a fucking pajama set. Some really nice Calvin Kleins or those trendy Versace boxes that everyone likes to wear with like the chain mail design around the fucking elastic. Maybe some new fucking Louis V sneakers, some fucking New Balances. Some guys would have a breakdown if their girlfriend's got them a pair of New Balances, a matching fucking Kith set, So I think I'm definitely the exception here. Big up Assad Aziz.
I asked, I was like, so should I expect you to speak to her throughout the entirety of our relationship? And he was like, no, I told you, if you pattern up, then I won't have a need to speak to her. There's no need for...
Big up Young Old Vibes, you're the fucking best. I can't confirm nor deny if I co-sign for a Hellcat. I love that. You're the best. You're honestly the best. Sometimes we've all done very not wise things for love, but that adds to our story, that adds to our fucking experience in life. That makes us a far more well-rounded person and a far more interesting person to bump into at a fucking dive bar. Big up Young Old Vibes. Big up Energy Ranger.
Hot meal? Sheet time down with sushi or gazpacho femme?
Okay, yeah. I think I'm the only one that's got the exception here. A-CYDE Aziz and NJ Ranger are on the same type of timing. They're on the same type of timing. I think I need to revise my perspective. I need to be more open to maybe, you know, a couple of a couple of dumplings, a couple fucking, you know, fried bits of shrimp and shit. You know, I'm a big fan of fucking calamari and whatnot. I need to be a little bit open to the idea of, like, you know, so a steak dinner or two every night will go a long way to win my heart. I'm not gonna lie. Even a pair of Air Maxes or a pair of fucking John Geiger, a pair of John Geiger shoes might go a long way to getting me to getting my fucking boxers off. I'm not gonna lie.
To be there.
Girls, do you want the tea right now?
Anyway,
okay, listen.
Anyway. I hope we ban the word tea in 2025. I want the word tea to be gone. I want the word receipts to be also finished. I want people who do their friends like this dirty to be banished as well. I don't know if this is a friend or the side. I don't know. I want all this stuff to be done. Recording of phone calls, all this stuff to be gone because this is fucking lame. But solidarity with Claudia. She seems like a fucking psycho, but I love psychos. I love people that are unhinged because she seems like she'd be an excellent person. Like, don't get me wrong. She's fucking nuts. She was crying on camera, doing the most. But you know this girl's gonna be fun to bump into in a bar. Yo, big up Kim Bayu. Appreciate you, bro.
Low key, I've smashed and stayed for less. So, man shrugging emoji.
I love the chat, honestly. I love the chat. I love how honest everyone's being. I fucking love the chat, honestly. I've smashed and stayed for less. It's fucking hilarious. Big up King Bayu. Honestly, big up NJ Ranger, big up A-CYDE Aziz. Honestly, you guys have my heart. You guys have my heart. This is the type of honesty I fucking live for. Let's move on. Let's fucking move on. I think that's what I talk about. Why don't you talk about that? I've spoken about the fucking what's his name thing. I've spoken about the what's his face thing. The Connor at the White House already. Oh, and the DIGDAT news. Let's talk about DIGDAT slightly. DIGDAT is a UK rapper who unfortunately has been found guilty for murder. If you don't know him, essentially he was on pace to be like Central C, Digger D, maybe even who's in prison now. You probably won't know him either. But he was on pace to be a Central C before Central C. But unfortunately, he lost his way due to an unfortunate incident where, if I'm not mistaken, he got robbed of his chain. So somebody stole his chain. He was eating at a restaurant, and some people stole his chain. And he basically wanted to get his get back on them because he didn't like the fact that they took. I think they took all of his chains, not even one. I think he had like 8 chains on it. Took all of them. So he got robbed, and he never forgave them for robbing him. So he decided to ride out on his ops, and unfortunately, he did ride out on one of his ops, but he shot the guy who he thought he was responsible, Striker, who was from another gang called CMG, I think, and he shot him 8 times. They're alleging. And for whatever reason, that guy didn't die. I think, I don't know what happened. Not sure if it was the bullets they were using. Not sure if it was a crappy aim. But allegedly, that kid got shot 8 times. He was in a fucking medically induced coma. He came out of the coma and now he's alive, doing interviews. He's got his own podcast and shit, talking about stuff. He actually went on his podcast and said it wasn't Digger D that shot him. Sorry, it wasn't DIGDAT that shot him. The kid that he actually shot allegedly said it wasn't him, to try and obviously help the case. He didn't take the stand either, which was also kind of admirable, considering he got shot by the guy and nearly killed. But unfortunately, DIGDAT has been found guilty, and most likely is looking at, I would say, judging by our sentences in the UK, and the fact that he's a repeat offender because he went to prison when he was like 14, I think, 14, 13 for the stabbing. He's been in and out of prison for a long time. And the really sad part about DIGDAT is that I think he went to prison when he was like a 13, 14 for a stabbing. And then he got out after 5 years. Then he blew up as a rapper in that time that he got out, became super famous, really rich in a short time. And then obviously he got locked up straight away again for this shooting. So he hasn't really had time to enjoy his, fame and richness and whatever else went on. And then the other really sad part about the story, from what I've been hearing, is that even though he made a lot of money and he had a lot of jewelry and whatever else it may be, he had to have a public defender. He couldn't pay for his own lawyer. He didn't have enough money for it. So he ended up having to go, try and basically beat an attempted murder charge using fucking, what's it called? Legal aid, which is fucking crazy. I'm not too sure the statistics on that, but I'd imagine a public defender's not going to get you off of a fucking attempted murder charge. So let's actually read the actual article here. It says, rapper Nathan Tokowski, also known as DIGDAT, has been found guilty of attempted murder of a drive-by shooting in West London. Tukowski, 25 from Deptford in South East London, was in a stolen Audi car from which at least 6 shots were fired at a man in another car in Notting Hill in 2023. Shots were fired. Shots hit Daniel Ofi Nuntu in the head, mouth and body, and he was lucky not to die. Prosecution barrister Kate Beck Casey told Old Bailey. And that guy's striker. This Daniel Ofi Noto guy is striker from the other gang that we went to shoot. He got shot 6 times allegedly, more than other whatever, and he still survived, which is fucking wild. The shooting was captured on CCTV, and the person who fired the shots had fired directly at the head of striker. The court heard. Tukowski was whose single Air Force One peaked a number 20 at the UK singles chart, showed no rejection as the verdict was returned. Sobbing could be heard from the public gallery as the jury unanimously found him guilty. Firearms officer found DIGDAT severely injured in his striker severely injured in his flat near the scene. Yeah, that's the other part as well, by the way. So the guy gets shot in his car 6 times as he stand, at the sidewalk or whatever. And then instead of driving himself to hospital, he drives himself home. I guess in the shock of everything, he's been shot 6 times. He drives himself home, and the officer basically, they followed the trail of blood and they found his car outside of his house, and he's just sitting on his couch bleeding. And they eventually take him to hospital. But after being taken to hospital, bullet fragments were removed from his skull, but Stryker had declined to make a witness statement and did not participate in the trial. The car used in the shooting was discovered by police more than a mile away, as well as a bag containing a firearm and 3 rounds of ammunition wrapped in cling film. The prosecution case was that Tukowski had made the trips in a BMW from his father's address in Deptford in the area of the shooting, 18th, 19th of November. The DNA found on the headrest of the car in the Audi could have come from him, the court have heard. That's obviously an updated mugshot of him looking mad sinister. Free DIGDAT. DNA also found in the Audi was linked to the artist Kamal Benjamin, known as Wesson. However, Benjamin had left the UK in November 2023 and was apparently living in Dubai at the time of the shooting. Mr. Benjamin's Instagram account showed a video of him of a performer, Little Dirt, who performed in Dubai. Another post that showed the night out with rapper 50 Cent. Tukowski from Deptford, South East London, was also found guilty of possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life. He also convicted of charges of possession of a prohibited weapon. So yeah, it's a sad case, to be honest, really sad case. It just goes to show how hard it is to get off the roads. I also have a bit of sympathy for him just because he got robbed and he was trying to get his get back. So essentially he was what people say would be standing on business, and unfortunately it kind of cost him his life. And now he's going to be spending the best parts of his life, the best years of his life behind bars. And by the time he comes out, he'll be probably in his 60s, maybe. So career basically done. He didn't really have time to enjoy it, but he also has himself to blame. This is something that's very, I've always wondered, what, but I guess this is like the product of being institutionalized, because he went to prison when he was like 14 years old for 5 years. I think that kind of damage, that it's really hard to unravel or to undo that kind of damage when you go to prison for stabbing another child when you're 13, 14. So he was always probably going to turn out this way. But it always interests me how people who are born in rough circumstances, who are dealt a bad hand of cards, suddenly get a good luck. Something happens, right? Like God blesses them. I don't know, they win the lottery. Instead of changing their life around, they just double down on the nonsense that got them in trouble in the first place, You'd think because he got a second chance to kind of make something of his life, especially rapping, doing something that probably comes quite easy to him, you'd imagine he has the opportunity to kind of take, himself out of the hood, take his friends out of the hood, take his family out of the hood, and basically change the circumstances for his family name for, years to come and whatever else it may be. But it wasn't the case. So that's a really sad thing about this situation. Like, it could have been better, but it didn't, work out that way. And maybe it kind of ended up the way it should have ended up, because this might be a cautionary tale to a lot of people coming up that, hey, you can't be acting or being this way when you get given a second chance, because quickly that shit will get taken away from you. Especially given how, easy it is to find when people do shit. Like, I don't know, maybe it's because I've just watched too many crime documentaries. I think to myself, how are people doing ride outs, but then using their own cars and then taking their phones with them, leaving DNA behind, not burning a whip, like loads of little things. It's like, bruh, like, how are you going to do a ride out in broad day, but then still have your DNA left behind? I think they found the rubber gloves that he used when he fired the shots, the bullets. Like, it's just, man. Like, some of these guys are career criminals, but they're terrible at being criminals, isn't it? They are really bad at being criminals. Like, how are you going to dedicate your life to crime and violence and all this stuff, and you're not good at it? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. But free him in the same way. And hopefully this is a lesson learned, but it's looking like he'll probably get 20 plus years. It's looking like he'll probably get 20 plus years. Talking about years. This is such a good day for me. You guys will not know anything about this. I'll probably speak about this more in depth on Taz tomorrow, but I need to touch on this lightly because, oh my God. So Ye's on the timeline going kind of crazier than he usually does. He's probably going through a bit of an episode. It feels like, should I say this? It's not just putting a bad omen out there. It feels like we're approaching the end. Yo, pick up Robert Holden. I appreciate you.
I work as an aide to an MP. Had lunch with an aide from the opposite party. He is a homeless cat also. How the F has Putin divided us but Brenda united us. The world is nuts. Also I hope Bean and Shees are well. Big up to you Oz. You are
a G. Yo, big up Robert Holden. That's fucking incredible. That is so fucking incredible. Honestly, I fucking love that. I work as an aide to an MP. If you don't know what an MP is, that's a member of parliament, basically a politician here in the UK. That is so fucking funny. Big up Robert Holden. That is so good, bro. Look at the different people we get from all around the world, all different walks of life, united in their disdain for Baba and Rinks and everyone else connected with those guys. It's absolutely incredible. Big up Robert Holden. Big up all the homeless cats out there worldwide. You feel me? Big up all of you. So yeah, I feel like with Kanye, we're reaching the end point. I feel like we're gonna reach the end. I feel like we're getting to that point now where something bad's gonna happen. Unfortunately, it just feels that way. I don't feel like this is the normal crash out. Being a fan of him as I am, following him as long as I have done, it feels like it's approaching that time. Yo, big up Assad Aziz.
Russians and Ukrainians?
Yeah, exactly.
Both Bishop fans.
Yeah, exactly. Russian and Ukrainians, and then the handshake. It'll be like that meme minute of the handshake, right? Russian and Ukrainians hating Brendan Shaw handshake. Yeah, exactly. Big up Aziz. But yeah, it feels like we're reaching the end point when it comes to Ye. Anyway, end point regardless. End point aside, this fucking rant that he's on at the moment, where he's ripping into this guy called A-CYDE, who I've known, for a long time since I was coming up in the scene, has filled me with a lot of joy. Because I suffered some very unfortunate interactions with this individual because of his ego and whatever else is going on there. And I've always thought he's a bit of a cunt and a bit of a prick, to be honest. But when people in the scene have clout and they're known and they have cool jobs, people kind of walk around eggshells and they don't want to say the truth. But I've always been like, fuck A-CYDE from the get-go. Even though, he kind of helped me in my career with getting me the job at 1948, I still think his attitude and his behavior after that was fucking deplorable. So it's great to see Ye has the same feeling that I do. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking fantastic to see him cooking A-CYDE on the timeline. I'm fucking loving every minute of it, and I'll probably cover it in depth, obviously on Taz. But I needed to mention it. I really did need to mention it because it needs to be seen. Big up fucking Ye. Unfortunately, it's gonna end in tears. Unfortunately. Moving on. Bobby Lee and his opinions on Shane Gillis. I thought this is a fucking incredible clip, by the way. Big up Blood Clot Shane Gillis for killing Bobby Lee with kindness. This was fucking great. I think it's from an episode that's due to come out or hasn't come out yet. I'm not too sure. With Dan Soda. Essentially, Bobby Lee's kind of, taking the piss out of Shane Gillis. I think in jest, tongue in cheek, but also it could be a little bit serious because how comedians are with their jealousy. And then they call up Shane Gillis on the phone, and he essentially gets told that Bobby Lee's talking shit about you, and he just kills him with kindness, and it kind of completely ruins Bobby Lee, and he kind of runs away. It's a really funny clip. I quite like this.
Shane Gillis with his girl, the influencer lady, would have never made sense in any other scenario.
Besides what?
Yo, big up Mr. O, big up Mr. O. Appreciate you.
Big up Oz. Big up chat. I'm here to pay my tithing to the Church of Oz.
You're hilarious. Big up Mr. O. There's no church here, man. I don't want to get accused of any nefarious issues. No diddling, no nothing. There's no church here. We're just some like-minded people. We're just some like-minded friends hanging out, shooting the shit. Okay, no churches here. I don't want any trouble. Appreciate you, Mr. O.
Besides famous comic influencer.
What's really interesting of him saying that, Bobby Lee? Don't you think it's projection? I feel like Bobby Lee is like, Don't you think his projection, because he is keenly aware that if he was, I think he said it before, hasn't he? I think Bobby Lee has said it before, that he knows if he wasn't a famous comedian, he would never have fucked the girls he's fucked over the years or relationship he's been in. I think you say it all the time about Kalila, right? Like Kalila would have never been into him if he wasn't a famous comedian, and he's really happy that he became a famous comedian because it allowed him to kind of have access to girls that he would have probably never had access to. So I think it's projection a little bit, because he sees Shane Gillis doing exactly the same thing, because Shane Gillis is having his moment now. He's got this really pretty young influencer girl that he's, you know, dating at the moment. So I guess it's one of those type of things where like you're seeing someone else do something that you are doing, but they're enjoying it now for the first time while they're relatively younger than him. So he's a little bit jealous, maybe a tiny bit jealous, because, you know, unfortunately in this type of industry, I'd imagine, as much as these guys like to say they're all about being each other's friends and bigging each other up, I think this scene, much like the DJ scene, is very kind of like, I won't say crabs in a barrel, but they're very jealous of each other, even the successful ones. And I think we said it before on the stream, right? That it wouldn't surprise me if the biggest haters in comedy were also the biggest comedians. Like the most famous ones are the ones that hate the most. You know how Rogan says, "Oh, if you have money, why would you care? All my famous friends." No. I think the most famous ones, the ones who have the biggest selling tours, the ones that sell the most tickets, the ones that have the podcast with the most views and downloads, those are probably the ones who hate the most, because they all feel like they deserve all the attention, all the money themselves.
I don't think so. You don't know. You underestimate Shane.
He looks like a white guy that's been in water, like a dead corpse.
Oh my God.
Are
you
calling
him
bloated? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the eyes bulge like it's been like in a swamp.
I got to tell you something right now.
I'm wrong.
He's going to come get you.
That doesn't look Shane Gillis sleeping.
Oh my God, dude. You're
damn.
Yeah. Shut up. Bobby is over here. He's on a hot one. He's talking shit about you, and we warned him, and I said,
I'm not talking shit about you, dude.
Go ahead and say it, dude.
I'll tell you what I said. All right. I think you have bulgy eyes.
Yeah.
And sometimes you look bloated.
All right.
Is that war?
Uh-oh. Is it war, Gilly?
No. Me go to war with Bobby Lee? No. I think.
By the way, that's the smartest thing anyone has ever said. I wish Brendan had friends like Shane Gillis to tell him, no. Brendan, you don't go to war with Bobby Lee. You don't fucking concoct this idea in your head that he's in fucking charge of the fucking homeless cats. Then he's behind the Reddit because you found his email in the fucking source code. You don't do that. He's beloved. Everyone fucking loves him. You know, he's well respected. Whatever else it may be, you do not go to war with Bobby Lee. Even if you feel like you have the reason to, you don't, because it might be career suicide. Wish Brendan had friends like this, but unfortunately he doesn't.
I think you're great, man. I look forward to the special.
Oh my! I feel so bad.
That's the kind of guy Gillis is.
Good luck, man. I wish you guys nothing but the best. Bobby, keep it up, man. You're hilarious.
I love you, Shane.
Damn.
That's fucking brilliant, isn't it? That is fucking brilliant. Kill them with kindness. Kill them with fucking kindness. Big up Shane Gillis. Big up Bobby Lee. Big up. Okay, let's move on. Another clip here, courtesy of the Shane Gillis subreddit. This one says, Shane on the mothership being too far on the pendulum. Rogies is not going to like this. I don't think this is such a bad clip. I think they were blowing this out of proportion, but let's play it anyway. By the way, it looks like Shane Gillis might have been... Is he on Ozempic? Is he maybe running a bit? Is he maybe cutting back on the booze? He looks a little bit thinner here.
Comedy movies are back.
True.
In a big way.
Pendulum swung. Pendulum's fully swung.
Maybe too far. Head down to the mothership, you go, oop.
Yeah.
Pendulum's maybe swung a little too far. Not everyone has to say it.
True.
Every single set.
Dude, I think
that's why we love Shane, because he says what he says what we're meant to. He says what you're not meant to say. I think this is more of a commentary on the comedy mothership, obviously. Mostly, I think it's a combination of things. It's probably him taking a piss out of all these stand-up comedians saying comedy's back in a big way, because everyone wants to make a comedy movie, right? That's the dream of all these comedians, to go back to making these really fun comedic movies. But when they get given the chance to do so, like Bert with his Machine movie, they fucking flop. So, you know, it's probably one of those type of things of getting annoyed at everyone saying it and then not delivering. And then I think the pendulum has swung is obviously tied in maybe to the overabundance of shitty people at the mothership now, who are saying the same things about the pendulum swinging, about cancel culture being over, about the return to fucking edgy comedy, saying what you feel, saying what you mean, not giving a fuck about pissing people off, Like, it's kind of like it feels like he's saying it's like a copy of that era when everyone was saying the Comedy Store was the best it's ever been. So I think that's what he's kind of commenting on, which is nice to hear because you don't really hear a lot of it from these people, innit? So it's good as fucking good as fucking good. Big up Shane Gillis. Love to hear it. Love to fucking hear it. Continuing on. Let's quickly watch this video because I haven't watched it yet. I want to react to it. This is courtesy of Abra and Preach. It's a Joe Rogan podcast. Changed my life 13 years ago. I can't watch it now. True words have never been said. True words have never been said. I also feel the same way. Let's play this clip.
All right, you know what? Why don't we take a chance on something? I wrote a single sentence and I'm like, I think this is a topic. You ready? Joe Rogan changed my life. And it's embarrassing to say that I was ever a fan of the podcast.
So Joe Rogan saved your life.
Whoa. Changed.
See, yeah, that's what's that. So Joe Rogan saved your life.
Changed.
And then
changed.
You want to call him daddy.
I don't want to. Yeah, I knew you was on some bullshit. As soon as that was saved word came out, you made it sound like I was a kitten in a box, and then so you found me at the bottom of a fucking dirt hill.
That's what you said.
So anyways, like I was saying, Daddy Rogan.
Yes, Daddy.
I think a lot of people right now have varying feelings about Joe Rogan. A lot of people hate him. A lot of people love him, depending on which aisle of the political spectrum you lie. My issue or my contention is not so much as the political stuff. I know a lot of people might not believe that. It's more so the actual essence of the podcast and how much that's drastically changed. I used to watch Joe when I was like 21, so that's a good 13, 14 years ago. It's important to give that context because at the time that I picked up on Joe Rogan, the internet was a completely different place. Mm-hmm. The idea of podcasts weren't a thing. People didn't even, they used to mock it. They used to think it was really fucking stupid. There was no money in it at the start of it. And it was also a time.
You know what's really sad too, by the way? I've just thought about this now. You know what's really sad? At no point was it cool to say listen to Joe Rogan. I'm just thinking about it now. When I started listening to him first, that was like just in TV times, around the time of that kind of clip, really early on. It wasn't cool to say you would listen to this guy. And now, however many years has gone by, and he's turned into this fucking cunt that he is now, it's also not cool to say you listen to Rogan. So never was there a time where you could enjoy aloud, or you could kind of, you know, talk about your love for Rogan with a loud voice. It was never ever a thing. Fucking hell.
Time where there wasn't much information out there, or people didn't know how to access the information because the internet was so bare bones for quite some time. So when I first,
big up Teju, long time Wagwan. I would never admit to a woman that I watched JRE. Yo, funny you say that, man. I got one of the biggest. I got one of the biggest. I got one of my most hurtful turndowns ever when I posted something about Jordan Peterson, and I had like a situation lined up, and that completely got the door shut on it. And I got sent this like was there like a letter, but like basically a message on I think Facebook or something back in the day when I used to use Facebook, basically saying I can't do this with you because of what you shared with this person. And that person, I don't see them anymore. I don't know who they are. I don't know where they are now in life. But I have to be honest, I have to thank them because they were early on the hate with Jordan Peterson. They were early, like, no, this guy's a piece of shit. This guy's this guy's a wanker. And then I decided to share. I don't know. I think I might have shared that I bought the book 12 Rules for Life, or that I went to a I've got what I shared on Instagram or something. And that person saw it and was like, nah, you ain't getting this. You ain't getting this anymore. And I remember being so gutted. I was like, oh my fucking God, how did I fumble this? Like, I didn't even have a chance to fail, at trying to get it. I failed before I even had a chance to try, which was even fucking worse, honestly, man. But she was right, man. She was right. She was fucking right.
Stumbled on it. Like, Joe Rogan experience looked so different at the time. It was like, so at first it started with him and Brian Redband on one camera. Mm-hmm. It was like a webcam. It was horrible quality.
Yeah, how's the quality? Sound, video wise? Does it sound all right? Can you see us all right?
And it was just
but I'm going to start that again, having my fucking whole URL down below. I want to do that again. I'm inspired by the fucking Playboy Carti album rollout and these music videos, that early 2010s kind of aesthetic. I want to go back to that.
them talking. There was all kinds of like overlays of shit moving. It was ghetto as fuck. I didn't watch that too much. But the next iteration was the split screen era. And the split screen era was when him, Brian Redband, oftentimes another comic, like 95% of his guests were comics or MMA fighters. Why? Because at the time, that's the only people that Joe really had access to.
Yo, big up, Enjoy Ranger. So
much for helping young, vulnerable men, Jordy.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, he killed me, man. It still makes me shudder to this day. Big up Young God Vibes. I was hacked, exactly. I wish I would have went with that defense, actually. Big up Brendan Mallory getting dumped over a book. That's the thing. I don't even think I got dumped. That's what made it harder to accept and process back then. It wasn't even that I got dumped because nothing happened. Like I got like pre-dumped, if that's even a thing. You know, like and it was going so well too. Like we were cool, we used to like vibe and shit, you know. Like there was a strong possibility that something could have happened, and it didn't even get there because I shared something on Instagram stories or something. Brutal. And in the end, she was right.
Much. Even though he'd done Fear Factor, he wasn't the kind of person he is today where he has access to billionaires and everything in between. So it's just him and these guys. And I would listen to all these conversations, and what was really entertaining for me is that in the sea of like commercial television, it was the first time that I was just seeing guys just talk about stuff and talk about it candidly. Exactly. And it made me think of conversations I'd had with people at one.
Exactly. That was a big thing. That was a big pull. Thank you for Aaron Preach for specifying that or for making that clear. That was a big thing. That was a big pull early on for Rogan. It was, for once, you were hearing these like unfiltered conversations that you have with your friends, conversations that you had at work, conversations you might have overheard somewhere in a bar, but you don't really see them on TV or whatever because everything's neutered, everything's kind of synthesized or whatever else it may be. So at least you got some real honest opinions, point of views, you know, rambling conversations and shit, interviews, long form on that particular podcast. That's exactly what kind of drew me to it. And it was less even about Rogan. It was more so to do about his gaggle of people around him. He kind of did a really good job of being the host, but not making it all about him, which is a weird balance to have. But it always felt like it was like this conversation happening, like in a group setting around some random people. But now it's turned into his just microphone to say what he wants to say.
One in my life, or conversations I wish I could have on a more regular basis. So for me, it was
exactly. Big up Andrew W. Exactly. I miss when podcasts felt like eavesdropping. Exactly. And less like being lectured to or being told off, you know. How do I feel like now? Or being fucking, you know, what's that thing called? Kidnapped, you know?
Very insightful. And his approach to a lot of things was like an extreme level of curiosity mingled in with a healthy dose of skepticism.
Yeah.
And that last part's really important. So when I'm listening to him talk about, there's one video I'll never forget. It's like Joe Rogan on relationships, and I think it was him talking to his good friend Duncan Trussell. And here it is, just two guys who fucking love mushrooms, psychedelics, and talk about life.
No, this guy was awesome, and he was, one of the things he talked about is in some religious tradition.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even, have you noticed this, by the way? Even the Duncan Trussell episodes aren't good. There used to be a time when people used to get a little bit bored of hearing the same, you know, talking points from Rogan when it came to UFC, MMA, jiu-jitsu, stand-up, you know, whatever else it may be, and weed and shit. People would always pine for the Duncan Trussell episodes because they were a lot more like mind-expanding and whatever else it may be. And even now, the Duncan Trussell episodes have gone down the sinker because he kind of pushes a lot of that shit on Duncan Trussell. And even now, people on the Duncan Trussell subreddit are calling out Duncan Trussell for selling himself out and going down that fucking Rogan path of like sounding a little bit conservative, sounding a little bit right wing, you know, certain talking points. Like he has, in a weird way, contaminated everybody with his shit now at the moment.
How they like hold the scriptures. A rabbi like had his students hold the scriptures over their heart, and when they were memorizing them, and they would say, "Why do we do this?" And he said, "So that when your heart breaks, they'll fall in." And it's a beautiful idea, which is that heartbreak is actually your ego cracking. And the moment that cracks, you're in the experience of truth. And when you're in the experience of truth, that's when you can really become who you are. This is like something that I like that Ram Dass says.
When do you hear those type of conversations on Rogan anymore? These type of insights that come from just smoking a bunch of weed and just rambling and being comfortable around your friends and shit. Where does that happen? It doesn't happen anymore. You just hear the same talking points about Trump, the same conversations about Gaza, the same conversations about Ukraine, Russia, Putin, Elon Musk being fucking amazing. Like, it's just too much, bro. It's too fucking much. My heart breaks. My heart breaks for the old GRE.
Which is like, if you don't feel like meditating, don't meditate. Don't force it. Don't impose this on yourself. Keep doing the thing you're doing that's upsetting you so much. Have the balls to keep doing the fucking thing that you're doing. Keep doing it. Society is going to tell you, don't be like this. Stop being like this. You have to change. That's what your parents always say. The idea is like, no, sink into what you are right now. Just be that thing. God forgive me because I've quoted it way too many times, but it's better to be an honest street sweeper than a dishonest king.
Yo, those are bars that could relate to everybody that Rogan knows. That's a bar that you could put in front of Brendan Schaub's face and he might shrivel up and die. Touch wood, he doesn't. But you know what I mean? That is a fucking bar. That is a fucking bar. One more time.
Right now. Just be that thing. God forgive me because I've quoted it way too many times, but it's better to be an honest street sweeper than a dishonest king. It's better to be a happy guy brushing fucking leaves up the street than it is to be some zillionaire who inside is dying or numb or miserable. Mostly numb. Numb's the word. Most people are just numb.
But as long as these people can quantify on paper, I still have a X million.
Yo, big up Robert Holt. I appreciate you.
Do you think Dana did Joe dirty by pulling his into the Trump sphere? Dana is a ruthless guy, so I see this as possible.
No. Big up Robert Holt. No. Don't give Dana that much credit. This version of Rogan we have to blame COVID and the lockdowns. Maybe specifically Gavin Newsom, but we have to blame specifically COVID and the lockdowns. That's what broke Rogan's brain. For most of his life, or for all of his life, because Rogan's been famous and rich since he's like 20s and shit, right? He's always had money. He's always had good jobs. He has always done what he wanted. If you think about it, he's always done what he wanted when he wanted. He became really famous with his podcast that allowed him to live a life by his own terms, right? He's always spoken about his version of wealth is being able to pay for dinner without having to look at the bill. He's able to have his own club, all this stuff he's had, right? And I think COVID was a real mindfuck because it was the first time somebody told Rogan no. He's probably never heard no in his entire adult life in terms of wanting to do things. Everything can always be done for Rogan because of his name, because of his connections, because of the money. He's always had the opportunity to do what he wants. Then COVID comes around and the world basically goes on pause and he doesn't know what to do, especially with comedy. That's another thing that he kind of loves as well, even though he's not good at it. And he's never been the same since. Big up KP.
Joe had right-wing brainworm larva in his head pre-COVID.
Yeah, pre-COVID he did have a larva. Yes, he did. But COVID really broke it. If you want to say the moment that it broke it, he would have maybe ended up in this position or this point of view maybe 5 years down the line. I think so. But I think it got sped up and it went fucking really crazy because of COVID. People really underestimate the impact COVID and lockdown had on Rogan's brain. I think it honestly did break him. Being told no, being told you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't go and tour, you can't perform at the Comedy Store. If you go on tour, you have to do it on the stage outside with people in their cars wearing masks and shit. He couldn't handle that. He could not handle it, which is why we got this.
$1 million home. My car still costs X thousand dollars. This suit is an X suit. I am still ahead.
I think it's big up Z. COVID turned a lot of people against government. I think it's okay to get turned against your government, especially if you live in a state where the lockdown measures were incredibly harsh. Especially if you live in a country where, or just you live, or basically your way of life, your business was completely changed forever. I know a bunch of people, especially in my little scene of like techno and nightlife people who've moved to Berlin. Imagine that people have moved to Berlin to pursue a career in nightlife or to pursue a career in music and shit. And then COVID happens and the whole Berlin scene of whatever raves and stuff gets completely locked off. So there's no going out anymore. Now you're locked indoors in a place that you just moved to. You don't know the language. People went through depression and shit. I think if I'm not mistaken, like the rates of like people going to see a therapist and shit spiked during COVID. So I have no problem with you turning against the government. The issue I have with Rogan is that there was never an acceptance of what was going on in the world. There was never a time to pause and take a breather. All of these comedians are the same. And this is Rogan, some of the richest guys in the world, right? This is why I really despise all the people, the DJs out there who are playing sets in like third world countries because they had less COVID restrictions. I felt like, why couldn't these guys just take a break? We all had to take a break by force, right? Even if we didn't want to. It gave us a chance to take a breather. It gave us a chance to maybe reflect on our lives, to maybe stop doing certain things. Some people just increased what they were doing. Some people in my friendship group, ended up getting pets, ended up, becoming married, ended up having kids and shit. People end up leaving the country, moving to different cities. It gave everybody a chance to kind of, have a look at their life because we were all going on autopilot, myself included, in the fucking rat race. It kind of gave us a moment to pause. These motherfuckers thought they were above it. They didn't need to pause. Comedy was the most important thing. Like, even though our jobs were being, were put at risk, even though some of our livelihoods are being taken away from us, inability to see our families, all this malarkey, these guys got given, these guys were basically forcing the issue to try and do comedy because they felt like it was an intrinsic right that every person needed to experience comedy and they had to be on stage and they were fucking, I don't know, health workers, whatever that fucking term was, to go out there. That's the really thing that really annoyed me, that they thought they were above the lockdown. They thought that the lockdown didn't apply to them. They could just go about doing what they wanted to do. That type of arrogance, that type of that type of fucking what's that thing called? That type of entitlement really drove me nuts. Not gonna lie.
I am not going to abandon all these things.
As long as they don't see through the bullshit of the game they think they're winning.
They have to fall. Right. Yeah, it's almost like you have to fall to really. That's.
Oh, interesting perspective. Big up Chris Mack. Interesting perspective. I'd almost say that the lockdown saved Bert's career. He was already getting annoying and falling off, but those drive-in movie theater tours and his super squad bus tour brought him back in a big way. That's actually a very good point. That's actually a very good point. He adapted very well to the lockdowns, didn't he? In terms of doing those outdoor shows. And maybe because of his style of comedy, it suits those type of shows anyway. But yeah, he adapted very well, and he did do really well with those drive-in shows. And like you said, I forgot what that bus thing was called actually before they did something. I thought they did like a tour, didn't they? I forgot what it was called. I think I went to go to one. I think they did one in the baseball stadium. They did like a big tour. I forgot the name of it, where they had loads of comedians up. So he adapted to it really well. Yeah, some comedians, it made them, to be fair, even for me, I have to be fair. My original channel, the Jackson Zinger channel, before I split the thing, the reason why I even started the random show was because of COVID. I was at home working. Well, at that time, I don't think I had a job. I'm not too sure. But basically, my YouTube quote-unquote career popped off mainly because of COVID. And I started talking about this comedy stuff, and then suddenly people were watching and shit because everyone had nothing to do. So it definitely benefited some people and hurt some people. I just didn't really like the arrogance and entitlement that these guys had to feel as if like the rules didn't apply to them. The world was on fire, but it was most important for them to go on stage at the Comedy Store or something. It was like, go fuck yourself.
What you gotta appreciate those moments.
And also the questioning of like people who took the virus seriously. Like in the beginning, we all got fucking duped by the government, who basically made us feel like, big up NJ Ranger, appreciate you, brother.
Flat broke Gino Biscondi ended up getting a MF killed evading lockdowns as if people needed to hear his screaming the N-word brand of comedy. Man face bombing emoji.
Don't get me started. Don't get me fucking started. Don't get me fucking started. Don't get me fucking started. Oh yeah. Honestly, it drives me nuts. It drives me fucking nuts. And pick up NJ Ranger.
When it all falls apart on you, because that means you've got an opportunity to try it again.
Are you close with your dad?
I never met my dad. Wow. Single parent. You never met my dad. So thanks for bringing that up.
Wow, Eric Griffin, rare Eric Griffin JRE appearance.
I don't know mine either. Mine's name is Joe Rogan.
Shit, he's out there someplace.
He's out there. The good thing is it made me realize that you can't count on people, but you can count on
trust
some people.
Issues,
but
man.
I definitely had
That's
trust issues for a long
right
time,
there.
But become someone that people count on and count on people.
That's what you do.
I have a tight group of friends. Like me and my friends are very close.
I get it.
I would do anything for my friends, and family too.
See, I have there's a certain level of loyalty that I have because of that
because
too.
of that, yeah. Well, you understand it. Whereas someone who grows up in a big household filled with people and the family was always there and everybody was there, you might take people for granted a little bit.
What? Doesn't work that way, mate. You don't take people. If anything, when you grew up, especially myself, a good example, I grew up, I think, in a quote-unquote big family. And if anything, it was told to us, hey, look around, look all the good times you're having. These are, or even with the bad times, these are the people that you can only count on when push comes to shove. I remember when we were younger, I think some people in the stream chat could agree, like with their parents. My parents are like, I think the same as every parent. I used to always hate him. My mum would be telling me about some guys that I'll be friends with. This guy's a bad one. Keep away from him. Don't bring him to the house. I'd have to make up a lie if I was going out with that particular boy because I didn't want mum to know. And then many years down the line, it turns out this guy gets locked up for murder. This guy is on the run for this. So everyone that they said was a problem turned out to be a problem. And when they said in the end, when push up comes to shove and you really need help, the only people that can really help you are the ones in your house, your actual family, who sometimes you can be at odds with. But I think growing up in a big family, you are told that. You are told to kind of count on the ones that you count on and kind of keep your eye open on the ones that you don't need to count on, sort of thing. I don't think it's a thing just because you're born in a big family that you are more naive and prone to trusting people that you shouldn't trust. If anything, it's opposite. If anything, I find people that grew up in big families are usually very, you have to really earn their trust, earn their loyalty, because they only trust the ones who have kind of been there since they were in the quote unquote sandbox. Or what do I know?
A bit. My daughter, my youngest, we were playing the other day in the pool, and there was a point in time we were just laughing about something together, just laughing, and I'm looking at her face and she's laughing, and I felt like I was on drugs. I was like, the love that I have for these people is so intense. And it's also, I didn't get that when I was a kid. I didn't
know exactly what you're saying, man.
If Joe just did that kind of stuff the rest of his life, most people look at it as like, okay, it's two hippies just yapping away, and you would move on for your day. But it was really interesting stuff.
Honestly, when do you get those moments on JRE now? When do you get those moments of vulnerability? Yo, big up KP.
JRE is pseudotherapy. Actual therapy is good.
This is actually true too. Unfortunately, this is actually very true. It might sting a bit because I think that's speaking directly to me. I think there was a period in my life where I was maybe looking for my way via these podcasts and having these fucking parasocial relationships with these people, thinking they had your best interests at heart when really, not really, they don't fucking know you. And then they turn out to be fucking cunts, and then your heart gets broken. KP spitting, nothing but hot fire there.
Because for me, especially from the immigrant background that I came from, I never heard anybody my whole life talk about introspection.
Exactly.
I never heard anybody my whole life talk about therapy.
Same.
I never heard anybody in my whole life talk about being incredibly selfless in the way that you approach relationships.
Yo, big up Ashley Cummings.
Kiss mark emoji. I love you, you Oz.
Love you too, Ashley. Love you too. Wagwan G. Wagwan to Ashley Cummings. Bang your chest. Wagwan Ashley Cummings. Appreciate you.
These were all foreign concepts to me that were very much in line with, I think, a lot of the values that I wanted to embody, but I never saw in much of the media that I would watch. As a result, that podcast really opened my mind. And it taught me about a lot of things. And I credit Joe Rogan to some degree because after my father passed away when I was 21, psychedelics were probably one of the best things I had for me to help me through that. And it was very therapeutic for helping me to really analyze what.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I wonder how those people feel. All those people who were introduced to psychedelics, DMT, jujitsu, bow hunting, so on, like in a really sincere way, because a lot of people got introduced to that sort of thing. I think I didn't do jujitsu. I ended up doing like Muay Thai and shit and MMA. I never really did jujitsu specifically, but I remember a lot of people when I was growing up, kind of my little community of seeing people, we all kind of got introduced to certain things through Rogan, and kind of people use Rogan as kind of like their, I wouldn't say their North Star, but their guide rails in terms of figuring out what to do. And now I wonder what these people are looking at him like.
What I had going on inside me and helped me heal from it. I had some crazy experience as a result that really helped me kind of move past that traumatic experience. And so I credit it. And it's also the thing that put me on stand-up. It's probably the thing that put me on Patrice O'Neal, Bill Burr, a lot of these other people. And as a result, it kind of changed my trajectory in life from straying away from the military towards more artistic endeavors. And so I credit the podcast a lot of times. And I felt always very proud of that because of the fact that what it did for me was so huge. And I never take that away.
Same. I think I wouldn't have got into all the things I got into when it comes to like self-actualization, when it comes to introspection, when it comes to fitness, when it comes to workouts, when it comes to fucking, you know, whatever, martial arts, when it comes to just, you know, being curious and open-minded, all these type of things. I think I would never have gotten it if I didn't, because I think I followed them both back to back. I listened to the Jerry and the Bill Burr podcast back to back. This is probably why I ended up doing stuff solo, mainly because of Bill Burr, because I heard him doing it and it sounded pretty good and fun, and it was easy to do on your own instead of like trying to get people to interview all the time. So those are the people that I kind of, you know, got into first place. So it's kind of wild to see where Rogan's ended up and where Bill Burr's ended up. These two people who I kind of followed from the beginnings, you know, and kind of thought a lot of, and kind of, you know, heeded some of their advice or whatever, or insights. And now, you know, they're both on two different fucking ends of the spectrum.
So have you ever done DMT?
Like all of a sudden I'd be trying to prove that I'm not crazy when I knew.
Big up A-CYDE, big up A-CYDE.
Oz thought Rogan had his best interests at heart until he woke up one day with a year's supply of alpha brain and a room full of kettlebells. Could the carnivore diet have been a lie? Is DMT really the god molecule?
I feel so attacked, but I also feel so seen. I feel so attacked, but I feel also so seen and acknowledged. Oh, thank you, A-CYDE. I needed that. You know what's funny? You mentioned that. You know what's funny? Not recently, like let's say a few years ago, you know, the kind of penny dropped on me with the whole carnivore diet when I realized that it was less about carnivore and more so about eliminating everything else. So all the things that were, you know, espoused about the carnivore diet and its benefits, like, this is not really about the carnivore and the meat you're eating. It's more so about all the other things that you're not eating. So it's basically an elimination diet. So if you figure out the things that are, like, you know, not working for you, maybe cause inflammation, that might cause certain things, that's the best way to go about things. But you don't need to just eat steak every day, you know? It's not that deep. When I realized that, I was like, this is all a bit of a scam, isn't it? That's when my brain broke. Oh, big up A-CYDE.
Knew I wasn't crazy.
Fast forward a couple of years later, there's a shift that happens, and now Joe's podcast is picking up traction. It's not what it is today at all, or even close, but it's definitely getting more popular. And at this point, he's moved to a studio. It looks like a bit more of a professional setup. Now he's inviting all kinds of people who are experts in sleep, which was huge for me because I have sleep apnea, and it's probably one of the...
Yeah, that podcast probably made that guy's career, by the way. And now have you seen him? Yo, big up.
Real talk, is Miley a man?
Nah, let's not do that. Miley's a pretty girl. Miley's a pretty girl. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I don't think Miley's a man. I think she has very strong energy. She's definitely very alpha, but I don't think she gives man. What do you guys think in the stream chat? I don't think Miley Cyrus gives man. I think she just gives very strong, driven woman, to be fair. But allegedly she might do the Super Bowl next year, isn't it? They're saying Miley Cyrus might be the Super Bowl halftime performer next year.
The biggest things that influenced me to actually get the machine so I could start sleeping again, because I ended up learning like just how fucked up it is when you don't get good rest. He'd have people that were like neuroscientists, people that are reputable, some quack scientists as well. But Joe,
big up Ashley Cummings. I'm serious. Okay, fair play. Well, I'm serious too. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it.
Was really expanding, and it was really interesting for me because it was conversations I had never seen elsewhere, and I was really enjoying it. And again, a lot of you are like, oh, you never saw these conversations? This is 2013, 2014. There was no places that they're having these conversations, unless it was some obscure TED Talk that you would never find. So yes, you have to give him some level of credit. He was one of the few, if only, people who were doing it and were relatively popular and consistent. And then he would even bring on political people. And Joe, as a self-proclaimed liberal, would have liberal people on, conservatives, and I enjoyed listening to the conservatives, oftentimes more than liberals, because they were more entertaining, just being honest.
Look, here's the thing.
Fine. Listen,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
But one thing I respected about Joe in that era is that even if he had a conservative on, he would push back. And he would push back on his ideals and be very vocal about it. And if you don't believe me, look at what happened when Candace Owens went on. She started yapping away about...
Big up Ashley Cummings. She's fucking not letting go of this fucking of her agenda against Miley Cyrus. I read and heard some things, and she comes from one of those families. You can tell when the shoulders are wider than the hips. Fucking hell. I don't want to believe it either, but so many of these women were legit men. I mean, born men. Fucking hell, honestly. I should come into on a mad one, please. No more Miley Cyrus slander, please, man. She got an amazing voice. I still fucking. What's that album that she made? What's that one called again? Is it called Bonkers? The one that was what was that album? I still fucking listen to that album. The album was fucking banging. What's it called again? Not Bangers. Was it Bangers? Yeah, was it Bangers? I think Bangers might be the one that I liked, isn't it? Yeah, Bangers was the one. That was a fucking good album. That was a fucking good album, man. There's some fucking hits on that shit. Ugh, actually, Cummins ruining it for everyone.
About climate and stuff like that, and Joe didn't let her off the hook, and I don't think she's been back on since.
Big up Robert Holden.
Random show. Come for Oz, stay for the A-CYDE disease. But seriously, it's really sad to see what Joe is now. He used to be so cool. Is there a way back for him, A-CYDE? I mean, Oz tongue.
Exactly. 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 I really don't think there's a way back. I don't think there's a way back. I think it's done. I think maybe I'm just a little bit pessimistic in that way when it comes to these type of things. But I don't think people change. I don't think people can change as easy as people think they can. I think when people do make a change, you just celebrate it and really make a big deal out of acknowledging it. But I think most people can't change. I think when people are set in their ways, they're set in their ways. I think it's really hard to change in life when everything has been given to you. And no, you basically won, you know, and you become rich and you become successful. You have no reason to change. And because sometimes you change through just circumstances of failing or not succeeding or not reaching your goals. But Rogan has everything. He has more money than God. You know, like he's only going to get worse. If anything, he's only going to get worse. He's not going to get any better. I don't think so personally. So yeah, it's not going to get any better anytime soon. He's not going to come back. If anything, the good thing about it is that he's put so much content out there that you can go back and listen to the times when it was good. You can re-listen to those old periods. But to expect Rogan to go back to how good he was prior, it's not going to happen. It's done. This Rogan that we have now is what we have to kind of deal with, unfortunately. Same thing goes to Elon Musk. Same thing goes to Kanye in the same way.
The climate is forever changing. Like that's the problem, is that people are making it seem like that's something weird. It's not
that's
unique.
not. Exactly, Andrew W. Basically, at his age, especially at his age, he's crystallized, I'm afraid. Exactly, yeah. His mind is crystallized. It's cemented. It's whatever. It's done. There's no coming back from it.
You're misrepresenting the issue.
Look what happened when Steven Crowder came on and started talking about how weed is.
Yeah, exactly, Z. Exactly. I've grown, man. It's this stream chat, bro. This stream chat's broken me as well. LMAO, I remember when you believed Brendan would make a comeback. You have changed as well. Exactly, true. I just think sometimes I believe, like with Brendan, I think it was possible because of the failures. But obviously, I've seen with Brendan that that's not the case. If anything, he kind of does a good job of sort of like, you know, convincing himself that the failures aren't a failure. And then also convincing himself that he's never wrong and everyone else is wrong. You know, that he's always right and everyone's wrong. So that isn't going to help. But I think when it comes to Rogan, there's just no need to change. Why would he? He's surrounded by yes men. He's, you know, essentially put himself in a position where he's like a kingmaker now with a podcast and comedy, with the opening of the Mothership. He's put himself in the center of this new administration and government. He's now been able to demonstrate how powerful podcasts are with the election, with Trump winning the election, although I don't think it was precisely because of his podcast, but people are now running with that narrative. That's emboldened him. That's probably gave him, you know, a little bit more of an ego, inflated his mind even more, and like Andrew W. pointed out, crystallized his mind further. So I don't think it's changing anytime soon.
He's the devil and all this stuff, and Joe let him have it. It was one of their biggest, you know, spats.
Traffic fatalities regarding marijuana have skyrocketed.
Google that, because that's nonsense. I think it was revealed in the WikiLeaks memos.
See, this is where I was saying,
it was,
don't
hold
care
on,
about
don't
this.
interrupt me, you fuck.
But at the same time, he would not shy away from disagreeing with liberals on things that were important. He had Jamie Kilstein. You know who that is?
No.
Yeah,
Short guy, white guy with glasses.
Yeah.
He was part of like a lot of the Me Too stuff, and Joe let him have it. Joe unloaded on the dude.
You know that's worse than saying, wouldn't it be funny if someone just him?
That's not worse.
It is worse. Murder's worse.
Murder's way worse than
murder.
This guy basically he was one of those male feminist guys. He's also now been radicalized, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's also he does the whole right wing grift now as well, Jamie Kelsey, if I'm not mistaken.
It's worse than man.
I don't think we can have this conversation.
You're crazy. You would rather be murdered than
Probably top 3 biggest fights Joe's ever had on the podcast.
Yeah. Really?
Yes. He was
pushing back on what?
A lot of the Me Too stuff at the time.
Okay.
Yeah. If I remember, Jamie Kelsey was like a hyper feminist type comedian.
Gotcha. Where is he now?
So funny enough, he's changed his tune. But that's a tape for a different day. Remember that guy who does Adam Hates Everything or something like that?
Yes.
He brought that dude, and he was letting him have it too.
So you think that males should be able to compete in the women's division of weightlifting?
No, I don't necessarily.
But they can if they transition.
Well, first of all,
so you would see that Joe would have.
Why can't you get those kind of guests on the show more? Honestly, I do appreciate it. As crazy as those type of people are, I think it's beneficial to have those type of perspective on a pod, to debate those type of things. I really want that to come out perfectly again, but it's not going to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. Big up, Mr. O.
Oz listens to Miley Cyrus while he has his Berlin leather on and eating a chicken burger.
Uche Okoila, if you're around, please ban Mr. O. Uche Okoila, if you're around, please, when you see this, ban Mr. O indefinitely, okay? Ban him.
Have people from all ends of the political spectrum, but he was always not shy about pushing back. And that's something that I truly appreciate.
That's the first it's meant.
Yes. I think I tuned out of the podcast actually before COVID. It's like 2018, 2019. I started tuning out a little bit, and that's more so when the IDW phase started, which if you don't know what the IDW is, it's called the Intellectual Dark Web. Okay.
To be fair, I kind of got hoodwinked by this shit. I'm not gonna lie. This phase of Rogan, I kind of got hoodwinked by it. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of got hoodwinked by it. I'm ashamed to say it, but I kind of got roped into this shit. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Super nerdy. I thought it was one of the gayest titles I'd ever seen. It is.
Intellectual Dark Web.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was to do exactly big up KP. Now looking back, yes, dork, but I think it was to do because of the books. I think because at that time, I think that's when I got heavy into reading. I was reading like 4 books a month, if not like 6 or 7. I was watching a ton of fucking TEDx fucking presentations, whatever they keynote. Sorry. I was watching and following a lot of podcasts about startups and business and entrepreneurship and stuff. And I think also that's the time around maybe I started listening to Lex Friedman a little bit. So I was in my little phase where I thought of myself as a smart guy. So I guess when I was watching and reading all that sort of stuff, it kind of emboldened me, It kind of made me feel good. Yo, big up Ashley Cummings.
Kolia is here.
Oh yeah, big up Kolia, big up Kolia in the chat. Big up my guy K. Big up my guy K in the chat. Big up Ashley Cummings too. Appreciate you. Yeah, IDW got me.
Essentially is Comic-Con for niggas with doctorates. You got a degree, you a big fucking nerd, social reject, come join us. It was like that.
Yeah, and I think that was also around the time when I was getting into yeah, that's, to be fair to me, I think the IDW thing was a phase. Yo, big up NJ Ranger.
IDW equals worst supervillain group ever. Dave Rubin legit redacted gay Uncle Tom. Ben Shapiro, gifted kid. Mad Dr. JP. And Warts Weinstein over there.
Warts Weinstein.
Bang your chest to mate.
Yeah. Big up Coyle in the chat. Appreciate you. Warts Weinstein. To be fair to me, the time that I got into the intellectual dark web was around the same time. No, before that I was listening to Tim Ferriss, because my podcast introduction was Rogan, Tim Ferriss, and Bill Burr. I think those were my podcasts I got into when I first got into that whole scene. And then through that, I listened to like startup ones. Big up Asad Aziz, appreciate you.
Could convince us to buy a tanning bed, so gullible.
It helps with muscle definition. Trust me, it helps with muscle definition. Anyway. So I think about that. At the same time I was getting to the IDW, I was also getting into like polyglots. Do you remember that whole phase? I'm not sure if you guys remember this, but I forgot who the guy's name was. The black guy. He passed away though. I think it was like Lao Shu. Is it Lao Shu? Big up Coiler. Appreciate it, brother.
Give us a 360. I see you lifting every day.
Yeah, we out here. Every day we lift, man. We have to get this weight down fucking by April. End of April is my fucking goal. I need to be like, sub 200 pounds. At the moment I'm a little bit off it, but we need to get there. So we're going super hard. Bill Coiler. So I think around the same time I was getting into language learning, and there was a big like polyglot scene on YouTube. There was this guy called Lao Shu, I think his name was. I think he was from was it North Carolina? I don't know where it is. Somewhere in America where there's loads of Somalians. Or is it like, where is it again? There's a state somewhere in America where there was a big Somalian community, and I saw this like black guy basically speaking their language, and then he started speaking Chinese because there's a big Chinese community out there. He'd record videos of himself basically, talking to people in their native language, and he'd speak about language learning. Yeah, Minnesota, that's the one. NJ Ranger, yes, Minnesota. That's the one. Minnesota.
Oz is coming to LA.
Yes. Hopefully this year actually. Hopefully this year. Big up Ashley Cummins here. Hopefully this year. LA is on the books. Coiler, that guy was real. Yeah, no, he was amazing. I think he passed away, unfortunately. I think he died under some very unfortunate circumstances. I really feel sad for him, man. But yeah, I got into that, and Interstellar Dark Web popped up around the same time. And obviously around that same time too is when I maybe started using the dark web anyway for all those fucking dark web markets and shit. So I think that was the whole reason why I got into the dark web. Podcasts, language learning, the dark web itself, all this sort of shit.
Gotcha.
So you had like Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, I think Ben Shapiro maybe. Joe Rogan, a couple other people. Some of them have already left, but it was a really cringe movement, in my opinion. But I saw Joe, all of a sudden, a lot of reoccurring guests would start appearing, and a lot of them all leaned to the right. That was like, it was a reoccurring theme, and a lot of them were grifters. Like Dave Rubin, he's not allowed on the podcast anymore. He big, and Joe's talking shit about him. But you would see these people that would start coming on.
Yeah, Joe Rogan kicked him out of the group so hard, didn't it, Dave Rubin? He kicked Dave Rubin out of the group so fucking quickly. He still has Eric Weinstein on. He still talks to Brett. He doesn't talk to Sam Harris anymore. But he kicked Dave Rubin out of the group so fucking quick.
Where was that? It's got like 2018, 2019. My timeline, I'm going roughly. But I think when I really saw Joe, I could not watch episodes anymore, was definitely after the pandemic. And to be fair, I understand why. Legacy Media definitely did Joe.
Yo, big up. KP, would you do yoga with Ashley? Yeah, I'll attempt to. I will try and do everything once, but these fucking hips, these hip flexors, they're not as wide and they're not as open as they should be. So it might end in complete failure.
Dirty with how they covered him. With COVID.
Yeah, a drug that has been shown to stop viral replication in vitro. You know that, right? Why would they lie and say that's horse dewormer? I can afford people medicine, motherfucker. This is ridiculous. It's just a lie.
I don't think anyone is thick.
But don't you think...
They definitely did him super dirty. But I think that also partially broke his brain. Because after that, he was never the same. And then podcasts, like every time, it would always just be some spiel about conservative stuff. And there would be zero pushback. Jamie would correct him sometimes. He'd be like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. You just move on. But I'm like, bro, you were just spreading lies for a good, 2-3 minutes. You get fact check and there's no introspection, all this stuff that you'd always encourage. Like, you are not looking at your biases. Because in an odd way, Joe's the reason why part of the reasons why I became such an introspective person. But I feel like he's lost a lot of those qualities now that he's in this phase of his life for the last 4 or 5 years. That's what it feels like when I watch the pod now.
I can't understand why. And anyways, keep on going.
No, I've been talking for a long time. So
the dates corroborate. And then COVID happened, and they really exaggerated everything. They basically lied. So
yeah, that's the thing. I think someone said the exact same thing. I think it's hard not to big up Koila, stream chat.
Yoga and breathing exercises. You finna make those baggies vanish.
Big up Koila. You know the deal. It's weird though, isn't it? Because it's like, on one hand, I get why Rogan's brain got broken. I get why he's where he's at now. Because like these guys are saying, the media did do him dirty, innit? I think they saw his reach. I think that's when the media started to really understand how big Joe Rogan was. And they got really concerned that he was going to convince people not to basically heed the mask mandate, not to take the vaccine, all this type of stuff. So they got panicked. They panicked, right? And they overcorrected. They tried to do too much. And then they eventually ended up lying on his name, ended up trying to like skew certain things, which ended up making them look worse and essentially emboldened Rogan even more to his position, or wedded him even more to his position. So we are where we are at the moment. But I still think he went a little bit too nuts anyway. Even though he did dirty, even though I understand why he reacted the way he did around COVID, I still think he did too much. He went way off the reservation. He went way too much on the other end, you know? He didn't course correct. He didn't call himself out on his bullshit. He just kind of felt everything he was saying was right and there's nothing else that he could do was wrong. And he started to like the smell of his own farts, you know? It stopped being less about Rogan interviewing interesting people and it was more about him saying the things that he wanted to say. He had his talking points. Everyone that comes on gets them, essentially.
He was doing for all this time this work where he was trying to do like the just thing, where you're supposed to see both sides of the spectrum and you're supposed to see like the two sides of the coin and stuff like that. But I've seen this happen a couple of times now where people from your camp ostracize you so bad because you disagree on one little thing. Like you're not able to even be like, you said it yourself, he's the guy that was, you know, introspective. He was doing introspective and he was asking questions. And let me just question myself, because I'm not sure that we're necessarily, and it's good to ask the questions if we're going the right, like to see if we're going in the right direction. And he was a liberal. But those same liberal from his camp was like, nah, bro, they try to cancel him. So yeah, that is gonna affect someone. And I do believe that you're right when you say that something changed. And I understand why it changed. It was so bad at some point how they were trying to, like, even the media that had nothing to do, that were not even talking about him, we're talking about, yeah, he should be canceled. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna say something that is really weird. The way they treated Joe was like if it was the first Andrew Tate.
Yep.
They were saying that he was like his views and he should not be platformed and he should not platform these people and he should not have. They were trying to dictate to him what he tried to do with his platform. Just like
it was too much.
Why were they trying to?
It was too much
because they were not agreeing. They were not agreeing with what he was saying, and they were saying that that was before he switched. That was. Do you think it was right when he switched?
Yeah, it was when he was doing the, ivermectin stuff. That's when everyone switched.
Yeah, but
before then they were not talking about.
But was he wrong?
Was he wrong about what he was saying?
Ivermectin?
Yeah, some of the stuff he was definitely wrong. Yeah, and that's when he brought up that expert, the most viewed podcast he had. Oh, yeah, and that podcast was a game changer because that expert was on point.
I remember what you're saying.
To be clear, just what they lied about. They were calling it horse dewormer.
Yes.
And it's not. It's not horse dewormer.
Exactly that.
It's not horse dewormer. It's not. It's like saying an antibiotic is a horse dewormer if you use it at a certain dose. Sure, but the levels that humans use it for, it's not. So they were lying.
And because I feel like they were a bit on his case a bit before that when the Me Too stuff happened. that's where I feel like they started to be on his case a bit. It was not as bad because I was hearing some people. Oh yeah, I was hearing some people from the left talking about Joe Rogan being the devil and everything and stuff because he was like an enabler and he was like, that's what.
Yeah, I think that was partly true. I think there was a period where Rogan was talking about cancel culture and Me Too. I think it might have been around the Louis C.K. stuff. I think so. But as soon as it kind of touched his doorstep, he completely clammed up and stopped talking about cancel culture and Me Too. I feel like that's when he completely lost a few people too, because it seemed like he was really anti-cancel culture and kind of like not on that whole believe all women thing. No, I wouldn't say anti-Me Too, but kind of questioning Me Too and its intentions and some of the motives for people that were going for it. And obviously, as soon as it touched his doorstep, as soon as it landed on his doorstep, as soon as it affected fellow comedians, he completely clammed up. Never spoke about it again, never defended any of his fellow comedians, never used his big platform to clear people's names, zero. He just acted like it didn't happen. So that might have kind of changed his thinking as well.
What I heard personally from people in my sphere, yeah. So I think they were starting to flip there. It was not as bad as the ivermectin stuff, but I digress. All that to say, I can understand why he's changed. I mean, everything you do something for so long, it's gonna change. Even if you look at this channel, it changed over time. We started this channel, we were not even in the room. We were in the living room. We're not even, and the stance or the way that we're gonna attack certain subjects are gonna change, and your way of dealing with certain subjects as well is gonna change. It's bound to happen. I think.
Yeah, but we're not talking about change though. Like, we changed. Did our core of what we do change? No. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I said, I understand change. I don't even mind that he's more of a conservative today than he was before. Me, it's the lack of curiosity that I used to see and the level of pushback that I was used to that he no longer has.
No. Exactly. I don't give a fuck if he's Republican. I don't give a fuck if he's right wing. I don't give a fuck if he loves Trump. It's just that lack of open-mindedness. It's that lack of pulling out himself. So that's really getting on my nerves. Big up Ranger.
Ivermectin isn't necessarily horse dewormer, but farm supply stores across the country were sold TF out of it regardless. The media didn't lie on him. Just BC Joe wasn't taking it in horse paste form doesn't mean his listeners weren't.
No, of course not. And I think it was wasn't it around the same time that, wasn't that horse dewormer thing around the same time that Trump said that thing about drinking bleach? Do you remember that thing? There was all these anti-vaccine people who were talking about drinking like bleach or something. Do you remember that? I think around the same sort of time. So basically these people were like it was like, I think some of the concerns was like, yeah, you can afford to go for these alternative medicines. You can afford to not take the vaccine because you're fucking broken. You can afford these other things, but you shouldn't be, informing your fans to do the same things because they don't have that luxury. They don't have that, that option. They should obviously take the easier option, which is the vaccine, which will, basically cure most of the, or not cure, but alleviate most of those fucking concerns. So yeah, it was just a bit misguided and irresponsible from Rogan in that respect. Maybe as well because he's a bit, I think, he's a bit kind of warped in his own fucking thinking. Maybe that was also the time that he kind of realized how big he actually was because he was on the news and everything else, CNN were coming after him. That's when he probably really thought like, okay, he really realized how fucking huge his platform was. But I found the whole COVID skepticism thing to be so fucking annoying. Like I said before, I found the inability for all of these comedians to just take a breath and just chill for a bit to be fucking grating. Especially when we all had to sit down and we couldn't go anywhere. But these comedians thought that they were above the rules. They were above everything else and that their careers were more important than ours. Their jobs were more important than ours. Their fucking hobbies were more important than ours. And they had the God-given right to go ahead and do them. And in some cases, like Brandon Schaub and Brian, like they were fucking going on tour. Like during the heat of COVID, the peak of COVID, I can't imagine the amount of people, the untold amount of people those guys were responsible for giving COVID to, and maybe even eventually leading to their deaths. You never fucking know. It was fucking heinous, man. Honestly, I hated that selfishness in that era, the greed, the inability to just chill, even though these guys were multi-millionaires. Oh, fuck off.
Oh, I concur.
See, so that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the essence. Like, original Joe Rogan fans, the people who were there for a long time, most of them are gone. It's a new crop of fans who have really popped up. And you can tell by the comment section, you can tell by the type of people that are engaged, you can tell by the response to a lot of things. It's a completely different atmosphere. And even by some of the guests that he brings on, you could really feel the change. What was my point at the beginning? Joe Rogan changed my life. And now I'm...
Big up Booth McGee. I haven't taken it, or the vaccine I'm assuming, but I'd go with the horse one. Your boy trying to become superhuman. Yeah, big up Booth McGee.
Embarrassed to say I was ever a fan. That's all I'm getting at.
Was that last part?
And now I'm embarrassed to ever say that I was true.
Yeah, same. I'm embarrassed to say I was ever a fan, really, to be honest. I used to share the post. I remember I used to share me listening to the GRE on my Facebook feed, basically, when I was on Facebook. I think that was most of our main social media platforms. I'd share listening to it. I'd buy books. Like, I used to buy a ton of books, recommendations off the back of Rogan, off the back of Tim Ferriss, who I still listen to here and there. Big up Tim Ferriss. But yeah, man, the Rogan thing is just like, I can't remember the last episode I watched in full. It might have been Save Our Parks. I think I usually listen to Save Our Parks. That's one I really do listen to from the beginning and end. But most of the episodes are really hard to get through, mostly because of Rogan, not even to the guest.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, because you have to understand, most people's perception of Joe is what he is today.
Yeah, but you fell in love with something that was back then. So I wouldn't feel ashamed of what it was, because we're not talking about the same thing. When I understand that it changed and everything and stuff. It's like Kanye West.
Yeah,
I'm not ashamed to be like, I like Kanye West, the old Kanye West. I'm saying that,
it's not like I'm ashamed, like, oh my God, I have to run. I'm just saying, like, it's just something I would never want to bring up. Whereas back in the past, I would have loved to bring that up. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what? There's his podcast. I used to recommend his clips all the time. I used to recommend podcasts on sleep, on exercise, knees over toes guy. It was so good in terms of actual just knowledge in that regard. You know, the fact that it is.
Yeah, he made a lot of careers, isn't it? He made that sleep guy's career, knees over toes. I can feel like I think of in terms of books and shit. Obviously the Brett Weinsteins and shit. Jordan Peterson, I think, got a lot of his buzz off of Rogan too. Big up King Baby, appreciate you.
Being an old JRE fan is like being an old Ye fan. Upside down face emoji.
So true. So fucking true. So fucking true. Imagine you were in a coma. Imagine you listened to fucking Yeezus or 808s and Heartbreak, and then you were in a coma and you woke up today. And you went on fucking Ye's social media, right? Imagine you were in a coma, and then you woke up randomly today. You go on Ye's social media, and then you're encountered with this, right? Someone tells you you're like, oh, I wonder what my favorite artist is up to. The guy that I have loved and obsessed about. I wonder what he's up to. And then you see this. You go on his social media and you see that. You're like, what? And then you see this. You're like, what? And then you see what you call it? You see shit like this. Where is it? You see shit like that. Cassie came to Puff and said, "Give me $30 million on Lisa Tello book." That smells like extortion to me. You're like, what the fuck is going on? Fuck, you know. Let's go back to the video.
What it is today is not something I decry all the time. I'm not over here like, oh my God, Joe. It's like, I made dues with that 5-6 years ago. I accepted and I just stopped watching it for the most part.
I've just made peace with it in the last year. I'm not gonna lie. I've just made peace with it in the last year. I wasn't smart enough to get off the train many years ago that he was. I've just made peace with the fact that Rogan is not the same Rogan I fell in love with back in the day on the Justin TV era. It's gone. That guy is long gone. R.I.P.
So I've already moved on. I also think that now we live in such a diverse political diverse podcast space that you have so many opportunities for you to go watch people and learn things and learn about sleep and stuff, that the void that Joe left has been filled by all different kinds of people. Also, one thing that definitely changed that I personally think is a big pet peeve of mine is Joe really felt like the everyday person. The way he talked about stuff, the way he advertised things, and even the people he used to bring on. It definitely felt like that. And now,
to be fair, I think all comedians did that, and they all lost the plot when they stopped doing that. I think all comedians had a very good skill which I'm not sure if they had it on purpose or it was just we all maybe looking at them through rose-tinted spectacles. But I feel like all stand-up comedians within the JRE-verse had a really innate skill of appearing like the everyman, which is weird because they were all multimillionaires even back when we first got into them. They were thousandaires or multimillionaires, but they still had a way of relating to the everyday man. And that's why I think a lot of them have regular schmegular people as their fans, because of their ability to kind of connect to their everyday person, even though they live very different lives to the everyday people. But then I think in recent times, they have now become a lot more, highfalutin, for lack of a better term. They are definitely liking the smell of their own farts. They definitely think more of themselves or better of themselves. And they kind of look down on the audience. But the audience is still there just because of habit. But I feel like that kind of like relatability is kind of gone from the comedians in general. I'm not sure why that's the case. Maybe they're just making too much money now, and it's hard to hide that you're not different than anybody else. But I feel like that was a talent they all had, an ability to kind of appeal like the everyday man.
What feels like the Billionaires Club. Like in the last 2 years, I think I've seen more billionaires on Joe's podcast than he ever had in the last 20 years before that.
Yep.
And it's just a weird feeling now where these people get to come on, okay, get to do their PR spin for whatever they're advocating, from Mark Zuckerberg to Elon to the other banker guy, lie about a lot of stuff, and Joe's never there to have Jamie fact check a lot of it. Joe's not there to like push back on him. He's just lapping it up.
But to be fair, this oligarch flip that Rogan's been on is not that surprising. One of the things that always kind of annoyed me about Rogan, even back in the day, was this idea that he had, which is a very strange idea where it's like, just because you have money, you're right. Rogan's always had that kind of opinion, or that kind of point of view, or that kind of perspective. If you make a lot of money, everything that you do is right. You can never be questioned. You can never be kind of held to task. Everything that you do has there's a reason for it, and eventually you'll be proven right. So I think that's why he has a hesitancy to push back on these oligarchs or really question them or hold their feet to the fire, because they've achieved something hard. And in his idea, if you achieve something hard, it means you're a great person. That's why he has this weird idea like, those guys that run marathons and lift a lot of weights. Oh, this guy must be an awesome dude. No, he isn't. Why do you think he's an awesome dude? Because he can lift loads of weights. Because he did an Ironman at a particular time. It doesn't mean anything really. Talk to the person, get to know them a bit more. So he's always had that little element in him of this like admiration for people that make a lot of money, and just admiring them for the fact that they make a lot of money, and not really trying to push back or question why they made a lot of money. Why did they have to make that much money? How much people they stepped on to attain that sort of money? He never really has those type of opinions, which is really odd, but this is not so surprising to me.
And I'm just saying, the guy that I used to listen before would have been highly skeptical of these kinds of people. But now it's just so bizarre seeing him buddy up with everyone who's like incredibly rich. Like, I used to hear Joe always complain about Mark Zuckerberg. I used to hear him roast him. And now he's sitting in front of the dude, and the dude's just lying about shit, and Joe's just like, oh, okay.
The thing is,
that's an odd thing to me.
Yeah, I understand the feeling when you say like, oh yeah, he felt like the everyday dude, but the reality is he's not.
Exactly.
He was.
Exactly.
Present tense. He's not.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. He's not a regular dude.
Sure.
He don't hang out with regular dudes. So.
And he probably was never a regular dude. It's just we got duped, including, well, not we. I got duped. He was never a regular dude. I think a lot of these things, right? Now that I'm looking back on it, especially when I watched, what video I watched? Oh yeah, I watched a video on Elon Musk actually, because I've been going through this, this thing of like realizing he's a piece of shit. And a lot of these videos that you watch from these people who follow these people closely and make these compilations, these documentaries, you'll see footage of these people back in the day, and they show elements, they show signs of the cunts they end up being now. So I think they do a good job of hiding and concealing who they really are. But then once the money and the fame comes, they kind of, blossom into being the true pieces of shit they really are. So sometimes I think to myself, it's less about Joe changing and more so about me maybe ignoring some of the red flags early on that were always there. He was probably always this person to begin with. It just was a bit more easy. It probably was a bit more palatable back in the day, but now it's less so. Probably that's the case. I think it's less about him changing and more so about people like myself being hoodwinked or wanting to believe what we wanting to believe.
Maybe that's what happened, or doing the UFC and being all Maybe that's what it is. I'm not excusing him. I'm just saying, I'm trying to understand what happened and why it's like that. Maybe it's just the people that, you get to know them, you get to talk to them, and then eventually you're like, oh, these people are not that bad. And you get blinded by the lights, I guess.
Maybe that's what it is. I'm just saying, the guy who was skeptical of government every day, just seeing him lap up with a bunch of...
Yo, big up Asad Aziz.
We're having a post-debt clearance sale on all Unit products and tube squeezed ivermectin. Get him while they're hot.
Has anyone ever big up Asad Aziz? Has everyone in the stream chat bought anything from On It? Be honest. Did you buy anything from On It? I never. But be honest if you bought anything from On It. Did you buy anything from On It thinking it was gonna actually change your life? Be honest. Be honest.
Billionaires say is just bizarre to me. The whole point of legacy or independent media.
Yeah, big up Ninja Ranger, big up Ninja Ranger.
Part of what was frustrating about Kamala not going on, acting like Toe would be a hardball interview. We all know 8. Rogan just ball washes power. And also, if you can't handle a 2.5-hour JRE, how you gonna handle the presidency?
That's the thing. Oh, so glad you said that. Thank you, you said that. It kind of emboldened and made Rogan feel way more gassed up than he should have. And if anything, it would have probably been a better interview for Kamala Harris regardless, because I think a lot of these left-leaning people, they're so afraid of like those debates and those conversations. But when they do them, they usually wipe the floor with them. Like I remember there was a clip. I think there was a clip of like Justin Trudeau, who a lot of the right-wing people kind of rag on, sometimes rightfully so. I think he got like ambushed by somebody. One of these pundits or someone that's got like a channel online, a right-wing person, and he ripped them apart while walking, casually dismantled their arguments while walking. So it kind of showed if they were willing to engage, because I think a lot of the liberal people on the left too, they're a little bit as the back on Fig and the West Coast guys will say, they're a little bit high-powered. They think a little bit too much of themselves. They don't want to lower themselves to that level. But I think if they did actually lower themselves, quote unquote, to this level of these people on these channels, I think they do well. I remember even Gavin Newsom. There was a clip of Gavin Newsom debating somebody with a channel who kind of didn't like him and was maybe more right-leaning, and he kind of wiped the floor with him. So a lot of these people would kind of benefit a lot from going to these type of spaces, but they're afraid to do it. And obviously, the right-wing people know how to grift. They know how to fucking sell their talking points. They know how to appear like they're very passionate about what they're not really passionate about, and people kind of lap it up. But yeah, that Kamala Harris no-show was such a bad move, PR-wise, and unfortunately it gassed up Rogan because it made him feel like he's the last line. Like if you can't handle a Rogan interview, you can't handle the White House. Like, shut up, bro. When the last time you had a hard-hitting interview anyway, Rogan? Do you know what I mean? Like, who's he give hard-hitting interviews to? Like, come on.
Was to be a countercurrent to that voice. And it's like, okay. And now you're like yupping it up with guys who like own media companies and some of the biggest media companies.
What would you say to him?
What do you mean?
What would you say to Joe?
What would I say to him?
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, outside of thank you. I'd probably be thankful for what he did in the past for me.
Be up, Coiler. Lions made me rock hard for more than 4 hours. Doctor said worst pain of your life. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. I think I might have I'd never bought anything from On It, but I think Rogan may have, or someone on Rogan, actually, I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Rhonda Patrick. Maybe it was like an early Rhonda Patrick episode. I remember there was that whole thing about taking magnesium tablets when you drink. That's when I was really used to partying. I was raving a lot. I was going out basically Thursday to Sunday every fucking weekend. I was DJing all the time. I was putting on parties. I was really outside. And I remember I was drinking a bunch and obviously doing a lot of multivitamins and shit. And somebody suggested on the pod that if you take a magnesium tablet every hour when you drink, it kind of lessens the effects of a hangover. And it did work, I think, for a bit. It did work. It did actually work. I'm not gonna lie. I was going to the clubs of like sachets of magnesium I'd pour into my drinks or tablets and shit. It was fucking laughable, really, because the best way to live is just to kind of push back on the drinking or cut it off completely. But I was trying to empower myself to drink more in a Bert Kreischer way by taking loads of magnesium. Fucking wild.
Because I mean, at the end of the day, that doesn't erase the good. You can't erase the good, right?
That's
because
why you
I'm a
cannot
testament.
be ashamed. of what he
No.
did in the past.
No, definitely still not. Because you're talking about an idealistic sense, but people's perception doesn't work that day. It's not because you explained it that people are understanding.
Yeah, I get you.
You know, like I'm pretty sure the people who knew Hitler when he was a kid are probably like, "Oh, he was so cool." Shut your fucking mouth, right? And I'm not saying he's. I'm not saying he's that.
I didn't say shit.
But you get what I'm trying to say? It's like, yeah, I get what you're saying. In an idealistic world, people look at you, but you're still going to get that judgment regardless.
Sure.
Yeah.
You could have said Kanye.
Could have.
Same.
But I was just trying to illustrate the point. Yeah, you got what I was trying to say. For all the political stuff, one of his biggest faults is the fucking, the Rogan sphere comedians. Like what Cat Williams said, Joe Rogan and 7 comedians that were never funny, right?
That would be like me being on Joe Rogan. Joe don't want me on there. I need to be on Shannon. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. He want to push out.
I hated the fact that they never actually spoke about this. I hate the fact that Rogan never addressed this comment seriously or never spoke about the sentiment around this comment, because it's not just Cat Williams saying it. I'm sure there's a sentiment that must exist around the comedy community in general, about how they've all like kind of taken over the comedy and made it seem like if you're not part of Joe Rogan's inner circle, then you don't fucking matter. I like that that's not been addressed, because he essentially has made himself into a de facto gatekeeper in a way, without probably even trying. That was never addressed. That was never taken seriously. That was never spoken about in an open way. And I think Joe Rogan of the past may have done it, but this Joe Rogan now is so protective, thinks he's so right in everything that he does, and thinks he's so above these type of things, they just kind of poo-pooed it away. But I would have loved to have heard a kind of honest conversation around how maybe, although he's done well to kind of empower his friends, he has created like a weird cabal of these shitty comedians, average comedians, who kind of have become way more famous because they're friends of Rogan as opposed to how good they are at comedy. This one thing that was so sacred, that was so special, that was so hard to do, has now been co-opted by people who have no talent, who have no ability to do whatever they say they're meant to be doing. I don't know.
That's a fact. But he always promoted them. I understand they're his friends, but these hacks were always showing up and always being cringe and always being. And at some point, it's like, bro, how many times do I have to hear Brendan Schaub's got a fucking special? Dude's trash. Doing comedy for 3 months. Like, why y'all lying to us?
And that was another one too, I think. And I think that kind of was one that I kind of started looking a bit different. I was like, hold on. Which is weird to say because it doesn't really matter really in the big scheme of things. I get why he didn't do it. But the inability to kind of defend Ryan Callum was weird. That's meant to be your best friend. You're anti-counterculture. You don't use your platform to defend somebody. It's strange. Or even talk about what's going on there. Especially when, a bunch of his friends got cancelled for a bit of dicey things. And then I also it never sat well with me, the Brendan thing. It didn't really sat well with me, mostly because there was this push that he was doing about sets and reps and, the sanctity of the Comedy Store and the legacy of Mitzi Shore and all this malarkey, all these great comedians that have come before him that he learned from. And then he kind of empowered and co-signed Brendan Schaub. And then tried to act like the fans that would not like it or didn't like the fact that he stamped him and put his arm around him and were questioning that or calling it out. He then started calling the fans like essentially, idiots and jealous of him because of his success. It's like, no, brother, you're the one that put comedy on a pedestal. You're the one that told us that comedy is so important, that it's this fucking really high level fucking, form of entertainment. And here you are kind of, endorsing somebody who's really making a mockery of it. And then you're not willing to kind of own up to the fact that you made a huge mistake by empowering this person because he ended up being a piece of shit. It's like, come on, bro.
What do you have that replaces that?
I don't watch podcasts anymore.
Where do you get your inspiration? And what do you consume that entice you to grow?
I think everyday life is like much more impactful for me now.
Me is books. Still podcasts, I think, to some degree. A lot of Reddit, unfortunately, and and probably like random movies and documentaries and shit that you sometimes learn things from. But I've kind of gone back to the source material. I find myself reading a lot more now and trying to get my information that way, or trying to find my information, trying to open my mind, be more curious, or be more open to try and dig to find certain things and not just go based on what somebody on some fucking sitting behind a short microphone is saying, like myself.
So when you're a young man What you lack is direction because you don't know yourself. So how do you know where you need to go? And what the podcast gives you is a lot of information, ideas for you to start exploring and try to figure out, like, how do I want to build this road? So you spend your 20s trialing things, changing direction. And then once you hit your 30s and you feel a little bit more confident, then you start, putting cement down, building out the sidewalk. You already know where you're trying to go. You're just moving in that direction. So I don't need to look towards the internet anymore for guidance in that regards. I feel like I have it and I've received it. Oh, well, listen, we did almost 40 minutes on this topic, so that went by like a breeze.
I did 5 minutes.
I mean, hey, listen.
I know he saved your life.
Thank you, Daddy Joe.
Anyway, big up everybody in the stream chat who knew Rogan was full of shit from the beginning. I envy you. I really do envy you. The people that knew he was a charlatan from the beginning. I envy that. And the ones who joined recently, like myself, who've realized that, the emperor has no clothes. Welcome. Anyway, let's go into the new Tfatk. Let's stop burying the lead. Let's go to the new Tfatk. Let's see what these motherfuckers have been talking about. Where is it? There you go. New Tfatk watch along, episode number 1072. If you're here and you're enjoying what you're seeing what you're enjoying, please make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the stream, get involved in the fucking stream chat, all this good shit. We're here for a few, I think maybe a couple more hours, and then we're going to bounce. But I appreciate you for being here. Let's check it out. Watch along of Tfatk episode number 1072. Let's go.
This.
Yeah, of course, man. I gotta be in Carl. That Carl Kalinske guy is going in ham. Don't get me wrong. He's starting to sound a little bit deranged. Sometimes I feel like he kind of dreams about Rogan, right? He's starting to, whatever Trump deranged syndrome is, I think Kalinske is starting to have a little bit of that with GRE. But I love how he rips into him. I would actually love him to go back on GRE. I think that would make for a good conversation. Because I don't think he'd have the same type of energy, the same type of vitriol for Rogan if he sat in front of him, because he doesn't seem like he has that, he can say it with his chest. But I do like how hard he goes in at Rogan. I love when he calls him out. I fucking love it. Like, he fucking rips into him. So definitely check out Carl Kalinske. He's a fucking G.
Really, the fighter and the kid.
Come on, baby.
We're smelling nice in here.
It smells good.
What brand was that?
It was.
What is that out there, Sanaz? We just got a box of cologne. Or we got a box of like deodorant, cologne. It's some Italian thing.
Yeah.
One said.
I'm wearing.
Some Italian thing. Somebody sends you a box of cologne and deodorant, obviously to promote, and then you don't even remember the name of the brand. Some Italian thing. Great endorsement. Never met him.
You're wearing Italian bergamot. And I'm wearing
we smell fantastic.
Cremo.
That's a body wash.
What does that say?
No, it's Cremo.
Cremo. You're wearing Italian bergamot.
Hello. Huh? Sanaz is trying to keep Bappa in the studio. Sanaz is trying to keep Bappa in LA. She's trying to keep Bappa in fucking California. Babe, don't go to Austin. Please don't go. Please don't go to Austin, babes. Don't go to Austin, por favor. Huh? Mi bam bam es muy big. Mi bam bam es muy round. Miss bam bam is big like big naranja. Like manzana. Tachi tachi. Cuchi cuchi.
There's another smell.
It's like
I like my smell.
Yeah.
Italian bergamot.
This is how you know Brian doesn't put on cologne, dude. And this is how you know he does with Tesla. He's a bit of a cuck. Chin, check this. You wear cologne.
I do.
Brian opens the cologne like it's fucking perfume, sprays it on his wrist, and rubs it together. He's all. I went, whoa.
What's wrong with that? What are you meant to do? You meant to what? Are you spraying it all over your t-shirt and into your on your balls like you're fucking 17? How are you meant to do it? I want to see how Brendan sprays his cologne. Let me see. Is he just gonna hold it in his hand and just walk into the mist? What does he do?
Oh,
I dabbed.
Whoa.
What is that? What is that one? Yeah, but there's another one. There's another.
That's the one I put
scent.
on. I smell fucking fresh, dude.
Yeah, I'm not used to cologne. My son wears cologne, and I'm like, hey.
My kiddos wear cologne.
Yeah.
Even
I bet Tiger and Boston wear like Tom Ford and shit, and of course they do. Of course your kids wear cologne. They've got baby Balenciaga. I wouldn't be surprised if they've got fucking Versace blue jeans or something. Of course these little kids, his 10-year-old son wears fucking cologne. Of course he does.
Boss, who's 5, his baseball coach was like, "Do you have cologne?"
That's
He's all,
hilarious.
yes.
That's
yes, I do."
hilarious. He wears
Again, what's with the lying about how their kids talk? What's with this constant lying about what their kids say? Why does your kid sound like you? Every time there's a story involving his kids talking, they seem to have the same sense of humor, the same style, the same way of talking, the same phrase. Like, how does that make any sense? Doesn't work that way. Especially if they're 5 and 10. I don't believe you.
With Paolo Santo, which I think means sandalwood or something. And look up
Paolo Santo.
Yeah, Palo Santo.
You'll love this. T and Boss.
Okay.
He had a talent show, like a recital thing, and I'm driving him. It's on Friday morning. I'm driving him out there.
Yeah.
I go, T, Boss, you excited for your recital today? And T goes, I just do what they tell me to get the fuck out. I went, whoa.
That's a lie, by the way. That didn't happen. There's no way his son said that. But again, all comedians do this. All podcasters do this. They'll have this tendency to, retell stories or like invent stories of what their kids say. Or like just, I don't know if they're saying them in their head. I don't know what it is. Or this thing of like, one of your kids to sound like bad art or sound like an adult. Why don't your kids sound like a child? Why does your kid have to sound like that? It's so strange.
Whoa, dude, you didn't want to do it? I go, whoa, A, that's hilarious. B, don't talk like that around anybody else.
My
dude.
son, my 3-year-old.
I just do what they tell me to get the fuck out.
That's really funny.
So funny.
My 3-year-old, it does the same thing because he's around his brother and he's around me and we all swear. So yesterday he's like, God damn it.
Yeah, it's funny when.
Yeah, that's definitely a white person thing, isn't it? I think that's the benefit of growing up in a white household where you get parents that swear around you and shit. That didn't happen in my household. There was none of that shit happening. Even if my parents did swear, you weren't allowed to swear. That wasn't a thing. Just because your parents do it, you can do it. But I guess these type of people who let their kids call them by their first names and shit.
God damn it! And
funny.
he just keeps saying it. God.
They just pick it up. Where were you at this weekend, buddy?
Then he starts saying "fucking goddamn it."
Okay,
that's a problem.
Yeah,
fucking goddamn it. And my wife
so
is like,
cute,
"Do you
though.
see this? It's so cute."
It's so cute.
He doesn't know what he's saying, but he just
as long as they do in the right context and like around the right people.
Well, because
what? As long as my kids do it in the right, swear in the right context and around the right people, huh? How about just telling your kids not to swear? Is that not okay? Like, what? Why are your children even swearing in the first place? Like, fucking hell.
Casey spilled the dog's water. We're staying at friends of our house, and I was like, "Oh man!" And like I did something like that. And
You
he
probably
goes,
said, "God damn it."
"Fucking goddamn it!"
It's so funny to me. Yeah, it's nothing better.
And then my wife's like, "Stop laughing." I'm like, "It's hilarious."
Have you ever seen that mom where she's like, the girl's in the back, little girl, like 6 or 5 to 6, and the mom's like, "I'm gonna give you 1 minute to say whatever you want." She goes, "Okay." She shuts the door, bro.
I've never seen that. That's so funny.
She's like, "Lady, you stupid bitch, stupid bitch." You never seen that little black girl?
No.
It's so funny.
I love.
Fucking hell, mate. What a boring life you must live, bro. These fucking... How old is that video? That video might be like 5 years old or something. God almighty.
The mom's all, Jesus Christ.
Kids know a lot.
You were in Portland? Did you go to
Portland.
Did you go to the Cat?
I did
Kit
not
Kat Club?
go anywhere near downtown. I got
Well, because
into
it's Gotham City when Bane took over.
Yes, there's this. You look up
The club's downtown though, right?
It's not. It's across the bridge.
Oh, true.
But I looked up this great crowds and packed it
Portland's
in. It was great.
Yeah,
The whole thing
crowds
was
are
great. Loved it. It
No Voodoo
rained.
Donuts?
It rained the whole time.
But it rained the whole time here too, though.
Oh, it did?
So it's not just Portland.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. T's games got canceled. It rained every day last week here.
That was what it was.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, bro. How long are you going to be doing this for, you Brinks? Going to Austin to try and reinvent your career when you're nearly 60 is brutal, isn't it? That's why it's probably better just to be well behaved and not get cancelled in the first place. Because I couldn't imagine anything worse than trying to revive your career in Austin, Texas, with all that young energy around and you're like 60 and trying to keep up. Because I reckon part of the reason why everything is booming over in Austin is because it's a bit of a party place, right? Everyone kind of goes out, they drinks, whatever it may be. So you got a chance to kind of reinvent yourself in a bit of a smaller pond, right? You get to be a big fish in a smaller pond per se. But it also benefits you because everyone around you is probably around the same age, maybe in their late 20s, early 30s, 40s and shit, but not like 50 going to 60. That's going to be a bit of a hard one for him to do, you know? Like, god damn, bro. And then you were like, because plus you have to imagine Rogan's got like he's got a different inner circle now, isn't it? So it's like you're going to have to try to integrate yourself with this newer crew, then get involved in that crew, befriend them, and then hope that that friend group takes you in, so then you can kind of get involved in the new crew. So you're not only reinventing yourself career-wise, you're also having to try to, revive this relationship you had with Rogan, and hope that that goes the same way. Because I'd imagine it's one thing going on Rogan like they do for the Fight Companion. It's another thing living there with him now that he's got new friends. He's got a new kind of social group, a new friendship group. It's going to be it might be a bit harder than they envision it's going to be. And it also might really kind of play with their mental and their psyche to be like, maybe left on scene a couple of times, maybe not included in certain plans for dinner and shit. All those tiny things. Oh, rough.
So
Thursday, Sunday, rain.
That's not a Portland thing. It was dumping here.
Yeah.
Saturday and Sunday was good, but the rest.
But Portland people don't care. They'll be out there jogging in the rain. Their dog is like, this sucks.
They adapt to it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine living in that.
No. But when it's nice, it's nice. And I walk into this restaurant. I looked it up, like best restaurants. A place called Zhao Ye, which means in Taiwanese.
I like how he doesn't talk about comedy anymore, by the way. I feel like Brian Callen is like very attuned to Brendan because they're obviously best friends and know each other for a while. He doesn't really talk about his dates, like his comedy shows. He talks about what he did when he went there to the different cities or wherever he went, but he rarely talks about how good the shows were, like jokes that he did, the response from the crowd, whether it was sold out or not, people he spoke to at the meet and greets. There's less of that, because it knows it sort of still kind of hurts Brendan that he had to kind of retire or quit because he was shit and he couldn't sell tickets. He kind of like skips over that and just talks about the general stuff to make it a little bit more harder, easier for Brendan to kind of, take, which is really, really funny. Because, if the shoes were on the other foot, Brendan would still be talking about comedy super loud and how much he sold it, how fun it is, best job in the world. We don't hear Brian say that. It's kind of, he's emotionally intelligent in that way, in a way that Brendan isn't.
It means late night snack or something. And it's this Taiwanese guy from LA originally.
They got great Asian food up there.
But it wasn't even Asian food. Homeboy was just making like everything.
Homeboy. Don't ever say that again. Homeboy
was so good. Like the pasta, the puttanesca. It was some of the best food I've ever had.
Wait, was the Thai guy making Italian?
Yeah, some of the best food I've ever had in my life. It wasn't just Italian. He was making
like a fusion.
He had goat curry, he had fusion. I was like, this stuff.
What do you mean? Oh, what is this, a right-wing grift now? I don't like immigrant food. Is this a thing he's trying to go for now? Is this a right-wing grift? I don't like immigrant food. Just give me American food. What's he gonna say though?
I don't like that.
Everything that dude touched, from the shrimp to everything was
in
perfect.
one thing,
He was perfect.
It was nice.
Oh, like some people just know how to do it.
How are you gonna be so close-minded to something you've never actually experienced? I get it that some hybrid restaurants are pretty shit, but just closing yourself off to trying places because it's a hybrid, or just specializing in one thing when your whole career is not specializing in one thing. Your whole thing is doing loads of things averagely or doing things terribly and just kind of stumbling along the way. Why can't other people do it?
They just everything.
Yeah, exactly God's favorite. His name was the hybrid. Exactly.
They do is perfect. No, it's that's not how you spell it. XIO.
Oh, shall.
I'll tell you who's in for a little rude awakening.
Sorry, and then there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, so good. You'd love it.
I'll tell you who's in for a little rude awakening. Joanna. She comes to Austin with me this weekend.
Really?
It's 88 already.
Is it 88 already?
Yeah, and she goes,
is it 88?
She goes, the summer's hot. I went, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hold on. She doesn't know.
I'm sober on it being 4 seasons and just,
Why is that funny? I don't find that funny, to be fair. I find that kind of insulting and kind of rude. I'm not gonna lie. You convince your family, a young family at that, you've got 3 kids under the age of 12, to move from another state to another state to follow another man over there with no real plan of what you want to do for your future. He's not doing stand-up. Is he going to continue doing Tfatk the way it is? Who knows? Shorb Show, who knows? Gold Now was gone. You've upended your entire family, took your kids out of school with all their friends. You ripped your fucking wife away from her social group and all her designer stores she loves to go to, and all her hair appointments and shit. And you've sent them to Austin, Texas to follow another man in Brian Cannon and Joe Rogan. And now you've done it under the false premise that the summers aren't that bad. Don't get me wrong, this is probably a lie. But if this is true, and he did sell his wife on the idea that it wasn't that hot over there, but it is going to be really hot, and she really doesn't deal well with the heat, that's a bit of a scumbag move. I'm not going to lie. A bit of a scumbag move.
Oh no!
And she looked at the weather. She goes, babe, it's like 88, 87
Look
out
up
there.
the weather
And
right now in Austin.
And I went, oh, I went,
yeah,
oh.
big up Wedge Dan. Appreciate Wedge Dan.
Oh, that's not good. She goes, why? I go, well, it's
exactly, Uche. Brendan asks ChatGPT for his white wing personality. Yo, I'm hearing people, by the way, I'm hearing people on social media say they're using ChatGPT. Sorry, they're using ChatGPT and other such things like, you know, DeepSeek and stuff as their de facto therapist. So instead of ranting or moaning about life's perils and whatever else it may be to their friends or going to therapy and paying for that, people are instead using ChatGPT to talk through their problems. Or to like get stuff off their mind and shit. Pretty wild, isn't it?
different than hair. She goes, I thought you said it's the same. I go, it is 100 to 100. But there's humidity out
It's
there.
82 right now. We're good. Okay, it's 82.
It'll be,
that is not.
That's not it's
cool.
going to be 84.
There you go. 84 is no joke. Okay, so we got some weather.
But I told her, I go, what do you care? She never goes outside. She doesn't. Like, what do you care?
You'll be fine.
We live in Portland in the rain. It's all the same to you.
Yeah.
You go in your car, go in the house.
Very funny though, because she doesn't know.
Oh, I found it so funny. I went, I can't wait.
Oh, there's a little detail.
I forgot to mention.
It's about as hot. It's sun hot there. It's sun hot. Yeah. You ever get in a sauna? That's what it is like sometimes.
Yeah.
The only place hotter might be
Phoenix,
Arizona.
Vegas, Vegas, Houston's the hottest I've ever been in the summer.
Yeah, San Antonio.
With that humidity.
I mean, it's
San Antonio.
It's too much.
Big up, Uche. No therapy, just random show for me. Big up Ashley Cummings. Those red chairs are a huge scumbag move. Yeah, they're a little bit obnoxious, isn't it? They're a little bit obnoxious, these chairs, aren't they? I always find it funny how like Brendan's ones exploded because obviously he was sitting on it when he was a bit bigger, so it's obviously broken. And he definitely is the type of person who jumps into chairs, you know? That got beaten out of me at home. That got beaten out of me, jumping on settees and stuff. So he definitely was the type of kid who jumped on settees and have no care in the world and break chairs. I like how his one's kind of exploding, and Brian's one, because he's such a small old man, is in pristine condition. You know, it looks basically brand new because he's literally like a toddler, and he's hardly there. You know.
San Antonio's an hour and a half away.
None of that shit bothers me. I don't care.
Me neither.
I don't give a fuck.
It's plus as long as I have my magic mind.
Oh my god, man! Enough with this shilling. I want to find out how much they pay. I might have to DM Magic Man and find out what's going on. How much are they paying Callum for this fucking promotion? Every time he goes for his pod, he does this hard fucking promo, these little fucking bottles that he's holding like a little, you know what I want to say, like Magic Mind. Like, fuck, bro, you're 60. No amount of fucking Magic Mind is gonna reverse the fact that you're nearly 60. Just embrace it. It's okay. It's not a problem. Magic Mind. So you can what? Talk about the weather on the podcast. That's how you want to repair your brain. So that your neurons are firing, so you can talk about fucking, how it is to perform in fucking Portland. Riveting stuff.
I'm gonna help you with the heat.
By the way, isn't that interesting, right? All those on it stuff, right? All of that alpha brain all these guys take, and all they give us is what? Stand-up comedy specials and podcasts. All of this fucking mind-expanding stuff that you take. There's no product, no service that's really helping humanity. Just fucking podcast that you get overpaid for on fucking Netflix. Great.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're excited for is March Madness, dude.
March Madness, they said.
Oh, big up Ashley Cummings.
The Golden Girls had better topics of conversation.
100, 1 million, 1,000%. This is just, I don't know what the fuck this is. But whatever it is, we're going to get through it together as a family. So hold on tight, grab yourself a drink, or whatever else you like to do, and let's just hold on tight, because this is going to get worse before it gets better.
Is some of the most exciting, it's the most exciting sporting event over in the world. Some people have made that argument.
I haven't heard that.
Now they're Americans,
I disagree with it.
and they're really into college basketball.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but my buddy Jimmy Burke would say it is the greatest.
It used to be great, and then, you know.
I think if you're into sports, you're always going to be into March Madness. This type of thing that makes me think that he's a bit of a fair weather fan, and he's a little bit of a glory hunter. If it's not like a big ticket thing, he's not going to be involved, you know? Like, if you're a fan of sports, you're always going to be into college. You're going to be into all elements of it. College sports especially considering, you know, how sick it must be to follow a kid's career from college. Maybe he then makes it professional. That is sick. So the fact that he's not into college sports has always been a bit of a sign to me that he's a bit of a casual.
I mean, I always enjoy it. Sanaz, you have to be. You seem like a bracket girl.
Oh yeah, no. I have a bracket every year.
The Cinderella story is always the best when the 16 seed beats the number 1 seed. Like that's fun.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
But if it is March Madness, if you're into it, join our friends at DraftKings. DraftKings, bet the unexpected with DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the Sportsbook app right.
Oh, come on, go away. Don't do this.
You got nothing to lose.
All right.
Bet on all the 16 seeds. You might get lucky.
All right.
Then parlay it with some favorites, and you're balling, dude.
I like it.
You're balling. The number 1 seeds, they're going to have a bye. Purdue's been good lately. Obviously, I'll root for Texas. Duke's filthy. Who's the number?
What do you mean, obviously, you root for Texas? Why, obviously? What? You're not from there. You don't even live there yet. What ties you have to Texas? Obviously, I root for Texas. Why? Because of Joe Rogan. Naming his kid Boston because Rogan's from there, and then now rooting for Texas because now he's a Texan now? Fuck off.
Number 1 seeds, Jen.
How do you look
Houston.
that up?
Go to brackets or rank. You can go to rankings.
Houston's the number 1 seed.
So Duke, Houston,
Duke.
Florida, and Auburn. Damn, SEC in the house. Florida, Auburn. You got Houston, and Duke is always freaking good.
Always.
Iowa State's a 3rd seed, but they're really good.
What'd you say?
Iowa State's a 3rd seed, but they're better than that.
Alabama's really good too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there you go. And then the 16 seeds.
Go back to ranking.
St. Francis. It's always tough because the 16 seeds you've never heard of, and they might have a super baller. Like, remember Steph Curry when he was at that small? Was it Creighton? What school was he?
Creighton, I believe.
Was it Creighton? Or
Creighton.
was it? Yeah,
Chin's ears perked up before you heard Creighton.
yeah. I think it was a small school, and then that's how you got introduced to him, just balling out.
Davidson College.
Davidson, that's right. Sally Swamps and Samsonite. March Madness is here, pal.
March Madness.
Now you leave for Austin.
Energy.
Family leaves very
Thursday,
soon.
buddy. I leave with them.
Now we secure.
Then I'll be in a bit. I leave the next day for Vegas. I'll be at Wise Guys Friday, Saturday, then back to Austin.
Boston or Austin?
Boston. I don't know. I can't remember. It's one or the other.
Wouldn't it be fun? It wouldn't surprise me if you're like, dude, where are you at? I'm like, I'm in Austin. You're like, oh, I bought a house in Boston.
Boston. Damn it.
We got the
All right.
we got the studio out there.
I love
Secured
that
the studio.
It looks
Isn't
great.
it sick?
I'm really excited.
Oh, they finally.
Me too.
So
I'm excited,
it's finally
man.
done. So they finally got the studio done. Okay. So I guess they did have that sit down. They did hammer through the details. Chin has got a job because it looked a little bit touch and go. Chin was getting nervous, I feel like. So they do have a studio set up, ready to roll. Okay, that's good news. At least they've done that. It's gonna. I wonder what the set design is gonna be. What do you feel about set design? Probably gonna be what? What do you say? Like a cowboy ranch or something like that. Will it be something cowboy country inspired? I'm assuming maybe. Maybe we'll just copy the Rogan setup. Who knows?
Me too, man. I can't wait.
I'm a little sad.
Are you?
I've been in LA for 30 years.
I'm just ready for a change.
I am too. The fires were the last straw, honestly.
Me too.
I was like, I'm done with this town. I'm done with
I mean, you weren't in the fires?
Waiting that long is just bizarre to me. I feel like if you're in LA now after COVID, you might as well just stay there, you know? Especially if your house didn't get burned down. What's the point? But I think they took advantage of it because allegedly the house prices or people were selling their houses basically above market value, even if it weren't burned down, because people who had their houses out burned down were looking for places to stay, and whatever. And obviously, always take advantage of a disaster, as people say and shit. So that kind of worked out in their favor. But it seems like a weird time to move. I get why Brian Callen's going. As much as I rib him for not giving up and still doing stand up at his old age, I get why Brian Callen's going, because Austin is a new LA for comedy. So he should go. And because of his cancellation, I'd imagine he's probably cancelled a bit in LA. He probably doesn't get the spots he probably should get because of his whole, R-word controversy. So he probably should go to Austin. He should have been there already. But Brendan, it makes no sense, Why are you going there? Like, nobody in the podcast community seems to like him anymore after the whole Bobby Lee thing. So it's not like they're going to get better guests on the show anymore. So it seems like a weird thing for Brendan to do. I get why Brian's going, but Brendan seems a bit of a strange reason to go.
But yeah, I hear you.
But I'm just done with how expensive everything is. I'm done with it. I'm done with the state, man. I love California, but LA. I'm not done with California.
A change is good.
LA.
A change is good.
I think so.
Yeah.
Shake it up a little bit, right?
Mix it up.
Yeah.
It always
We
works
gave
out
it the
for
old
best.
college try for a long time.
A hot second.
Yeah. So
are you excited, Chin?
Yeah, big up Mr. O.
When you talk to people that actually have hobbies and are truly passionate about what they do, they are interesting people to talk to. Tfatk equals no passion.
0, 0, 0. And that's the thing that's really strange, even about what they said. Great fucking point, Mr. O. They should have made the change to the show in LA. I don't get this idea of like trying to change. Like, it's always like when people think, oh, I'm going to go to this new place. I'm going to move location. I'm going to live in this different country. I'm going to be a different person. No, maybe start being a different person where you're at. Then when you realize you've hit your ceiling, or the place where you're at is not really allowing you to be your true self, then you can move. But you don't move to a place hoping it's going to suddenly kickstart something in you. It's going to unlock something. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So I think they should have maybe tried to get this show to be better, improved it, changed the format, did something to kind of give it another bit of another lease of life. And then if they realize it wasn't, maybe going where it needed to go because they weren't in the heart of all the madness and whatever in Austin, then they should have gone. But I feel like it's a little bit too late. And I feel like they are maybe putting a lot more on this move, making the big difference in their lives than it is. But maybe in general, it's not really about the podcast. Maybe I'm thinking about it differently. Maybe it's about life. Because from what I've seen online, the house that Brendan is selling, that he's living in LA, they're selling that for like 4 million. And according to what I saw online, you could get the same price, the same house, square footage and shit, and bedrooms in Austin for 1 to 2 mil. So that's a considerable amount of money off. So that means like that means it's half as expensive to live in Austin than it is in LA. So maybe for their future as a family, it's probably better to live there because it's going to cost them far less to kind of just live day to day. So it's probably less about their career and more so about just their families. Their money could probably go far longer, or they could probably get more for their money in Austin vis-a-vis LA.
Yeah, of course.
Did any progress on your brother's stuff?
My brother's stuff?
Isn't he looking for a place for you?
Nope.
So we're gonna go together. I'll tell you which date it is. I'm not gonna say it on air, but I'll tell you which date it is. Just in case.
I'm not gonna go and say it on air. No one's gonna fucking come after you, Chin. Relax, bro. Relax. I'm not gonna say it on air. You could just say and edit it out. It's not that big of a deal. You are the producer of the show.
We have to back or do some banking of episodes, but it'll be like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then come back Sunday to look at properties. Yeah.
So no, basically.
Why?
So no, basically. Nothing's got done. Chin got told a date. He got told in advance. Brendan and Brian have already bought a place out there. Brendan's house is on sale over here in LA. And Chin still hasn't got stuff sorted out. Most likely because he's waiting for his brother. Most likely Chin just waiting for his brother to sort it out. That's why he hasn't got to sort it out yet.
Hey guys.
No,
that's good.
What?
'Cause I go out there on Friday.
Right.
Because I'll do Rogan on Saturday, but I'll take the day and.
You doing Rogan on Saturday?
Yeah.
You doing
Fight
his
Companion.
podcast?
Fight
Oh,
Companion.
Fight Companion. That's right. That's right.
Oh, Brian was surprised. Hold on, Rogan invited you to do the podcast by yourself? No, Fight Companion. Oh. He was really like, what? Bro, he's letting you do the podcast. Really? Look at that. That was really strange. That was a really strange interaction there.
I go out there on Friday.
Right.
Because I'll do Rogan on Saturday, but I'll take the day and.
You doing Rogan on Saturday?
Yeah.
You doing
Fight
his
Companion.
podcast?
Fight
Oh,
Companion.
Fight Companion. That's right.
Rogan? Money? Views? Attention? Money? Views? Attention? He got so jealous. He got so jealous there for a minute, didn't he?
That's right. Good. It'll be you, Rogan,
Eddie, and then probably somebody else because Joey's not feeling great.
Okay.
They always mention Joey Diaz is going to be on the Fight Companion, and he's never been on there, innit? I feel like Brendan keeps mentioning every time he's going to be on the Rogan Fight Companion with Theo, with Joey Diaz, and they're never on there. It's just him, Brendan. It's just him, Rogan, and I don't know, Matt Serra or something. It's never who he thinks it's going to be, you know? So I don't know if it's him selling it or if it's him lying, but he always mentions these names and never do it.
So, man, I'm in Vegas. Can I zoom in? Hey, guys.
Can you imagine?
Call Rogan and ask him.
Oh, I'm sure that'll
Let me
work
know how it
out
goes for
great.
you.
Yeah, just set up a laptop and I'll zoom in.
So desperate for the clout. So desperate for the clout. Yuck.
But I can't be there totally because I got shows.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say though?
I don't know what else is going on. Have you been keeping up with the world?
Jesus
See Connor?
Christ. This podcast is on its last legs, isn't it? They don't talk to each other at all. This is where they catch up in general, isn't it? God almighty, they have nothing to talk about. They have nothing to talk about. Let's see how it picks up.
Was that the White House?
I did not see that Connor was at the White House. That's interesting.
Yeah, campaigning for because he.
For Ireland.
Ireland. Let's take a little break, B. Because what does a mechanic, an auto shop? Me some true work, dude, and they are hell bent. So book mine on Wednesday. Off at True Work.
Well, Ireland is
You're saying they're overran by immigrants. It doesn't look like Ireland anymore.
Well, by
that's how this goes.
I think
look
by,
at London right now.
Yeah, I literally think.
Sorry, he said, what about London? I said, what the fuck does he know about London? This absolute fucking mongoloid. We pride ourselves on being a multicultural city. If you want to go somewhere that is more reflective of England, you go to a town outside of London, and you might find a town that is fucking more reflective of it. Simple as that. About London politics and demographic law. What the fuck do you know?
I think with Ireland by something like 2035, I think that's what it is. They will be a minority in their own country.
That's not good.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with being Irish, having fought for your independence, for your survival, for
And
your
wanting
freedom,
it to be ran
for
by
hundreds
people.
of
Yeah,
years,
agree.
thousands of years against the British and against everybody else. And
I'm sure this is what we want, right? I'm sure this is what everybody wants when they listen to Tfatk. Is a breakdown on fucking immigration in Ireland. That's what we want. That's the insight we want from these motherfuckers. A retired stand-up comedian and a fucking, OAP fucking comedian here. This is what we wanted to hear from these people. World politics. This is what we wanted to hear from them. We are itching to hear what they have to say about the rampant immigration or the erasure of the Irish people in Ireland. This is what we want to hear from them specifically.
and wanting to hold on to what your ancestors and your grandparents fought and died for. Like, come on, man. Don't tell me that.
Most countries do that, but then when you say something here, you get called racist, you know?
Well, because that's the easy way out. But having pride in your culture, having pride in...
I'm sorry, but you guys just don't have the minerals. You guys just don't have the acumen. You guys just don't have the intelligence. You guys just don't have the knowledge to have this conversation. You really don't. One guy doesn't even look white, and he's bemoaning immigration. One guy in this particular show doesn't even look white. right? And he's bemoaning mass immigration. It's like, what? What the fuck are you even talking about? Like, honestly. And you live in LA. Please, shut the fuck up.
In the values that gave it what it was. And by the way, there might be a reason a lot of people are trying to come to Ireland. My thing about, like, I'm just going to say this too with England. My thing about when people come to England and they don't assimilate.
Your face is a fucking disaster. Your mouth is a fucking disaster. Your hairline is a fucking disaster. Your ears are a fucking disaster. Your career is a fucking disaster. Disaster. Fuck off. England's the day I die.
They don't assimilate. And I'm speaking primarily, and this is somebody who lived in the Arab world, but there is a large contingent of young Arabic Muslim men who assimilate beautifully.
God, oh my 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 god. Are we gonna go into the Islamophobia arc? Is this what we're on now? Is that what we're doing? Are we on the brown people bad arc? Is that what we're doing? During Ramadan? During Ramadan, is brown people bad? Okay. Big up KP.
Your boy's balls deep in London, my man.
Exactly, yeah. He's definitely balls deep in London. Oh, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to say that. I just got monetized. Big up KP. Big up KP.
And add a lot to the culture. There is a growing group of a Muslim population that doesn't have any interest in assimilating, not only in European culture in Britain, but also wants to impose Sharia law in the areas they quote unquote control.
Yep. Oh, shut up, you idiot.
Those dastardly Mohammedans, am I right, Drinks?
Honestly, what does he know about all of this stuff anyway? Where have you got evidence of this happening? Where does this even happen? This topic has been overblown. It's been exaggerated. Where is it even taking place? And even if it is taking place, what concern is it of yours? You don't live in these communities. You don't live in these areas. You're not surrounded by these people. Why does it bother you in the slightest? Honestly, man, this is, maybe it's a little bit of the American thing as well. This need to police the world or to tell the world how they should fucking deal with their immigration. Like, it's different, you know? Like, everywhere, every place does it differently. Some places may do it right. Some places may do it wrong. But there are reasons why they do it. There are nuances to it. It's way more complex than these people could ever understand. And also, stay in your lane. Nobody wants to hear this from you guys anyway. I don't think so. I could be wrong. Fucking hell. I never believed that. But I guess it's just part of the right-wing grift, right? You have to kind of speak about these type of talking points. You can't be a right-winger nowadays in media and not be a fucking, you know, a rampant Islamophobe. I guess that's part of it.
Yep.
And is interested in creating a caliphate across, you know, the entire country.
And they have
if
representatives
I'm British, it's
in
like,
government.
hey,
a caliphate across the entire country. I've missed that. I've missed that, by the way. I've missed this caliphate, honestly. I've missed the curfews. I've missed the segregated schools. I've missed the fucking public stonings. I've missed the place where in London people are getting thrown off of buildings due to their sexuality or their sexual orientation. I've missed it, by the way. I've missed all of these things. I don't know where this is taking place. I've missed the beheadings, right? I've missed all of these things. I've missed the forced marriages. Where is this taking place? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Big up KP.
Callan with the Obama era fascist talking points.
Honestly, wild.
Get the fuck out of here. You're not allowed to do that.
But no, you're racist.
You're Sharia.
You shouldn't be allowed to have a career because you allegedly are wedded somebody, but here we are. But here we fucking are.
Sharia law is no good in a European country. You're here
to get away from that.
Because yes, you're here because this country had prosperity that your countries didn't. Do you think there's a correlation between
hey. Isn't it the land of the free? Isn't it the land of the free? Shouldn't I be able to come there with whatever traditions and religions that I have and assimilate, obviously based on what you guys do in there, but shouldn't I be able to keep a part of my identity? Shouldn't that be a bit of a pushback there? No, not land of the free. I can't come there and practice my religion and practice my faith, or live a life the way that I was living back home? No, I have to kind of put that aside and embrace what Western values, first world problem values. Well, yeah, okay, cool, makes sense.
Democracy, freedom of speech, separation of church and state, and this kind of not only freedom and lifestyle, but also this kind of economic opportunity. I think there probably is. That's what I resent. It bothers me a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, really? It probably bothers people. It probably, your victims are probably bothered that you're still breathing. You know, not to be mean and shit, but let's be real. Allegedly, I don't know. Don't ban me. I'm sorry.
Now, you know, people can say what they want.
Now,
And it's so lazy to call that like,
I know,
you know,
it's
if
stupid,
anybody,
so stupid.
I grew up among the Arabs. I grew up among Muslims. Don't tell.
Around the Arabs, around the Muslims. Don't tell me what. Because you grew up around people, you can't be bigoted. You can't be racist. Is that what you're trying to say? Because you were in a restaurant one day surrounded by people of a particular faith or a particular race, that makes you immune to being called a racist because of your very racist point of views? Okay.
Tell me I'm racist, or I think I grew up with these.
But now flip the script.
My childhood was amazing with those people.
Flip the script. Now imagine if white people
with those people
came into Iraq and Iran and tried changing that.
Well, we did do a lot of that. It was called colonialization.
Correct.
Colonization, and that's a good point.
So it's better to go and rip them of their resources and their money and their jewels, destabilize governments, overthrow governments, tear countries up. Yeah, go, pick up.
Lawrence of Arabia over here.
Exactly.
Man face bombing emoji.
Exactly. Lawrence of Arabia. Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, it's better. It's better. It's better to police the world and rob everybody of their wealth and sometimes their dignity. But it's perfectly okay. Then it's a bad thing. When these same people that you countries that you destabilize and tear to pieces, who then come to seek refuge in your country, try and practice their way of life or live their way of life, and then you kind of bemoan them for it. Great, makes sense. And also, it's a human condition, bro, to live amongst people that look like you, that maybe have the same worldview as you, same tradition, same values, same religion. It's only human nature, you know. It's not that big of a deal, really. Maybe tighten some of the restrictions around, you know, how people come in, how easy they come in, the benefits that they keep getting given access to. Maybe incentivize people to be well behaved, to, I don't know, to try and get a job, to climb themselves up the ladder and pull their families out of poverty and shit. There's things that you can do. But this idea that all immigration is bad, this new idea that these guys have right now, and this idea that they want to police the world and, you know, tell them how they should, you know, deal with immigration, how they should deal with their borders. It's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. There's an argument to be said that maybe, you know, the world should be borderless. There's an argument to be said for that, considering how the world is at the moment and, you know, geopolitics, war, all this malarkey. That's a story for another day. But I don't know about you. When I listen to comedy podcasts, the last thing I want to hear is this shit. I'm not gonna lie. The last thing I want to hear is this shit. You're already inundated with this shit on the news, in the newspapers, in media in general. When you go and listen to these comedy podcasts, you want to release. You want them to kind of transport you to another world. You want them to fucking take your mind off things. And instead, they're reminding you how horrible it is out there. Oh yeah.
Going to Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Let me know how it goes for you.
Yeah.
Going to Russia and try to install those Muslim values.
This is what happens. It's the legacy of colonialism, but it's also like you Europeans, Western values, Western culture.
What are the views here?
Is to me there's not a moral equivalent here. The Western culture, Western values, the founding fathers. That shit they solved the political problem. You want to live under those values.
Now, do we think Trump has any clue of Connor's recent allegations before he went?
Well, Trump had to go through that too. I don't think.
So he probably relates to it. He's probably like, I get it.
Think?
And it was a civil trial, and he's like, I get it, baby.
Yeah.
Dap it up. And they probably talked about it.
Well, I mean, you know,
I'm not a fan of
who
Kanye.
hasn't gone through.
I don't know, man. Do you really want that though? Do you really want your president to be like embracing somebody with those type of allegations or with those convictions under their jacket? Like, is that really what you want? Do you really want that from your world leaders? God almighty, bro. Be up, Mr. O.
Brendan can't even point Mexico on a map.
Exactly. Even forget Mexico, Afghanistan. He keeps talking about Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran. I bet you couldn't tell the difference between Iraq and Iran on the fucking map. I bet you. You probably can't even name the states in fucking America, let alone point out where Mexico is. I highly doubt he can name all the states in America. I highly doubt it.
Through that, and
There's
that's
only
in that
35
circle.
according to him.
Pete Hegseth went through it too. And,
Yep.
I mean, you know, what are you gonna do?
Yep. And he's there for on behalf of Ireland to try to.
Yeah.
He's like, we're the little brother, you're big brother, help us out.
Yeah, but and South,
way to use your
South
platform.
Africa is really. Have you
Yeah.
seen what's going on there with
I'm
the white
sure
minority?
similar shit.
Yeah. We're talking now. Everybody's gonna think we're.
With the white minority. Oh my god. Brian Callen defending apartheid. Oh my. With the white minority. Some would argue that it's been a long time coming in South Africa, to be fair. There are some Africans, mainly my dad, you know, sorry to throw my dad under the bus, but there are some African people out there who look down on South Africans because they say they didn't fight hard enough. You know, they let white people overtake their country. They run a lot of the main, resource. No, they kind of have more control of the resources and whatever else it may be. A lot of Africans look down on South Africans. They think they're too placid. They think they're too much of a walkover. Some of the racism actually that occurs within, places like Africa, places like Southeast Asia, places like India and shit, is quite interesting in and amongst other black people. Some very interesting points of views. Anyone that's grown up in a Caribbean household that has African extended family members or vice versa will know what I'm talking about.
Or far right racists,
I
which
am.
is hilarious.
I'm not racist, but I'm far right.
You want to just play this clip? It just came out.
I'm not racist, but I'm far right. I don't even think you're even far left. You're not even far in this podcast. You're not even far alive. Brendan saying he's far right. I think if you're actually far right, you'll be insulted that Brendan thinks he's far right. He doesn't even know. He couldn't even tell you anything outside of some talking points he's found on fucking Instagram. Which maybe actually is a point of being far right, but it's hilarious that he labels himself as far right. That's fucking hilarious.
Not
yeah.
Recently.
Gulf of America.
Work ethic is inspiring. Your work is inspiring. Please share.
He was just saying Donald's work ethic is inspiring.
Yeah, he's a beast.
Yeah, I would say Donald Trump's work ethic and his ability to just keep going no matter
the original
what.
Teflon Don.
I mean,
it's wild.
dude.
No matter if you
Gangster.
like him, if you like him or not, what he's been through
At
is
least
insane.
accept it. Yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta acknowledge, like, okay, there's
It's
not
not
a lot
just-
of other politicians who can handle that.
That assassination attempt.
Handle what? Talking a lot. Going to rallies. Isn't that what you do as a politician? Isn't that part of the gig? What?
Killed somebody behind him.
Correct.
I mean, a family man, a fireman who
horrible.
left behind his wife who was there, his children, and that could have been him, and he turned his head last minute.
Yeah, and then got up and fucking
I
said,
mean,
fight.
you know.
Not to mention all the legal battles.
They were trying to put him in jail
prison
forever.
so he couldn't run.
It wasn't just legal, too. I love when people say this. No, they were trying to accuse him of felonies that the DAs had never charged anybody with.
Correct.
It was so ridiculous, and they tried to destroy him.
Talk about weaponizing the.
Oh my god, bro. What is this podcast, bro? What the fuck is this podcast? What are we watching? How is this gonna survive in Texas? I'm honestly interested how they're gonna make this survive in Texas. Are they gonna keep talking about the same things? Not even try and make it funny. Not even have themes or something, or share embarrassing stories, or change the segments around. Like, this is brutal, bro. Now we're talking about Trump's, convictions and court. Like, what year is it again?
If he hadn't won this election, this was an existential struggle. He would have been. We would have left financially
California
finished
a lot
and in jail.
faster. We would have left California.
Oh wow! What a horror! He's not gonna go in jail. He was never gonna go to jail. Relax.
California faster than we have.
So
about some time, dude.
That's wild. Yeah, Connor.
Okay,
Is,
there. Anything else?
So Ilya Topuria.
So no pushback, by the way, right? No pushback, no nothing, no questioning. I don't know, man. Like, even if you're a fan of Trump, bro, that whole press conference in front of the White House with fucking Elon to try and help him sell Teslas. What the fuck, man? Like, come on, man. Come on. Connor doing press conferences, like, come on, bro. Isn't the country on fire? Like, aren't people out of jobs? Don't people need money and shit? What happened to all the policies? What happened to bringing jobs back to America? People are hungry. People are starving. People need whatever. Like, what happened to all that sort of shit? Like, what are all these theatrics? What is going on right now?
Tweeted that I have some big news coming, and you're going to be surprised.
You think it's Connor, Ilya?
Well, most of us think it's Connor because he says you're going to be. You won't believe it. Get ready. So in my head, it's like, well, we know it's not Islam. Islam's going up to 70 and said he doesn't want to fight him. So it's not Islam, which that wouldn't. Even if they announced Islam, you'd believe that.
Yeah.
It's not Justin Gaethje because you'd believe that. Those are easy.
It's not Francis Ngannou.
See that would be crazy.
That'd be crazy.
But in order to say you won't believe it at his level, you'd have to be Connor. But then you see Connor in that video, you're like, there's no way he makes 55. He's thick right now.
He'd make it.
No, not a chance.
No?
No. Especially for the.
What do you mean there's no chance? You made it and you took Ozempic. Why can't he take Ozempic?
I fight in June? No way.
In June?
Yeah. That's when he wants to fight. June, July.
Can I put you on a spot and ask you
8 inches
at your weight right now?
Yes.
At your weight, if you had to fight Ilya Topuria in the octagon, I know it's
really big up. Who's that? Who's that said that? Jess Hilarious fired. Is that true? Hold on, let me check that. Big up. Yeah, what's the guy saying? Jess Hilarious got fired. Really? Is that true? Let's see what happened here. Let me just quickly check this out quickly. Let's see what Ye's talking about. Is he talking about any mess here? What have we missed out on Ye? What would you rather have? Vultures free or Donda free? Donda 2 coming next. What? Bully film. There's a password. What's this about? Bully 2. What is the film? What's the password? Hold on, one second. Big up whoever mentioned that. Bully 24. What's this? What's this? What's this? Bully 24. What the fuck's going on here? Bear with me a second. I appreciate you. What is this? Oh wow. Okay, cool. Let me download this now before it gets deleted. Download in browser. Let me download that right now. But bear with me a second. Come on, bitch. What's happening? Download. Oh no, wait. Why is it doing that for? Don't do that. Okay, cool. Let me refresh it then. Let's see what's happening. Be everybody in the stream chat tuning in. Make sure you like the stream if you're enjoying the stream. Let me just quickly download this thing. Actually, I downloaded it on my other computer. Let's continue. I'll download it on my other computer. Maybe this is not working out properly for me. There you go, bully. Cool, boom. Let's see if this works. I want to download this. I want to see what's going on here. Let's fucking see what's going on here. Let's see if I can click download. Download in browser. Boom. Okay, it's downloading now. Cool. Let's check out this Jess Hilarious thing. How long is that going to take? Oh, a couple minutes. Okay, what's going on here? Something about Jess Hilarious, right? Let me quickly make I may stop using DSPs because streams are fake and the French and Jewish record labels treat artists like prostitutes. Jesus Christ. What make up sex be crazy after a big fight? Carti beat women, I beat women, but everybody hate Diddy. Jesus Christ. Yay, man. What the fuck are you talking about? The sooner they kill me, the greater I'll be. Jesus Christ. Cartier woman beater told me to stop tweeting about Nazis. Why do broke niggas always try to tell me what to do? Oh, I forgot, the Jews. It's okay to make every song about murder, but then they tell this nigga to make suggestions to me. What is this? Carti texting? Yay. What's going on here? I'm sorry for this interruption and this fucking topic switch, but Yay fascinates me. What the fuck is going on right now? Is this Carti and Ye having a conversation? And I could never watch this film, but this is what Pasolini murdered brutally. Okay, cool. I don't know what's going on there. Let's exit that. And I want to see this Jess hilarious stuff anyway. I'll get back to the Ye stuff later. Bear with me a second here. Okay, exit pages. Let's just exit this. Let's just go on X, let's go on Twitter, and let's just see if we can get this Jess hilarious stuff there. Yeah, exactly. Big up MK. Yeah, he sounded like Dan Bilzerian with the hot twins. Exactly. Jesus Christ. Jess hilarious got fired. That's fucking. Didn't you just come back from maternity leave? Damn, that's fucking brutal, bro. To be fair though, that other lady, I don't know who she is, but the other black lady, she's fucking brilliant. She's so well researched. She's a proper journalist, it seems like. I actually prefer her, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, look, there it is. There we go. There we fucking go. There we go, fucking go. Look at this, bro. Big up Glock Topics. Big up the person that mentioned it, by the way. Who mentioned it? I'll give you a shout out in the stream. Who mentioned that? Big up ANSN for the news. Jess Hilarious from Breakfast Club got fired. I wonder why they fired her. Because she came back from maternity leave, didn't she, recently? And it seemed like they were going to go for that those two women are going to do the show along with DJ Envy and Charlemagne. I wonder what happened. Maybe she speaks about it here. Let's see what happened. That's gotta hurt, man. I bet radio's a good job. I bet they pay well, radio. It's every day. It's basically a 9 to 5. It's not a 9 to 5, but you wake up early in the morning. They probably pay a decent amount. You probably get a lot of money from the association working before them. Look at the jewelry and shit. You know, that's a check, man. That's a good check that you lose. Brutal.
Shorty is like that. Yeah. That's why I picked her to fill in for me for maternity leave. This woman every day. Every day.
To be fair though, in the corporate world, that's one of the risks that you run as a woman, isn't it? Working in the corporate world in general. Right? What's that? What's that? Fixed now? Cool. That's one of the issues that you run into in the corporate world if you do decide to have children. It may fuck up your career prospects because the time you take away on maternity leave, someone could come and fill in for you during that maternity cover, and they may end up outperforming you, and then it makes people question whether or not they need you. You know? They become indispensable. They become a linchpin. So that's one of the issues that you run when you have children, unfortunately. It's so unfair, but I guess that's what happens across the board.
I don't have no reason to fucking hate on that girl. I don't. No, I didn't like her when I came back because I'm like, all right, what's going on? What's going on?
Oh.
She knew it. We had a conversation. Because the anger was misplaced. Nah, it ain't even you that I don't like. I'm realizing this is the way these niggas is doing shit up here that I don't like. Okay, got it.
So embarrassing, man. She celebrated the job as well. Like she was a new hire. To be fair, I didn't feel like they ever did make it clear that she was a permanent hire or replacement for Angela Yee. It always felt like that seat was like open to somebody coming in and making an impression, or somebody coming in and filling in and doing a good job. It never felt like they were really settled with Jess Hilarious. Just looking from the outside in, because I don't really watch Breakfast Club like that anymore. It hasn't been relevant for a long time, I feel like, in the culture. They've kind of fallen off. Charlemagne's kind of lost his edge. DJ Envy went through that whole like house scam thing. By the way, what's happening with that, by the way? That whole house flipping thing. I think DJ Envy, that whole house flipping thing kind of sullied his reputation. And people just kind of fell out of love with the show. A lot of celebrities stopped going on there. Obviously, Charlemagne become a lot more richer, a lot more famous, a lot more politically motivated or involved. So that maybe kind of blunted his knife a little bit in terms of being a little bit more angry and cunty and shit and argumentative or whatever, maybe controversial. What's that thing called shock jock shit went away. But I felt like they never really made it clear that this was her job. It always felt like she was filling in or it was temporary. And plus that other girl that they brought in is really fucking good. I forgot her name, but she's really good. She's like a proper journalist, or even she at least tries to be one. She gets her facts right. She seems to ask great questions. The guests seem to like her as well. And she seems to maybe flow with the other hosts a little bit better than Jess Harris, who maybe is a little bit more argumentative. I wonder why she got fired. Well, didn't something happen? She criticized somebody. Did she get fired for that thing that she said about the kids? Is it about Mexican or something? Do you guys remember in the stream chat? Did you say something about kids or something? She got in trouble for something. I think it went viral. I remember something she said.
Now, it's her segment. I went to the person who does the intros, the sounds. I went to Taylor. Yo, Taylor, make Lauren her intro. Take Jess with the mess, all that shit. She says, things can't just change like that. Why the fuck not? Why not? Y'all changing everything else, and I'm the only one that don't know. My goofy ass don't know nothing. I'm just coming to work every day, just zippity-doo-dah-day. And you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, take my name out that shit. Jess with the Mess is not at Breakfast Club. I'm Jess Hilarious up here. Fuck, I'm Jessica Moore up here. Jess with the Mess is not being done. Lauren LaRosa is doing the shit. So that need to be her segment. I fought for that segment. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? While her fans and her people and the Breakfast Club people and the people in the comments, man, I'm not ready to sit up here and act like I don't see that shit. Are y'all crazy? One thing
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Didn't Jess Hilarious take a piss out of that kid? What's his face? The kid that Trump made a police officer or something. I think he went through. I think he had some brain surgery. I think he had maybe cancer or something, and he's got like scars on his head. Bless the kid. And I think he got bullied in school, and I think Trump invited the kid and his dad to the White House or something. I think so. I think Jess Harris said something a bit rude about his scars or something like that on the radio. So I wonder if that is the reason why she got fired.
Never try to do is act unbothered unless shit never bothered me, man. What? You try coming back to work. You try to come back to work, and the motherfucker is right there at your desk, and ain't nobody telling you shit, mind you. Nobody telling you nothing, mind you.
You should have read the tea leaves, my friend. You should have read the tea leaves. It was pretty obvious that other lady was going to take your job. It was pretty obvious. You should have had a conversation. You should have pulled people to one side. You should have knocked on someone's door. It was obvious. It was very obvious. That lady is really again, I forgot her name, but she's really good at her job. She seems to like it. She seems to come across a lot better than Jess Hilarious, who a lot of people don't like from her previous, because she used to be a bit of a comedian, a little bit controversial on social media. So people don't really like her anyway, Jess Hilarious. I don't think she has the best reputation. And I think, people are going to be celebrating this. I know Winnie Harlow is. You know Winnie Harlow? Winnie Harlow is definitely going to be celebrating the fact that Jess Hilarious got fired. She's definitely going to be posting something snarky on social media, I'm assuming, soon.
Before you know it, everybody thinking you're the villain. Like, I'm the villain. Because I didn't know shit. I'm sick of that. I'm very, very sick of that.
Be sick at
I'm
home.
sick of the shit.
Be sick at
it's
home.
Weird. Bro. It's weird.
Oh, well.
I don't fuck with it. Just be quiet up there. I'm not fighting over no mic space. I'm not fighting over no mic.
You probably should have.
That's why I went from shut up and hush to not saying nothing. Nah. I'm not gonna compete where I already won this competition. I didn't know it was supposed to be 4. If this was presented to me, prior to hire, then I wouldn't have been so shocked. Like, oh shit, all right, cool. So
to be fair, I do remember. I think if I remember correctly, and again, I'm only remembering from little things I've read on social media back in the day. Didn't she hide her pregnancy in the first place? I think she didn't tell Breakfast Club that she was even pregnant. So maybe this is their get back. You ran a bit of a scam. You got the job, signed on a dotted line, and then quickly soon after went on maternity leave. And they basically had to keep paying you. And now when you come back, in the time that you went away, they got someone else to fill your spot. who did a better job than you, and they told you to skedaddle. The game is the game, you know? The game is the game.
We bringing in the fourth person. Shit, that's what's up. Cool. It's only time for that segment. You know what I'm saying? We had a meeting today to restructure the show and shit like that.
Damn.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. That went crazy too.
Uh-oh.
Listen.
Restructure the show. Basically get you out of here.
It's a lot of shit. It's a lot of things that I deal with. I ain't expecting not one motherfucker to feel sorry for me because that's not what I'm looking for. I don't care. And I haven't said a motherfucking thing. At all. At all. I haven't said anything. This is the crazy thing, yo. I'm gonna let y'all know this.
Mm-hmm.
The craziest shit is, right? I wanted Breakfast Club so bad. I wanted it. I grew up on the show. The fuck? Like, what? Hall of Fame show? What are we talking about? Syndicated? This ain't my first time doing radio, but I'm just saying, like, this is the biggest fucking show culturally. You know what I'm saying? I was eating that shit up the whole year I co-hosted. Eating that shit up until I had to leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had a baby. In this industry, what I'm doing ain't no right time to have a baby, so you have them when you have them. I don't regret when I got pregnant. I don't. I got pregnant on fucking purpose.
I don't know, man. The lady doth protest too much. I feel like you do regret it. The lady doth protest too much. If you didn't regret it, you wouldn't even mention that you don't regret it. So it feels like she does regret it. I don't think the pregnancy is the main problem. I just don't think she's that good at her job. And somebody else came in and did a better job. Simple as that, really. I don't think it's really due to the pregnancy. It was just maybe bad timing, but I think she would have got eventually fired regardless.
That's what I wanted, a baby, and that's what I got. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted Breakfast Club. You feel me? And I'm gonna say this. I don't fucking need to be there. I want it to be there.
I don't need to be there. Yeah, right, bro. Yeah, fucking right. Come on, man. Yeah, right.
Loved being there. That was my shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, that was my shit. I used to be happy as a motherfucker on the radio. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm not intimidated by no woman walking on this earth. I give a crown to that girl. If you listen to the show, you know. Nigga talking about she tried to be my friend. Excuse me? Ain't nobody trying to be no motherfucking friends. What are we talking about? We just naturally, organically became cool.
Mm-hmm.
Once I realized what the fuck was going on, like I said, my anger was misplaced. No, I did not like her when I first came back. I didn't. Even down to how I was supposed to return. Like, we had a whole plan on how I was supposed to come back. When I walk in the room, she never left. First thing,
she went on holiday, came back, and someone else is in her room. She never left the room. Oh my god, man, the hate is massively strong.
She say, it's not, how your baby doing? No, that was Envy, because he's the family man, right? How was maternity leave? No, that's not the first. The first thing that she talks about is the shit that was in the comments. What the fuck would make me want to talk about the fucking comments first? I got a beautiful baby at home. Why? You know what I'm saying? So no, I did not like her when I first came back. I had to learn that Lauren was not a spiteful person. Like, I'm like, I don't like the way you moving. I don't like, I ain't feeling this shit. We had a whole nother plan. I don't know what the fuck what that was in there, but that shit wasn't it. I ain't like that. We've made cool since then. Mm-hmm. That's it. Right? I compliment this girl every fucking day. Every day. And it ain't forced. She's a beautiful girl. She knows her shit and she on her shit. And that segment came from me. Like, let's not even sit here and fucking play around with it. Like, this the crazy thing. This is another crazy thing. We supposed to be a team up that bitch. Not one person comes to my defense at all. Like, when I'm not.
You know, you can't expect people to fight for you in the workplace. You gotta fight for yourself. Honestly, you learn that after your first job, after your first firing, your first argument, your first falling out or at workplace. You learn that pretty quickly in workplaces. You can't expect your colleagues, even if they're your friends, to fight for you. You have to fight for yourself. Every man, every woman for themselves, really, in that regard. Yes, it would be nice if they did step up for you, but that's very naive and very entitled to feel like people should take up for you.
Not one motherfucker ever with this online shit. Like, why the fuck should we have to keep playing it? Man, listen, I know one thing.
She hurt, man. She hurt
Angela,
for sure.
he ain't that motherfucking crazy.
She hurt for sure.
Not as crazy as niggas try to make her out to be. Nah, it's the reason that
Who was saying Angela Yee is crazy? She's now giving up information she wasn't meant to give out. Nobody said Angela Yee was crazy. Everyone understood why she left. I think by the time she left, her and Charlemagne weren't really cool anymore. And she probably just got, probably got tired of the whole format itself and wanted to try something different. I don't imagine people can do morning shows forever, innit? That schedule and that routine's a little bit brutal. But no one thought Angela Yee was crazy. So she's saying things here indirectly that are like giving an insight into what's going on behind the scenes here. Kind of, again, maybe illustrating why she did get eventually fired.
lady wanted to leave that show. I don't know how she did that shit for 13 years, my nigga. I'm telling you. I don't give a fuck. Y'all already know what's up with me. I feel played with. I'ma play with niggas. Like, that's just like, come on. I've been quiet a lot. If Jess Hilarious is quiet, it's a motherfucking reason. I always got my motherfucking mouth open. All the time. Whether it's something y'all want to hear or it's something that y'all ain't gonna want to hear. I ain't got time.
It's not a good thing to be bragging about, I'm not gonna lie.
I ain't got time. Didn't go live to talk about that retired ass nigga. Who still think he not retired. Nigga, you ain't doing nothing. And honestly, if he didn't hate me so much, I would actually agree with some shit that he was saying. I would. The girl is great at what she do. Lauren with the latest is flawless. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. She got that. I fought for that. The fuck is we talking about? I don't know how long it's going to take for a motherfucker to confirm that. But yeah, it's like that.
Anyway, I'm going to leave it there and go back to Tfatk. Just to end it, has anyone been in that position before? Because I don't believe what she's saying anyway, but has anyone been in a position where you've maybe recommended somebody for a job at the place that you worked at, that person came to that job, that person took the job, and ended up doing so well that they fired you because they felt like they were doing a better job than you were doing? That must be brutal, isn't it? I've never experienced it, but just imagine that being the thing. You recommend your friend for the job, they get the job, and then through them doing the job, they end up getting you fired because they don't think you're as good. That's gotta be a big ego dent. That's gonna fucking hurt your confidence. That's gonna be a bit of a mindfuck. I don't think that's what happened. I think she's terrible at her job anyway. But god damn, that's gotta hurt. Anyway, back to Papa. Back to fucking Papa. Oh, not this one. Wrong one. Where is it? Where is it?
It's a question. What happens?
Why are you doing this to me, man?
Celia Taporia.
Yeah. What's he walk around at, Chin? Probably 160-ish, 170. He's not as small as you think.
They say 190, actually.
No, he's not 190.
No.
No. Hey. He's not 190. You think he
180.
fights at 145?
He says he walks around at 187.
That's big.
That's huge.
Yeah.
As his coach says.
You got your hands full. That's a big.
Yeah. Now listen, I'm sure his coach is great. He doesn't walk around 187. That's not real.
Yeah.
You're not. So
he's very short.
He's fighting. He's cutting 45 pounds.
How tall is he?
Because the people that say he's too small for Islam, they're just off.
5'7". Oh.
5'7", 187.
Might be shorter
pounds?
than that, by the way. Might be shorter than that. Might be 5'6".
Probably 5'6".
Can you put him? See how tall he is next to Volkanovski for a second. Just bring it up. Yeah.
What's buzz? Big up Super Jello. What's buzzing audio? Is it me or is it the show? Who's the buzzing audio from? Do you guys hear buzzing audio? Is that from me or is that the show?
I don't. 5'7" is generous.
Yes.
Is it generous? All due respect. Yeah. Okay, a little taller.
Yeah, he might be pretty close. He's probably 5'6".
What's Volkanovski?
5'6". Now
He's
he might
5'6".
and he might be 5'5".
Yeah.
So I think let's take an inch off both. One's 5'5", one's 5'6".
All right. There you go. That's fine. Yeah.
You want me to answer your question?
I'd like you to answer my question. You'd beat the shit out of him. Yeah. He's just too small.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. So for my,
he's not.
Hold on, Brendan's saying you beat the shit out of Ilia Topuria. Is that what he's saying? He beat the shit out of Ilia Topuria. All right, cool. Let me lower the gain here then. Let me lower the gain. Actually, let me lower the. Let me do this. Let me just do this. Let me lower the gain. Let me lower the artificial gain here. Let's put it down to, let's say, let's do 14. Let's do 14, and then let's just take off the noise suppression a little bit. But let's put the noise suppression maybe to 30. Let's put the noise suppression to 30. Let's see how that does. Hopefully that's a bit better now. Hopefully that's a bit better. Hopefully.
Not suplexing you?
No, not happening.
No.
Yeah, uppercut him like Francis did over him.
Big up Uche. Thank you. Cool. Hopefully it's better. Hopefully it's less muffled now.
But
your arm.
So my arm, right? It's been a
It
problem.
looks big.
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
because it's swollen.
Yeah, well, yeah, thank you. Hard work. Yeah. But my arm, right? I couldn't lift it. Mutual friend of ours goes, you need to get you're gonna love this. I can't believe we didn't talk. That's why. Friend goes, you need to get on scorpion, blue scorpion venom.
What?
And I go,
bring that up, Chin.
Who's milking scorpions?
Yeah, who's milking
scorpions? And they're like,
Brendan's gonna say milk now, isn't it? He's gonna go on this whole milk fair because he can't say milk, so he's gonna be saying milking the whole time now. It's gonna be so infuriating.
and I go, you inject it? You know, I'm all about injecting.
Yeah.
He goes, no, it's you just take it orally underneath your tongue, but the way they do it, it's right, the blue scorpion venom. Fast acting right for pain and inflammation. Dude, Bubba, before I started taking, I couldn't hold the baseball glove for Tiger. I couldn't play catch with him. I benched this morning.
Well, you don't use your bicep for bench, but
I do. I bench. I can do curls.
What?
I did fucking I did my normal workout.
Blue scorpion venom. Is it real venom?
Oh yeah. And they sent me videos of them milking these little scorpions, and they're only
milk. Oh my god, man! This inability to pronounce simple words drives me nuts.
I think it's the DR. It's a special kind of, because you can't get that fat Arizona scorpion. That ain't gonna work. It has to be these blue scorpions from the DR.
Frank had his
the shield masters, isn't it? The absolute shield masters. I love the dead air too. While they're fucking reading the website, the shield masters, the dead air kings.
You know, his
back done.
Yeah. I mean,
isn't that crazy?
That's very interesting. But
Crazy.
I believe it. I mean, a lot of that venom can have an effect. Like, so Botox is botulism. It's what is it? The poison that the blowfish has or something. It's like it's a poison that numbs the muscles in
All
your
Botox?
face.
I don't think so, bud.
Yeah, Botox is
It's not all from pufferfish.
No, I'm sure it's not. But I think it's botulism neurotoxin. Yeah, it's a neurotoxic protein produced by and related to species that prevents the release of. Yeah.
Now I'm sure.
Big up everybody tuning in and locked in right now. If you're enjoying the show, you see what you like what you see. Make sure you like the stream down below. We're probably going for another hour. We'll probably just finish this episode. We'll probably go for another hour or so, then I've got a duck. But make sure you smash the like button, subscribe down below, all that good stuff. Make sure.
They make it, but
Yeah.
that's artificial, Brian.
Yes.
Hey, I'm taking real scorpion venom, son.
You are. You're putting it under your tongue?
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Where do you get it from?
Wow.
What's that site, Jen?
What's that site?
You're just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Damn.
What is it? It's bluescorpion.com.
And this stuff really works?
Yeah.
And it worked right away?
Okay.
Probably I took it 2 days, and I wasn't. I was like, I feel good, but I don't want to fuck up my arm even worse. I was going to go in the gym and just do things that I can. I'm like, holy shit.
I wonder how'd they figure that out?
Who started milking the scorpion?
Yeah.
Who's like
milk? We keep saying milking, milk. God almighty, this guy drives me nuts.
Yeah, I grabbed that little dude. And they're showing me how they milk.
There's so much.
And they put into
Is there a video on that?
I don't have the video. The guy was showing me on his phone. They put in like the 4 sections. So they milk, rotate, milk, and they just keep going around and
There
around.
it is. They're milking it.
It comes out of the stinger part, right?
Yeah.
The Caribbean blue scorpion.
It's only
How much? How can everyone just sit there and hear him mispronounce it? It's such an easy word and not just say it's milk, not milk. Why are you saying that? It's not an accent thing. You don't have a speech impediment. You're just being dumb. Just pronounce it properly. It's milk, not milk. Why are you saying it that way? And it's not even funny. You're just a fucking redact.
What do you take?
2 milliliters.
Big up KP. That probably is a reason, isn't it? Milk is woke, my man. Exactly. That probably is a reason. Pronouncing milk the right way is woke. Liberal agenda.
Every morning, every night.
So it's like it's a drop under your tongue or something?
Yeah.
It's pure venom?
No, it's mixed with something.
It's expensive though.
Yeah, dude. Someone's milking a goddamn tiny scorpion. It ain't gonna be cheap.
Yeah, I wonder if this is complete bullshit.
Jesus Christ, man. Exactly. What? How do you even know it's milk? It's venom from like? How do you even know this? And they're charging $500 per month for different pack, all the way up to what? $861. Yeah, this is a definition of fucking snake oil. What the fuck is this?
And this is placebo, or if this is real?
Oh yeah.
Per month.
That's what I
don't know.
want.
Worked on me, dog. I'm also on a lot of shit though. Like inject straight BC 157 my fucking bicep.
Yeah. That guy looks like he's Harut Tovmasyan.
Must be Russian, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, his real name is probably Fred Johnson. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I feel good on
But there must be something to the actual venom, because I do think that it's probably, they found it by accident. You know what I mean? Or it was used by a certain. Find out what the origin of blue scorpion venom therapy is, because it was probably used by the native population there.
Started in 1980s when a biologist was carrying out experiments with animal toxins, found that scorpion venom decreased the size of tumors in rats and dogs.
Interesting.
Isn't that strange?
Yeah. Venom for cancer. That's McGill University is a real university. Can you go to that for a sec?
McGill?
Yeah.
Right there.
Cancer patients from around the world have been traveling to Cuba for years to be treated for cancer with venom extracted from the blue scorpion. It all started in the 1980s when blah, 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 blah. Okay, go down. Cancer patients from around the world have been traveling to Cuba, blah, blah, blah. Okay, in 1993, a Cuban whose daughter had pancreatic cancer heard about the scorpion venom story and approached Shivas, who consented to give the girl some venom mixed with distilled water. She recovered, and
Great comedy podcast topic, by the way.
Yeah, one story. I just want to see if there's a way to study the effects of venom on some 10,000 people, but the company has published none of its research, which means they're full of shit. Demand did, however, become so great that labio...
Look at Brendan. Look how uncomfortable Brendan's getting. Look at how uncomfortable Brendan's getting. This is funny because maybe this is going to be a potential sponsor, you know? Maybe this snake oil, this fucking snake venom, this scorpion venom was going to become a potential sponsor, but now they're debunking the entire thing live on air. It's fucking hilarious.
Fam had to change its tack because it could not supply enough of the venom. So the company decided to produce a homeopathic version of the venom. Uh-oh. That means it's not venom.
Exactly.
Oh, boy. If it's a homeopathic version of the venom, there's no venom, guys. The curious business here is that the homeopathic scorpion venom treatment doesn't even make sense in the bizarre world of homeopathy. According to the tenets of homeopathy, if the homeopathic solution of the venom is to cure cancer, the venom itself should cause the disease. There is no evidence that it does. Okay. Under the name Vitatox, the homeopathic version is now sold to Cubans for 4 cents and to foreigners for $220. It is not backed by Cuba's Regulatory Bureau of Health Protection. Could there be something to the original version of the venom being effective? Perhaps. Stranger things have happened, but all we have are some anecdotes that are impossible to confirm. In the meantime, there are practitioners in several countries who offer the venom treatment to desperate people. Are they actually using scorpion venom? Who knows?
And you know Brendan paid. He paid whatever they were selling it for. Because Brendan's a fucking mark. He gets scammed over loads of things. You know he paid the max. Because he's one of the type of people who always thinks the more money you pay, the better something is. So he definitely paid for the $860 package. You know he did. He got completely scammed.
Look who dislikes homeopathy when it's Hispanic.
Exactly. When brown people are doing it, not so good. Now it's not legit. Now it's all not kosher, hey? Now you care about research papers.
Maybe someday someone will carry out proper research and find
Read that last line. Even if there's something to the story of blue scorpion venom curing cancer, the homeopathic version will not work.
So you're taking that homeopathic version? Do you know what you're taking? For real? Water. That guy's an asshole. Go back to that guy.
That's a good line. That's actually a good line for once. This is one of the best lines. This is one of the best lines.
Blue scorpion venom curing cancer, the homeopathic version will not work.
So you're taking that homeopathic version? Do you know what you're taking? For real? Water. That guy's an asshole. Go back to that guy. Go back to this. So hold on. Let me just see something. What does it say on it? Go back. Right? That guy. You're so full of shit, dude. We should call him Harut Tovmasyan. Like, dude, what are you saying? Hold on. So
Brenda's still flexing.
Let me just see. Let me go back. I just want to see what because if he's saying that, at Blue Scorpion, our vision is to lead the way to natural wellness by combining the ancient principles of homeopathy with innovative scientific advancements. Through our unique approach, we harness the healing potential of blue scorpion venom enhanced by a patent polarization process. So maybe they're using actual blue scorpion venom to create safe, non-toxic, non-synthetic solutions for pain and inflammation. We are dedicated to offering products that provide effective temporary relief without the side effects of drug interactions. Do me a favor, go back up. Go back up.
Fucking scorpion.
Let me just do some investigation. Okay. I got heavy skeptical hippo eyes.
Yeah, you should.
Very much. Let me see what the bottle says.
Here.
Is Byron trying to tank the pod so he can escape?
Basically, yes. Because you can imagine homeopathic bucks. They're probably bigger than Big Pharma. To shield homeopathic fucking remedies and shit, those people are paying some money. You know. So Brian is literally sabotaging the one big sponsor that's probably on the books. If they would have spoke about this glowingly or something, they would have sent them free bottles. They would have been shilling this shit. He's like, nah. And inadvertently tanking the podcast. Hilarious.
Here you go.
Yeah, it says, oh, it's homeopathic. So it's not venom. You're saying it's venom, but it's not.
Well, no, it says blue scorpion.
Okay, venom with APLS, methyl, and ruse tox. Okay. Well,
It says with.
Can you look at the ingredients,
it says
please?
venom with. Yeah, keep going up. Is there a back of it to say there's venom in it?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Is there venom?
Active ingredients. There you go.
Active ingredients.
Oh, it's derived from venom of a Caribbean blue scorpion. It's composed of complex mixture of peptides, amino acids, and minerals. It's a highly
Jesus Christ. Of course, Brendan, you fucking idiot.
Highly diluted homeopathic form. Okay, guys, what that means is that there's no venom in it. If you look up the way they do homeopathy, it's literally just water. I mean, guys, that is such bullshit. What a bunch of
And then there's
bullshit.
venom of bees.
Yeah, but it's homeopathic. There's no venom in it.
Dumb.
Wow. Wow. Unbelievable.
Well,
placebo effect, Brent?
Yeah.
No, I feel like a scorpion.
Yeah.
All right.
God, that guy's that is a huge con. What bullshit. You're saying there's
placebo effect, Brendan? No, I feel really good actually. Well, that's the placebo.
venom in it and there's no venom. It's a highly diluted form, meaning like what? That there's none in there. Like, what are you doing? People are unbelievable that they'll just make a lot of money with some kind of it's literally a gimmick. You're spending money on the bottle. God, that's so bad.
And it sounds cool.
Look
to
at
say,
that guy. Who is that guy?
Yeah, it does.
Right? That's
Yeah.
that's a marketing.
CEO.
Oh God. There's a guy.
Hey, let's talk about Rogan and On It. I think they have the same type of issue too. I think. Let's destroy On It too. Come on, go.
Like that out there who figured out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to know the difference.
Oh, fucking brutal. He's attacking Brendan without realizing.
What are you talking about, Brendan?
Oh, sorry, buddy.
No, I didn't pay for it. It was sent to me.
I know.
Oh no, he definitely paid for it. He definitely paid for it. There's no way someone sent it. He definitely paid for it.
Oh no, if someone tells me they got blue venom,
You're usually crazy skeptical about this shit.
Oh, I'm still skeptical. But if you're gonna set it, I'll try it out.
I'm glad we looked into this because I don't want to promote this guy's product when it's not even real.
I was promoting real venom.
It's not even real.
But you're not taking real venoms. How can you promote real venom when you're not taking it? What?
Promoting real blue scorpion venom. So if you find one, you can get stung by one.
Right.
And hopefully
that
it's gonna
guy
hurt, but maybe get stronger.
There are people out there that make their money off of basically bullshitting. That's what that is.
I've been taking water.
Like there's no real venom in there. And it's like, and then he'll get shut down eventually or get found out, but he'll make millions and there are people that are good at being con artists. Do me a favor. I hate to harp on that guy, but
no, let's get off of him.
All right. Let's take a little break. Look,
Yeah, Brenda wants to move on very quickly from that, huh? He wants to move on very quickly from that topic, which is understandable because he got duped. He probably paid the most expensive option for that fucking homeopathic nonsense. It probably was. You know what's funny? I bet you it included a syringe, and I bet you it also was fucking colored with some sort of coloring. I fucking bet you. Big up Asada Z's, but easy on the target market. Yeah. I'm probably just as gullible. Maybe more gullible than Brendan.
March Madness, baby.
When it comes to college basketball.
For March, first time, say less. Here's something special for y'all. New customers bet $5 to get $200 bonus bets instantly.
At ccpg.org. Qualifying bet criteria vary. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Okay, so you shit all over my venom.
I'd say take it. I would say take blue scorpion venom if there's actually any venom in that bottle.
I know.
My question is,
I need to ask him if there's
it doesn't
any
look
venom.
like there's any venom. If you know the guy, say, hey, bro, Is there any actual venom, or is this homeopathic, which means that it's just water? Like, are you
heavy on the homo?
Yeah.
Are you just giving me homo water?
Yeah, because I think you
am I taking homo water?
Look up what homeopathy.
Look up
homeopathic is. Like it, because I believe you can say it's. You can literally like.
No, I'm just gonna go up to him and I'm gonna go, hey man, I've been taking this stuff. My mouth salivates when I see cock.
Okay.
My friend told me you're giving me homo water.
So.
Oh, great joke, bro. Honestly, please. I'm glad he's not in stand-up anymore. Great. Homo. Oh yeah, great. Homo water. Incredible.
Treatment of disease by minute doses of natural substances that in a healthy person would produce symptoms of disease.
But natural
so
substance could be venom. So they can say homeopathy because venom's natural, right?
The question you have to ask is
it in
hey,
the bottle?
dude, is there any venom in
Yeah,
this
because my mouth salivating when I
And
see
if
big
so,
black
how
cock.
much?
Yeah. Ever since I started taking this, I want to
It's an alternative medicine based on the principle of like cures like, using highly diluted substances to stimulate the body's natural healing
cures
abilities.
like?
This is it's like it's a ripoff of actual vaccine technology.
Oh, it says homeopathic remedies are prepared by repeatedly diluting substances, often to the point where there's virtually no original substance left.
But I bet you it was colored blue. I bet you the liquid was colored blue, so it felt like he was taking fucking scorpion venom or whatever it is, snake venom. Oh my god, fucking idiot, man. To think also that you could just buy to think you could just buy stuff like that off the internet that contains snake venom in it, just like that, is bizarre anyway. You know, just to think that they can, like, what? Like, I don't think it works like that.
Yeah.
Unless it's blue venom.
Listen to how
scorpion.
crazy that is. Listen to how absolutely crazy that is.
Yeah, it's like
they're identified through provings.
See, I thought it was like CBD because remember, CBD people call me crazy. I get to a sense, stopped his seizures.
100% that works.
Yeah,
CBD, but you're really taking CBD
shilling again.
Oil.
Yeah, it's 100% CBD. But you gotta be careful with that. You gotta make sure you go with the right brand.
Of course you do.
Because let's say 100% CBD. Look into it.
I'll
It's
tell you
like
what.
20%.
I tell you what. If you have staff, you have bad staff from rolling jiu-jitsu, take homeopathy medicine. Take homeopathic medicine. Let me know how it goes for you.
Yeah, your arm will
when they
fall
gotta
off.
cut your fucking arm off.
Okay, you hated on my venom fucking oil.
Unbelievable. It's hilarious.
Yeah, what can you do?
Well, anyway.
Well, all right. Looks like you're not getting that.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I feel like
I'm glad your arm's better though. Could have something to do with all the other shit that's been proven that you're taking, like peptides,
facts,
TRT, and all that
facts,
stuff.
Good work ethic, facts,
and you
and
do
venom
heal
oil
quickly
and venom
because you're only 20
and venom
and venom.
Dude, I turn 42 tomorrow.
Happy birthday, buddy.
No, my birthday's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten you anything. What should I get you? If I had to buy you a present for your birthday?
Real venom.
What? And okay, hold on.
Real
I'm going to
scorpion
buy you
venom?
a present. I have $1,000.
Honestly, a 42-year-old man talking about their birthday, it's not the vibe, especially a day before. If it's your actual birthday, fair enough, but a day before, please.
It can't be for your truck. What do you want?
Dude, what?
See?
Oh.
Cut your
no,
legs out from under you.
No.
What do you want?
Nothing.
It's $1,000.
Nothing.
There's nothing you can think
No.
of, right?
No.
How about a belt? How about a nice hat? How about a nice whatever?
I'm good. man.
Nothing, right?
No. Just be awkward at this point, right?
Maybe a dinner where you eat crazy.
No, then I gotta
fancy.
drive there. No, I'd rather you. No.
You don't even like eating out, right?
Nah. No. For my birthday.
Yeah. Slow Joe's got a plan in place now. Slow Joe's got a plan in place.
Yeah, I'll go to the baseball cages with the boys and then
hanging with your
eat
kids.
after.
That's
Yeah.
the present.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't need anything, man. I need Chin's meatballs. Heavy on the balls.
Hey, how about
Of course she came in. Jesus Christ, tits are on fucking 10.
I need Chin's meatballs. Heavy on the balls.
Hey, how about
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brendan.
These are infused with blue scorpion venom.
Happy birthday birthday to you. I hope that blue scorpion venom helps you because it's not in the bottle.
Thank
they
you,
haven't
guys.
milked any scorpions in the bottle, even though they say.
I bet you that was all Sanaz's efforts, by the way. Brian had no involvement in it. Maybe not even Jin. If Sanaz wasn't there, they'd be doing none of this shit. None. Brendan not really being that fucking, enthusiastic, kind of, acting as if like he's a bit embarrassed by it when you mentioned his birthday in the first place. Clearly when someone celebrated with him, they made a bit of an effort. He doesn't seem to be that enthusiastic, that happy. Great, man. Good vibes. Seems like a happy birthday.
Hey, they did.
So I made these. These are fun, fatty like muffins.
You made those?
And these are little cookie sandwiches.
You made the cookie sandwiches too?
Yeah.
Damn,
made
girl,
the
thank you.
sandwiches?
Yeah.
How?
Sandwiches. I cream in the middle and I roll chips around it.
What?
Yeah.
Where'd the cookies come from?
I baked them.
You did?
Yeah.
From the Sonata.
Wow, she baked the cookies. Yeah, they're definitely fucking, in it. She made this herself at home. She made Brendan cakes for his birthday.
Sanaz can give me pink eye whenever she wants.
Yeah, exactly. We got Mr. O. Exactly. But Jesus Christ, bro. She baked Brendan a birthday cake or birthday little muffins and made cookies. Look at how impressed Brian Callen is. He's like, my wife doesn't even bake for me. Sanaz is out here giving people cakes and shit. She's like, yeah, you're gonna miss this. She's got her tightest fucking pants on. The tits are out. Look, remember what I look like. Remember what you're missing out on, motherfuckers. Going to Austin.
You lying
Smell them?
Oh, what are you talking about?
This is the guy that puts cologne on his wrist.
Yeah. You spitting it out?
Damn, bro. Damn.
Are you spitting it
But
out?
I don't think you made these. I think you're a little liar.
No, I'm not.
No, she made these.
You did?
Yeah.
From scratch.
Brian's spitting it out. Honestly, this podcast is... He's spitting the cookie out on the floor. Your Sanaz is angry. She's not happy, bro. He's spitting them out. What a fucking legend. Look at how angry she is.
You spitting it out?
Damn, bro. Damn.
Are you spitting it
But
out?
I don't think you made these. I think you're a little liar.
No, I'm not.
No, she made these.
You did?
Yeah.
Brian is such a piece of shit.
From scratch.
The cookie itself, no. But all the filling, yeah.
Where'd the filling come from?
I made it.
And you're a little liar.
No, I'm not.
This is all.
What the fuck is going on right now? What the fuck is... Doesn't... Brian, read the room. I don't think she's happy, bro. She seems kind of rattled. She seems kind of upset. This is weird, bro. Like... You just eat this shit and pretend it's okay. It's not that difficult to make someone happy, bro. Fucking hell, Brian Callen. He started spitting it out.
Fake cookie.
What are you talking about?
And the filling is
The fact that Brian picked out that you didn't make.
How did you make the filling, young lady?
You want me to break down how I make like
sure
heavy
do.
fillings for
I
you?
sure do.
No, I don't. You know, I'm
See?
actually offended.
Aha!
It's heavy whipping cream. It's sugar. Then I put confectioner sugar in it as well.
Okay.
2 egg whites. Want me to keep going? Come on.
Oh, you're okay. You know your shit.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Brian,
What's wrong with the cookie?
You made
Brian's
these?
a foodie.
No, it's good. I just don't like. I don't like fake cookies.
It's not a fake cookie.
Well, it's a store-bought cookie, so it's a bullshit cookie.
I baked
What the fuck? How? What an unappreciative piece of shit. She baked cookies for Brendan's birthday and made muffins. He can just enjoy them or pretend he's enjoying them, and now he's shitting all over them. What a piece of shit. Or maybe he's negging her. Maybe this is a problem. Maybe he's negging her on purpose, right? Maybe he's trying to grab Sanaz from Brendan, so he's negging her in the hopes that she's then gonna want to fuck him or something. I don't know. This is really rude and inconsiderate. And really mean. Weird, isn't it? Like, she made all that effort. Fucking hell.
them. I got the dough and I baked
Yeah, but you bought the dough, so the dough is store-bought.
it. Still tastes good.
And I'm still a little skeptical that you made them.
All right. Thanks for calling me a liar.
Sanaz, welcome to Brian's world. He's
Yeah.
such a foodie.
Yeah,
I am.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Brian knows shit though.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's
You
so
gotta come
funny,
correct.
dude. Remember when I got you voodoo donuts before? You're like, you kept this in the car or something like that. I'm like, holy shit, how do you know?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
I know. I know these things.
Brian said, you didn't make these cookies.
I'm offended. They're Nestle Toll House cookies. I baked them.
Yeah. You're spitting.
Are you spitting out my funfetti muffin?
The fact that he's spitting out on the floor is disgusting, man. They spit on the floor. There's not a bin anywhere. You don't want to get a bit of tissue to spit in it. You're just spitting right on the floor. Honestly, man, these guys are... This is some white people shit, isn't it? Like, what the fuck is this? I guess they got cleaners that can help, but it's just like cookie dough and spit and phlegm on the floor next to you.
Shit,
Brian!
They're good, actually. I just not my thing, but they're good.
Oh, my God.
They're good.
I enjoyed it.
So now, listen.
It's for my birthday.
I appreciate that you made these out of a package that you bought.
I didn't make those out of a
I
package.
appreciate
I
you
bought
mix
the
them with
sprinkles.
water.
You know what? We're done.
It's fine.
We're done.
It's good. Even though these are
Don't touch anything.
as store-bought as it gets.
Don't touch
Even though
anything.
these were made in a factory in Texas 6 months ago with a lot of preservatives, I appreciate the effort and I love you.
You know what I'm going to bring you for your birthday?
You can do no wrong.
Fish sandwich or whatever.
You can do no wrong. These are good, though.
You know what?
Yep.
You know what? Forget it.
I can tell just by look.
Fucking hell, bro. I don't think they realize. I think she's gonna like... I think she's really mad. I'm not gonna lie. I think she's really mad. Oh my God, bro. They're completely shitting all over this. They're completely shitting all over her cookies. Or just the effort that she made. Fuck. Brutal, bro. Brutal. What a way to say goodbye to Sanaz. What a way to say goodbye. Spitting it out right in front of her. Questioning if she made it. Basically saying they're so disgusting you couldn't have made this. Which is also insulting because if she did make it, it means she can't cook. Fucking hell.
I'm like, wait a minute.
What, you made these?
Yeah, there's a lot of emulsifer in there.
What are you talking about?
Hydrogenated, et cetera, in there. But it's good. Those would last forever.
Boy, Brian's on one today.
You could wrap
Brian's
those
like
up.
The fact checkers on fucking X.
I am fact checker. They call me fact checker B today. It's fact check for Monday, hon. It's not.
We don't want to start fact checking your stuff, do we? Should we fact check some of your allegations? Huh? Should we fact check some of your allegations, Mr. Callan? Let's not go down that road.
Not your fault. You went out and got him something beautiful for his birthday.
I enjoyed it.
Happy birthday.
He likes funfetti, and I didn't want to make cupcakes. So
I know you
did.
did.
Made little muffins.
So you got him some store-bought muffins.
No, they're not
Great.
store-bought muffins.
What? No, I mean the mix is.
We're
store-bought.
done.
It's Betty
The
Crocker.
mix is
Is it
store-bought.
Betty
No, it's
Crocker?
not.
No?
We're done.
How'd you make?
Brian's thing is if it's not made from scratch, it's store bought.
Yeah.
That's what you're dealing with.
I need some flour and some eggs and some milk.
He grew up different.
I need it from scratch.
Well, you know what? Why don't you remember to bring him a gift for his birthday tomorrow? How about that?
I
He even forgot the Christmas gift,
Yeah.
if you remember.
Well, what would I buy you?
That's the thing, isn't it? He's so particular about things, but doesn't make anything himself. What's all this particular about cooking when you can't cook? What's Brian ever made? Just should clap back at him. Why don't you make something, motherfucker? Let's see you make a cupcake from scratch, Mr. Fucking highbrow food taste, highbrow fucking standards of eating and stuff. A supposed foodie, you go and make something then. With all this fucking upbringing, this privilege, this wealth that you have, you should be a good cook, right? You're very, very particular about what goes into your mouth. Pause. Go and make something yourself.
I don't need anything. Don't buy me anything.
No, I'm
It's
just
awkward.
thinking.
What would you buy him?
I don't know. I mean, a knife of some kind of a handmade knife.
Are there a lot of snakes out in Texas?
That's the problem.
Yes.
There are a lot of snakes.
The boys were asking me, they're like, Dad, do we have to worry about, because here, mountain lions, coyotes?
No,
And I was like, I think snakes.
Yeah. We got ourselves a lot of rattlers. Look up snakes in
But what,
Austin,
is it an
Texas.
actual issue? Because I have rattlers by me.
It's not really an issue, but
People said it was an
the
issue out here.
rattlers,
I don't know issue.
They evolved to not rattle though because they get killed
That's
when
a
they
problem.
do.
That's
so
a
what they
problem.
do
So
is
my
they-
son won't hear it coming.
It's a pit viper, but they'll get out of your way typically.
But when I was growing up, I did grab a.
So there's a lot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we got some real snakes.
So
But
the
can you-
copperhead, the cottonmouth. See, cottonmouths are by the lake where I'm at.
It's a giant snake nest. Let's be honest.
Oh, you know what? It should say every snake you can name. is in
Every
Texas.
single snake.
It's
But-
Australia, but bull snake is a problem.
No, bull snake's not poisonous.
Oh, that's right.
Mississippi green water ringneck snake's not poisonous. Belly snake. The only snake you have to worry about there are rattlesnakes,
Copperheads,
coral
cottonmouths.
snakes. Coral snakes have a neuro and blood venom. I believe.
Corals are in the ocean.
Copperheads, cottonmouth. Cottonmouth, bad situation.
What's up with that
Those
rough
kill.
earth snake?
Water snake, no problem. Any of those snakes,
no problem.
no problems. Prairie rattlesnake, that's an issue. These are all vipers, all pit vipers.
Hey, go to
venomous.
No, most dangerous animals in Texas.
Wait.
Now, do you know per capita? There's more.
What
there's
snakes
more
are in
tigers.
Austin, Texas? Because it depends.
Do you know there's more tigers in Texas than there are in the world?
Isn't that crazy?
So I told my kids to scare the shit out of them. There's a tiger problem.
And kind of harmless snakes like the plain belly water snake and western rat snake. While venomous snakes like the broad-banded copperhead.
I'm gonna have to fast forward this, man. This fucking
No,
what is that eastern musquaga?
Fucking segment, fucking pissing me off. Please shut the fuck up, man. Oh my god. What the fuck? Is this?
What?
Coral snakes. Oof.
Coral snakes? Where the fuck are
and
coral
brown
snakes?
recluse. We got some stuff. We got some stuff going on here.
But we have some shit here.
Yeah.
Black widow.
They got black widows
Oh,
out
brown
there.
recluse. Is that what you're talking
Those
about?
are a
that's
problem.
not good.
Coyotes,
Those are everywhere.
raccoons, bats. There is a lot. I do see a lot of bats in Austin.
Yep.
A lot of trans too.
By the okay.
What?
They're not that. They're not that dangerous, though,
bats, a
right?
lot of
They
trans.
you just see a lot of them. That's it.
I mean,
You see-
This right wing grift, this like wanting to be edgy, this it's just boring, man. It's not even funny, it's just boring. Like, I guess maybe that's a way to make a show interesting, I guess. Okay.
But Austin, for me, I've seen a lot of bats, a lot of trans. Sir.
It's not
Sir,
a dangerous
please.
animal. Well, all right. All right. You don't think they're dangerous. That's part of the problem.
The bats are all under that main bridge.
Yeah, they
Over the
fly
river.
around. Yeah, it's right off 6th Street there. I'm not worried about bats. It's
great.
They're disgusting, though.
Bats
are sweet,
just
man.
little sweeties.
They're like rats in the sky.
Hey, I watched that Balin Out Loud show.
Do you like it? God damn!
I mean, I'm totally hooked.
You know what I don't like is that she was on Dr. Phil before this. She's big on TikTok. It's like, oh, man.
You know what I don't? Here's the thing: when they're like talking about the deep brain stimulation surgery,
They
and
got
she's
drill
like,
in their
"This is the
brain."
last resort." I'm like, "You are the last resort."
Oh, like how bad
Like,
you want?
you need it now.
Have you got to the episode where her tick's so bad now she just screams?
Yeah, and when she was
might
smacking
to
her
drill
head
in.
back.
Yeah, I might want to drill into the brain after
Oh,
that.
is
Yeah.
that really? Is that, so she's got a real.
Her
this
mom is
not a-
holding her.
This is not an act.
No, her mom's.
It's
trying
not
to
an
hold
act.
her
I just
and
it
whack
just
her
feels a
head.
little weird because she's on Dr. Phil. It's like how famous you want to be? What's going on?
Well, our boy John Wayne Parr, that was a real tick. That really, really, really. Was
This
awful.
two different things, dog.
It is two different
Yeah.
It's painful to watch, honestly.
No, it's fun at first,
Yeah, but then it gets.
and then 30 minutes into, you're like, okay,
She's like,
she needs some help. Oh no, she's like, goddamn, flip it.
Wow.
Like she yells.
Constantly saying penis, vagina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my mom has crabs. My mom has
Baby penis.
crabs.
And then she did.
So you just say the most outrageous shit.
Yeah, she's like, whatever's the most.
Such a normie. This topic is such a normie NPC fucking like. What is this? What is even this show? I don't even want to watch it. I don't care. Someone that has to like what? What is this nonsense? What is this garbage TV? What are they even watching? Fuck you know.
Most outrageous thing hits my head. I can't say it, but I have to say it because my skin feels on fire. So she meets her boyfriend's parents for the first time. They sit down. They're super religious. She goes, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. And they're like, what the fuck?
Wow.
And then they're like, can we read a Bible verse? In the middle of it, she goes, fuck the Bible. And you're like, okay,
So rough.
well.
That's the thing.
And
man.
the dad's like, okay.
Like that'd be like, don't say anything racist. Don't you know, you're not racist, but you'd say
Yeah.
anything.
Oh, she's getting on a plane at the airport and going through.
I got a
security.
gun.
She
I
goes,
got a gun.
I have a gun.
I got a gun.
You.
They don't let her fly.
Yeah.
It's really bad, but she can't like drive a
It's
car,
entertaining,
ride a
though.
bike. Like
Tiger liked it. Tiger liked it just when when she was saying that like the outrageous stuff, he thought it was so funny. But then when it gets to reality, and she's like fighting with her boyfriend, and what am I going to do for a job? And Tiger's like, I'm out.
Yeah.
You go back to saying crazy shit.
It's very interesting to see the difference between boys and girls. What my daughter's into, even politically, versus what my son's into. Like there are just differences, man. Really wild.
I watched that, and then the new Naked and Afraid season is on. And the
Naked and
first,
Afraid's on what season? Like
I don't
fucking
know.
30?
But the first
No one ever gets
episode-
attacked by anything. I
But
stopped
wait,
watching.
wait, but B, the first episode of this season is a girl without legs, just down to the knees.
Well, that's
And she's nubbing her way and dragging her.
Man, she's about to get
boot
destroyed by bugs.
I mean,
she has to drag
about
herself
not
on the
joining-
ground.
Yeah, Naked and Afraid is.
Yeah, she has no legs. She takes her prosthetic legs off.
Oh yeah, well,
Me and Brian got an offer to be on Naked and Afraid.
17.
yeah, we did, didn't we?
We turned it down.
Yeah, because it's just
Because they
a little
couldn't blur
much.
out our big
I'm
dicks.
also not.
No, remember they went blur out our
They
big
couldn't
dicks.
blur out our big dicks.
Yeah.
and
They're like, we don't have, it's going to take out of the budget because we have to blur
Classic Tfatk trope. Now we're into dick talk. Classic.
such big dicks. And I went, well, you have to blur it.
That's what it is.
I can't have this
I
all.
didn't-
My mom's going to watch it.
That's what it is, and I didn't want to.
No, honestly, I didn't want bugs in my asshole.
Yeah.
We were like, yeah, we're good.
And also, we'd have to cuddle up because we'd be cold and stuff.
Yeah, spoon and stuff.
Ugh.
Yeah.
But there has been times, like most of the women on this are warlocks, but there has been a few times where it's like a pretty bad bitch and she's naked. The guys, and you know, the guys usually look like shit on there. They have tits and stuff.
let me see
And then there was one hot girl and he's like, wow, you are really attractive. She's like, I can tell.
Oh. Oh, Belize, where I was. Crocodiles, a lot of snakes.
I'm making history today. No one like me has ever tried this before. I get to be the first person on Naked and Afraid with no legs.
Oh wait, but she's not hopping around on the stubs.
Yes, she is.
Cause that because they're
Years ago, my life was changed forever. I was struck by a locomotive, severing my limbs from my body. I am the first female bilateral amputee to summit the Manitou Incline in Colorado Springs.
That probably took
basically 3,000 steps leading up the mountain.
What do you say?
Later, I set my sights on Mount Kilimanjaro.
Wait, just let it go. Just fast forward it.
And became the first female bilateral amputee to reach the summit.
There's something a bit wild about these guys, like finding this sort of stuff funny, innit? Like in this level, innit? It brings them this much joy seeing people that are like, you know, suffering the way they are, overcoming hurdles. You know, I don't know. There's just something a little bit more sinister when they do it. It doesn't seem the nicest, does it? You know, it doesn't seem the nicest. It doesn't seem the nicest when they do it. I'm not gonna lie. It comes across a bit mean spirited, you know. Ay, 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 ay. I can't wait for the amputee community to come after them in the comments. It's gonna be fucking wild.
My motto is tell me that I can't, and I will show you that I can.
Brendan, like Brendan, like with the comment. That probably took forever.
Look at this.
I would imagine.
Challenges.
She's a badass, man. She is a complete badass.
My gloves.
Damn, but they don't put anything on the stubs, man. Those animals are gonna eat that ass alive.
What about
bro.
not just the stubs? She's naked.
That's a lot.
And she's closer to the ground. So
Yes,
all up in the business.
That's a lot.
Look at this. Even
That's a
this.
lot.
Like, what do you do?
Oh, that
You gotta
ass.
cover something up.
No, it's naked and afraid. It's not
That's
naked and kind of
unreal.
afraid.
Is that it?
Yeah. There's one point where her partner takes it like a champ too, and they're walking and goes, so you're about to walk over some fire ants. Do you
Oh Jesus.
do you want me to hoist you up? And she's like, yeah, if you can. And he like human backpacks her.
I would too.
But and he's so cool about it to
What a
her.
great
He's
guy.
so nice to her.
I would be too. Well, it would be
They
really
lose so
weird if
much
he was
weight.
mean to her. Like, you know,
If you just
come
turned around
on,
and went, fire ants,
let's go.
pick it up.
Fuck.
But I feel like she could fucking just leap over the line of ants, right?
I want to know how many times they end up banging.
They've never showed anyone banging on there. I used to be really into that stuff.
Fucking.
I used to be really into that stuff, man. I'm getting
I
older.
I'm banging. I used to be really into that.
I used to be into that stuff.
That's gonna take forever.
Yeah. Take a hot second, huh?
Climbing a fucking
Forever.
unbelievable.
Man.
This is a brilliant show, isn't it? This is one of the brilliant shows. I'm really eager. I'm really curious, and I'm not eager. I'm interested to see how this plays out in Austin. So curious because there's no way this lasts in it the way it does in its current iteration. I'm really curious to see how it goes. I'm very, very, very curious because this is such a shit show. Like, it must be boring even for them to do, because it's boring for us to watch, but I think it's far more boring for them to do, like day in, day out. So something's got to give. I wonder if it's Brian maybe missing a couple episodes, going on tour, because he's going to be going on tour. He's going to be performing at the Mothership. Allegedly, he's got some sort of residency going there. So he's gonna. I'm just interested to see what happens, how it plays out, because I don't think this is gonna last. I just don't see it. And it's gonna be wild if that is the case, because Brendan's gonna move all the way there to follow Brian and to follow Rogan, and then Brian will end up not being on the show as often, and then he will end up doing it by himself. I don't think so. Interesting. Let's see how it plays out.
Man, that's impressive though. Good for her. What a feat. Definitely more challenging. That close to the ground with all your business on the ground.
Yeah.
And if a guy just your dick dragging on the ground.
But I mean, it's not as bad as her. Like, can you imagine her doing
She's
that?
like, I have to be worried about gynecological issues
She's
as well.
plopping her vagina basically on the ground constantly.
I feel like she should probably. That's not responsible.
It's not.
She should have something on her cracks.
Yeah, they should at least let her have a. Well, she could put a leaf. She could use like a big old leaf.
Yeah.
She doesn't.
Oh well. More power
Honestly,
to
for me, I don't want to say this, but since I'm not circumcised, I'll have more protection doing that kind of stuff if I didn't.
Hey, Chin, keep that information to yourself, bro. We don't need to know if you're circumcised or not. Fucking hell, Chinathy. Since I'm not circumcised? Ugh. Is Brian spitting again?
Didn't have any like
Probably.
legs like her.
Yeah,
You know what I
that's the
mean?
advantage.
Well, you guys are fucked.
Well,
he was scraping.
So we got 2 circumcised, 1 uncircumcised. I'm glad we went over that today.
Yeah, Chin has that elephant.
What are you
trunk.
doing, Brian?
Stop.
This nicotine patch is making me sick.
You're not built for this life.
No, it's a.
Welcome to my life. That's what happened to me when I took a nicotine patch for the first time. I got sick. But mine might have been dipped in someone's shit as well, so that might have been the reason.
I swallow it.
Oh no!
Where are you going?
I saw it. Are you
my
are you
God.
Are you
lightheaded?
gonna puke?
This life isn't for you, dude. I could have told you that the way you put on cologne.
Is he gonna puke?
Good chance. B, let's take a little break here because we're both gun owners.
Yep.
We both have.
Oh, fuck off. Enough. Jesus Christ.
They're getting a crazy.
This show is fucking terrible. Come on now, fast. By the way, if you enjoy the show, please like the stream down
And
below.
I've seen people
How many streams have I got? How much
go
how
from-
many likes have I got? What's up likes saying? 53 likes. Help me get to 100. Those of you who are still left here, if you're not liked the stream already, help me get to 100 likes if you can, possibly down below. Smash that like button down below. Smash that button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, auto subscribe. I'm only a few away from fucking what's it called? 29 away from fucking 1,000 to get the monetization activated. So make sure you subscribe to the channel also.
from nothing to the biggest stars in the world. I've seen people go from one role to winning Academy Awards and doing all this shit. And what I realized yesterday thinking about it, we're lying to our kids, dog.
I'm glad he said this, by the way. I'm glad he said this. This is going to be a Rogan bit, I'm assuming, because this is something I thought about when I heard this the first time. I thought about Brendan and Brian Callen and all those people who have been basically given the permission to be successful from Rogan, because I felt like he was speaking directly to them. Let's get to the beginning. I thought this is a really good segment. When I saw this clip originally, I thought this perfectly encapsulates why some people dislike Rogan's fucking friends of people, especially this group of people, the ones who are the most untalented and kind of took the most from that friendship and turned it into careers that they probably don't deserve to have. Let's play. Yeah, there you go.
So now he's back out doing promo. Here you go.
I've been in the business 20.
Hold on. What did he say about Anthony Mackie? Is he hating? Because he plays Captain America. What's he gonna say? Because he's black like Captain America.
She went all the way to the store.
Let's see.
What do you got, Chin?
Oh, the first one. This.
I wanted Brian's take on this so bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead, watch
This
this.
is an actor.
So you know who
Anthony
he is, right?
Mackie.
I love him. I like him.
So he's the new Captain America. Now he got in trouble because he's saying Captain America doesn't
That was
represent
a
America.
major problem.
The movie's bombing, so now he's back out doing promo. Here you go.
The movie's not bombing because of what he said. The movie's bombing because it's bad. It's pretty bad. It's not because of what he said politically. Because he's not that controversial, really. Obviously, what he said was a bit dumb, but I think the movie's bombing because it's pretty shit.
I've been in the business 24 years, right? And I've seen people go from nothing to the biggest stars in the world.
Yo, don't worry, Crambo. I appreciate your time anyway. Come back tomorrow. We'll do another. We're gonna have another random show. We're gonna cover some of the podcast cringe topics and a few other bits and bobs. I think there's also a golden hour to check out too. So if you don't like this one, then come back tomorrow. No problem.
I've seen people go from one role to winning Academy Awards and doing all this shit. And what I realized yesterday thinking about it, we're lying to our kids, dog. And I think that's a big problem in our community.
True.
We tell our kids that they can, and this is fresh on my heart, like I literally just came to this conclusion last night. We tell our kids if they do right and they make the good grades and they go to the programs and they will become successful. If you work hard enough, your work will be paid off. And that's not true.
Exactly.
Success is given.
Exactly.
It's not earned.
It's true.
Because you can be the...
It's the truth though. They've not earned it. That's what Rogan did to them. The success that they were given was, the success that they got was in part given to them by Rogan. That's why they're so, attached to Rogan, because they know how much he changed their lives. They're going to try and, this is the thing I never really understood. The people that have gained the most from the Rogan friendship always are the ones to dismiss and kind of minimize how much Rogan actually helped them. But they also don't want to stop, they never stop mentioning Rogan. So if Rogan isn't that important, if you didn't play that important role in your life, you're big up A. Martinez.
This dude's a gangster. His real name is Clarence.
Really? Is it actually true, or are you making a joke there? Big up A. Martinez, I appreciate you. Is that actually true?
The most brilliant. If one person don't tap you, each one of y'all.
Exactly.
There were people who could hit harder, who could catch better.
He's so off on this.
But somebody said,
he's not hard.
You.
He's not off.
You're the one.
Pause it, Jen.
And the other
so you know who he's talking to? They're going, even you guys. He's talking to 3 professional football players. One's Fred Taylor, who's one of the greatest running backs of all time. Played for the Florida Gators and was drafted in the first round. Then played for Jacksonville. Complete beast. So when he goes, even you guys, there's better runners. Throw it. This is sports, Bubba. So it's very black and white. Meaning those guys earned every single.
This guy is so dense, isn't it? He's so fucking dense. As if there haven't been talented athletes, talented whatever, who've not made it because of circumstances, because maybe they didn't get the right coach, because maybe somebody had it out for them because of injuries, because of maybe a lack of resources. The list goes on. So what he's saying technically can be applied to sports too. It needs somebody to kind of take you under their wing, somebody to believe in you, to give you a chance. Especially in football, it happens all the time. Sometimes in football, players make it. Like Marcus Rashford is a good example. Marcus Rashford kind of got fast-tracked into United squad, and part of the reason why maybe he hasn't been as successful and United had to go out on loan to Aston Villa was because of circumstances. I think a bunch of people got injured, and then Van Gaal basically just played him because he was the only kind of fit striker on the books, and he took his moment, and he hasn't looked back ever since. So that's an integral part of athletics. I'm sure if things were different and maybe the players were fit ahead of Rashford, maybe he wouldn't turn into the player he is now. So that does apply to sports as well. Maybe it's not as cut and dry, because maybe it's not as vague or whatever, because sports is maybe a little more black and white. But I'm sure there's been plenty of athletes in whatever sport that exists out there who have maybe not become professionals, who have maybe not reached the heights of their talent due to somebody not selecting and picking them. I think they're going to be defensive about this, because it kind of speaks a lot to the naysayers and the doubters and the trolls and the people that don't like them, that have a lot of criticism towards them. Then they're not going to acknowledge it. They're going to make it seem like it's not the case, because they want to feel like their efforts are the reasons why they got to where they got to. Yes, it's played a role, but there's no denying that being Rogan's friend definitely supercharged their careers. Being Rogan's friend, especially in comedy, Brian Brennan's a good example, especially in stand-up comedy. If he wasn't friends with Brian Callen and Rogan, would he have gone as far as he went in stand-up comedy? Probably not. Would he have still maybe achieved some success? Maybe yes. But the heights that he reached was in part due to Rogan saying, okay, you're the guy. You know what I mean? Putting your arm around you, getting you in the pod all the time. It's not something to debate, really.
Single thing you see. He's so off on that. Keep going.
And you fell off. You know what I mean? And because of that, I don't know what that emotion or that feeling is the scary thing. Because I went to all the programs. I've done Broadway, I've done off-Broadway. I've been in the business 24 years. I've been in 2 Academy Award films. I've done independent films. I've done major motion pictures. Now I'm Captain America.
Yeah, you made it, dude.
So now what?
You made it. You made it. So him saying, you know, work hard, get the degrees. I went to Juilliard, all this shit. You know, it's a lie. Hey, bitch, you're Captain America.
But I think no, oh my god, he's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb. Anthony Mackie is saying he worked really hard to get where he got to, but he still wouldn't have got there if somebody didn't say, you're the one now. It's your time. And picked him and put their hand on his shoulder. Greenlit him for movies. Greenlit him for TV series. Greenlit him for roles. Recommended him for roles. That's what he's basically saying. He's saying despite all the work he's done, he still has an understanding that the business still relies on somebody picking you. So what did he say to his kids when he tells them you have to work hard for everything that you have, when really, is it about working hard or is it about working smart? Is it about networking? Whatever, that's the question. That's the debate at hand. What's more important? Being really good at what you do and waiting for your chance to come about, or, you know, knowing how to kind of move around rooms, knowing how to fucking shake hands, knowing how to network, knowing how to fucking do all that sort of shit. That's also highly important. But Brendan's so dense, he doesn't understand this. He's like, oh, you made it though. You made it.
I think what he's saying, what I appreciate about what he's saying is that you kind of, when you get to a certain level in life, like that, you feel a little bit lucky in the sense that
the right people saw you, someone helped you out.
Everything that we have is given to us, maybe, right? You can say it's given to you, like your parents, the way you're wired, you know, just the ability to keep going no matter what. You know,
Brian Eben's a good example of it. Brian Callen got cancelled and was out of work for like 6 months, a year, and was still able to take care of 2 families. You don't do that because not everyone can do that. You do that because, you know, maybe what your father did, maybe the money you've made before. Like, all these things are, are part of it. And obviously that allows you to continue pursuing your fucking career of what you're doing as well. So it's just, it's a bit of a nonsense topic, but it's an interesting topic, but they're completely misconstruing it, especially Brendan. And maybe they're getting defensive because it kind of triggers or reminds them about the criticism they get because of their social with Rogan. I'm assuming.
I've always had something in me that no matter what you do to me, I'm going to keep moving forward, right? And so I think some people maybe are a little bit more resilient, less fragile in the world. Maybe I wasn't damaged as a kid. So I think he's expressing something he's being a little bit humble.
Exactly. That's not a bad thing. He reached the pinnacle of his career, he thinks, right? Now he's Captain America. That's like a really big role, even though the movie's shit allegedly. And he's looking back thinking, shit, yeah, I got here, but I didn't really get here off my own sweat, off my own hard work, really. I got here because of people deciding that I was the one, like I was the next up. Now I got this role, Maybe race played a role in, well, he's reflecting on it. He's being humble, he's being reflective, he's introspective. He's not fucking liking the smell of his own farts. He's not emboldened and feeling like no one can touch him because he's Captain America. If anything, it's made him feel more vulnerable, That's what it's made him seem like. But they can't understand, especially Brendan. He's like so pig-headed on this.
And it is true in sports. I've heard people say in football, even Matt McChesney said this about you. He said, there are guys that just on that day might not get noticed by the right scouts. There are things that happen sometimes where you just may not be.
Exactly. Great example. Exactly. Maybe Brendan was good enough to make a fucking squad, but he just wasn't seen by the right person. Or on the day that he was meant to be seen by the right person, he played like shit. So it doesn't matter how much work you did beforehand. In that moment, the opportunity, when you get it, can you seize it? He didn't seize it. It goes to somebody else. It doesn't mean you weren't good. It doesn't mean that wasn't for you. It just means you didn't seize the opportunity at the moment. So Anthony Mackie's conundrum he's running into, where he's like, can I really tell my kids that working hard is the be all and end all to making it? Probably not. Which is why I think it's probably more important to tell people to just enjoy the journey. You know, the whole like trying to achieve something, the end goal is fun, don't get me wrong, but I think the journey is way more fun. You know, you discover yourself. Like, because I always thought the same thing about unis and stuff. There is no real bad choice in terms of uni courses. Just pick one, and if it doesn't go well, at least you learn something along the way. Graduate if you can, and then figure it out later in terms of what you want to do in life. But there's no wrong choices. The fact that you get to live away from home, you get to, you know, interact with different people, you get to learn life skills, you get to learn, you know, maybe progress in a career, or you maybe get to figure out something that you don't want to do as a career once you graduate. All those things are important, but the journey itself is the most important part, as opposed to what you should get in terms of the degree itself. But hey, these motherfuckers don't know.
Be in the right program, might not be seen the right day, whatever it might be. And, you know,
you don't get a shot.
Yeah, you could be a great baseball player and behind someone like Oscar Pedroia or someone like that, right? Like my wife's ex-boyfriend was an amazing baseball player, rookie of the year.
Ew. This sounds like cuck shit. Why would you be bragging about this?
But he was behind Oscar Pedroia. So it's really hard to get called up sometimes. So I would say that you could be an amazing running back or a wide receiver, and you know, you get an injury that just, you crush your collarbone. And that, for whatever reason, at that time, knocks you out of the game for a little bit. So I think sometimes when people are really successful, I've heard a lot of people say, listen, man, I'm lucky, you know?
Sure, we're all lucky, but what's the alternative?
Well, but so this is the flip side to this.
Love to hear.
He's so fucking dumb in it. What's the alternative? There is no alternative. It's just an interesting question to pose and something to ponder. The alternative isn't not doing anything, but it is good to have an understanding of the fact that sometimes life isn't binary. It's not just because you do X amount of effort, you get X amount out. Sometimes there are intangibles, and the intangibles are, in some careers, in some walks of life, it's not really up to you if you become successful in that said career. You have to be okay with the universe doing what the universe does. But Brendan is so dense, he doesn't understand this. It's a hard concept to understand.
What's the alternative?
The flip
Don't work
side,
hard?
No, the flip side is this. No matter what you say, you know, some people have it and some people don't.
Correct.
And part of having it is the ability to persevere. Part of having it is that discipline. Yeah. And so Quincy Jones,
that's the one thing that they're both acknowledging that they have, which is probably true. Their ability, like Brendan is just dumb, so I don't think he has any kind of, you know, not to be mean, but I don't think he has the ability to be introspective or to have self-doubt. Like sometimes you can be so dumb you're insanely overly confident. You know, you really underestimate your powers, or you overestimate your powers. I think Brendan's like that. So it kind of helps him in that regard, because he doesn't really understand the limits of his abilities. So he can just keep going. And Brian has never had a real job, so he doesn't really know anything else, you know? So it's just like, what else am I going to do? So yeah, keep going. But I do wonder, for most people out there, what they pick up a Solacese.
Bappa trained with Tim Tebow, couldn't go pro, trained with Shane Carwin, couldn't be a champ, did comedy with the approval of Rogan and couldn't be funny, yet still is rich. Success is given.
Fucking exactly. Most of us, big up Asana, he's put it perfectly, better than I could ever put it. Most of us, if we failed at that first hurdle, at not playing football professionally, we might have to become PTs. We might have to fucking teach cardio kickboxing in gyms, like how Brendan was taking the piss out of fucking Dana White. Most of us don't have the ability to just try, oh, let's go to UFC. We don't have that ability. He did. He doesn't become champ. We try the UFC, we have to become a kitchen porter. He doesn't become a kitchen porter. He then becomes a stand-up comedian. He fails at that, and now he's still making money doing fucking podcasting. He's still here. Most people don't get that ability. Most people don't get that fucking option. Not because most of us don't have a Peter Shaw in our life. Most of us don't have a Rogan. Most of us don't have a Brian Callen. Most of us don't have fucking, like all these things baked in because of our association with Rogan back in the day. Because I think there's I would even go as far as saying that even if Brendan and Brian were to fall out with Rogan, I think they'd still be fine. I think there's like that residue connection that they have, that residual connection they have with Rogan, will still hold them in good stead. So that kind of cheats the whole hard work thing, it kind of, throws cold water on that whole understanding. Oh, that hard work, I did it all by myself. It's like, did you though?
Was a guy they were talking about. That dude came from the worst battle zone you can imagine. Nothing was going to stop him. Nothing. It didn't matter. So I do think some people are undeniable. There's a saying, and I believe this wholeheartedly, where success and money is a mindset. You could put all the money in a room, take it away from everybody. There's people that have money today would be the people that have money tomorrow.
Some of them.
Because they would figure.
Let's try that, please. I love people run this fucking how, I love when people say this sort of shit. Please, let's try. Please, let's try. Please, let's try that out. I bet you wouldn't end the way that you think it's going to end.
Out how to do
Some
it.
of them.
Yeah, most of them.
The ones that are self-made.
People love to say that Elon Musk, the classic example, you hear people say Elon Musk came from money and he's lucky. Elon Musk has constantly proven to be successful in every endeavor over and over. And every time people doubt him, he delivers.
Yeah.
Tesla,
SpaceX, company, yeah.
X, now Doge. He's a guy who keeps moving forward.
I don't think he's delivering on Doge. I don't think you can count Doge to be a success. What? Now Doge, Fucking no.
Yeah.
All that, but thank you.
Yes.
So, we like to say this stuff. Let's take our good friend Joe Rogan. I've known that dude 30 years. That guy would find his way through. He just is a bulldog.
Yes.
He got himself, he didn't have any acting. He got himself on an amazing sitcom.
He got his first audition.
Because when it came to the audition, he was going to figure it out.
It was his first one.
And if he has to be a really good actor, he will be.
But
I
guess people will say, well, they put you on, they gave you the opportunity. Here's to sum up all this. So yes, some people get put on and they get help from whoever, maybe a scout likes or whatever. But if you don't prepare for the opportunity, then you're never gonna make it. So if that's
not the point, though, isn't it? The point is some people prepare for the opportunity and it never comes around because no one selects them. They don't have a Rogan that says, "Hey, you're my friend now. You come on my podcast." That's the whole point. This guy is such a fucking brain dead idiot. The whole point isn't that people get given cool. The whole point is that some people prepare and still never get the opportunity. I guess it's like the Nepo baby thing, isn't it? The Nepo baby argument. I don't think people who are being reasonable would say that Nepo baby just shouldn't exist point blank. I think the problem that people have with the whole Nepo baby argument, it kind of expands to the whole creative field, is that it's once you get into it, you realize it's overrepresented by people who come from privileged backgrounds, because it makes sense as well, because they can get away with working for free, working for no money, or just figuring it out because they got money to support themselves to do so. Whereas regular people have to maybe decide to maybe grow up or to get a real job to kind of fund their dreams, and then in the process they kind of lose out on opportunities because they're not constantly available to take auditions. That's the classic kind of trope. And maybe sometimes that Nepo babies get opportunities given to them based on, like, who their parents are and shit, which maybe other people who haven't got those parents at the same age wouldn't get, which is them a bit unfair, but it kind of is what it is. Same with this. No one's saying that Rogan shouldn't be helping out his friends, but it's just funny how his friends that he helps out really overestimate what they did to get there. They think they got there just through the pure sheer will, pure fucking grit, pure whatever. That's what got them there. Hard work, my talent. It's like, bruh, come on, man. Rogan's the most famous person in the world. He said, you're ordained, you're the one, he brought you in. He said, you're a comedian now, you're a comedian now. Like, come on, we know what the deal is. Let's be real.
That chance comes from somebody helping.
I agree.
You force your way in. If you don't prepare and take the necessary steps years prior, when you do, if that scout sees you, if that audition comes through and you're not prepared, It's gone forever.
Let's even reverse it.
And Anthony Mackie's actually a terrible example because he's talking about, I did everything you're supposed to do.
He works his ass off.
Well, he goes, I did everything you're supposed to do. It's not true. Well, no, you're the living example. Hey, bitch, you're captaining America.
So Anthony Mackie has a couple things going for him.
Hey, bitch. I don't see why he's getting angry at what Captain America's or what Anthony Mackie's saying. Anthony Mackie's being quite humble and reflective and whatever else that where he's got in his career. He's basically saying, I've achieved everything, and now I'm realizing that everything I've achieved isn't just based on my hard work and effort. It was through some lucky breaks. So what am I going to tell my kids now when I keep telling them to keep working hard? When really I don't think hard work was the reason why I got here. It might have been part of the reason, but I kind of got here because people decided that I was the one. That's not a bad thing to consider, to think out loud about, it's a little bit of an existential thing, but Brendan can't wrap his head around it.
And I know people that know him real well, worked with him really well, like Frank Grillo.
Yeah.
Everybody likes Anthony Mackie.
Yeah, he's great on the
because he's got a high social IQ. He works really hard. He's really good. He's always been really good. So, you know, he's a fucking talented dude. I would say this. If you want to be successful in life, the worst thing you can do is have any space in your mind that says there's luck involved. It may be that there is.
Hopefully,
it's the last thing you want. Get it out of your head.
If it happens, great. But if not, you stay on course. And when he goes, we're lying to our
You can't think about luck. You can't think about... Okay, cool.
kids a bad message. I'm like, oh, buddy, you're so off.
Because
even with Tiger, is he going to play for the Dodgers? Odds are
he's
not.
going to try.
He's going to try his very hardest to get there.
That's right.
But the lessons he learns from baseball and striking out and getting, dealing with adversity, that's going to pay off dividends, whatever he decides to do.
Correct. That's what I think. And I agree with you 100%. I really believe that at the end of the day, success is a mindset. And I think you get a shitload out of reaching for something and failing. If you really reach, you may not get where you are going, but you'll find something else. Some young guy asked me for advice today when I was in Portland. He said, do you have any advice for a young guy? I go, just get really good at one thing. And the reason why you get really good at one thing, the value of a black belt in jiu-jitsu or the value of playing an instrument really well, isn't that you're going to be a champion. It's that it'll do a couple things. One, it'll teach you, you'll learn how to learn. The discipline, and it'll open you up to a community of people that will be, you'll be surrounded by excellence as well. Yes. And that motivates you.
Yep.
So, I don't give I give no quarter in my brain for anything like that guy was lucky. There are a lot of comics.
No, but also it's like the Rogan example, right? Oh, the only reason people know you is because of Rogan, whether it's you or me, right? It's like, man, you know how many people Rogan knows? So the only if you see
this is a weird defense. This is a weird defense of Rogan selecting you. Like, Rogan knows a bunch of people who aren't successful. Yeah, but you guys are. And you guys are maybe the most untalented ones who have still made it despite not being so super talented. But to be fair to them, I bet you they also have a very inflated sense of their talent. I bet you Brendan legitimately thinks he's probably one of the best podcasters in the world. I think if you ask him, he'd probably say, yeah, I'm one of the best podcasters in the world. I'm one of the best commentators in the world. I'm one of the best fucking analysts in the world. I'm one of the best whatever. He definitely thinks that. So I think, there's never going to be a moment of introspection in that regard.
Rogan puts somebody that if he puts them on, uses his platform, it's because he respects their work ethic.
Yes.
He's never, go through the books, he's never put on anybody who has a shitty work ethic.
No.
Name one.
No, you're right.
In order to even run with that line, you better have your shit together. Otherwise, he's not entertaining. I know dudes he's started to help, found out they're lazy, doesn't talk to them anymore.
That's right.
So in order to run with the line, you got to get the respect from the line who's going to put you on.
That's right. That's 100% true.
But that still doesn't talk to your talent and your ability to, you're still missing the point. But anyway, who cares? It's too late now.
That's what
100%.
Lions recognize lions.
Mm-hmm. And let's be honest.
Lions recognize lions, lols.
It's being successful and especially holding on to that success is a 24/7 job. It's just constant. It just is. You know.
Depend. So if fame's your level of success, yes, that's constant. But
Look
there's
at
other
Theo
things.
Von.
There's other things you can do.
Theo Von is first of all, what makes Theo Von special is he's just such a unique talent.
Unique.
He's so funny. He just resonates at a different frequency.
Yes.
And he hustles, and he's always working. That motherfucker's always hard.
He'll do whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
So,
but he doesn't have kids.
Yeah.
So he has the availability. Like there's some things that I.
What? He doesn't have kids. Theo's only successful because he's single and doesn't have kids. That's why Theo's been able to make it this far. God almighty, man. The delusion. The fucking delusion. These guys are beyond help. So Theo's just not like really funny. No? He's just not like really good at what he does. Just maybe a bit of a talent. No? Doesn't count that. No? Maybe he has a really good podcast. Maybe put some effort into what he does. Puts out some decent clips. Has really good guests on. A lot of hard work probably goes into selecting the guests. Nah, it's just because he doesn't have any kids. That really helps it. So the reason why Brenda's not successful at comedy or had to quit was because he has children. So no one else in stand-up comedy has children, no? Cool.
I get asked to go to. I'm like, I'm good. I don't need to be that level of fan. I'm good.
Yeah.
I've made choices in life where I don't have to be the face of it.
Yeah.
I still make money.
Kids change you, man.
I mean, just everything. Yeah.
The one great thing
I think
about
Mackey's
kids,
off on this though.
The one great thing about
especially
kids,
talking to Fred Taylor and fucking Crowder. I think he's off.
No, I like what he's saying because what he's saying is he's saying, hey, he's letting the God know. He's letting the gods know, hey, I know I didn't manufacture all this. I know you can take this away from me in a second, and I know that
there's
a lot of
that,
it was
but you're
I
also
was
doing yourself a disservice. And when you're talking to Fred Taylor and
Doing yourself a disservice. That's the whole point.
Crowder, oh buddy.
Okay, but let me ask you this:
Florida athletes, buddy.
Okay, but how about
they're
this?
so talented.
Okay, but
they work so hard to get there.
Let me reverse it.
They've earned every single thing they've ever gotten.
Let me give this to you though. They also were given a certain biology. They were also given a certain mindset. They were also given a certain background.
They developed that mindset.
Well, but I'm saying that the interesting debate and question a lot of times is, you were also born with a certain constitution.
Oh, yo, Enigmatica, what are you talking about, bro? I never block anybody. What are you talking about, my friend? Who have I blocked?
Right? We were all given a certain set of tools, some less tools than others.
Sure.
And part of the decision was, let me ask you another question. I got another question.
Well, keep going on that.
So part of it was just that they made a choice or somebody made a choice for them at a very, very crucial juncture, which was you're going to play football.
No, you're not going to you're going to have a work ethic and you're going to do more than everybody else around you.
Whatever that was, whoever that person was who told them that, and they went, that makes sense. Now, hold on.
Well,
now
that
hold
has to be taught.
Okay, but wait. Some people get taught it and they don't pick it up. Why?
That's on them.
Right. So watch this.
Because they give up. That's the difference between those guys sitting there and you're talking about Fred Taylor, Hall of Famer, Ryan Clark, monster, LSU.
But here's where I go back to. It's a tricky thing because we're talking about free will here, right? And we have to believe in free will, even if I can argue myself out of it. Watch this. So in literature, and you could really say in life, the difference between a villain and a hero. The villain is hurt by the world, and he says,
revenge.
I'm going to hurt the world.
Yes.
The hero is like, I got hurt by the world, and I'm going to make sure nobody ever gets hurt the way I got hurt.
That's their choice.
Now, that's a choice that person made very early on.
Okay.
What was it in that person that made them go this way or that way? Were they born that way?
They weren't born that way.
Well,
Anyway, I'm fucking bored of this topic. I'm gonna go. It's been about 4 hours now. I'll pick it up tomorrow. We'll carry this on again tomorrow. There'll be a Taz in between, so there'll be a Taz tomorrow. Then there'll be a random show later. I'll do it a bit early in the day, so whenever I wake up before I go to the gym, I'll do a Taz. Then I'll do a random show. Thank you for those of you who tuned in. I appreciate every single one of you. Please make sure that you like the stream down below, subscribe to the channel if you can, join and become a member if you also can. Membership details are down below. You can get highlighted on the fucking main page if you do. Why the fuck not? Random show, I'll be adding timestamps later on today, so you can flick through it if you need be. And Random Show will be back again tomorrow. Between that, it'll be a Taz. Subscribe to the DX English Show channel too. You can find that and all that good stuff in between. I appreciate all of you, really fucking do. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out with me. Always a pleasure. Never a freaking chore. And yeah, man, I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Okay? Tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Big up Victor E, Daniel Clements, Asad Aziz, of course. Big up Abe Martinez. Appreciate you, Gigi. Big up Victor E. I said that you already. Who else is here? Big up KP, my guy. Big up Raleigh Redact, my guy. Who else is here? Big up Shades Cal. Big up the Maz197. Big up. God's favorite. Big up Mr. Mace. Appreciate you for joining in. Uche, appreciate you for joining in. Cheese Food, of course. Everybody, appreciate all. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Never a chore, always a fucking pleasure. Please make sure you smash the like button for a big up MK, Daniel Clemens, I see you. Thank you for tuning in. Big up Mr. O, Auto Mech, I see you there. Wagwan. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here with me. I'll see you all guys again tomorrow, okay? Be safe, people. Be safe. Peace.